To everyone's relief, the volcano did not erupt. A villager stood still, quietly watching large raindrops fall from the sky above Sanchal town. The volcano didn't erupt. Thank goodness. It didn't erupt. From somewhere in the crowd, a joyous cry erupted, instantly igniting the villagers' emotions of delight. Great! There's no disaster. Oh my God! Oh my God! The gods have blessed us. No, no, no. It was the mages from the capital who saved us. This rainfall seemed like a miracle, wiping away all danger. The mages and knights returning to Sanchal town relaxed their furrowed brows, but their mood didn't lighten. Instead, they felt incredibly heavy. Everyone remained silent, like walking marionettes. The uninformed townspeople left the safe zone and returned to their town, thanking these heroes who had saved them. However, not a single mage could proudly say, "You're welcome" when facing them. They hadn't saved these innocent residents. In fact, they themselves had nearly perished on the volcano. Yes, it was a close call. The magic array was never activated in the end. If the volcano had fully erupted at that time, all the mages sent from the capital would have perished under that apocalyptic lava. Under this heavy rain, residents gradually returned to their homes. The army began to send the mages back to the capital. Duke Levi stood in the downpour, allowing the storm to beat against his face. Until the last batch of mages left, Count Beck glanced at Duke Levi from afar and shook his head. "Farewell, Duke." He almost forced himself to say these last words, his tone clearly dissatisfied, his hand on the cane somewhat unsteady. "Duke Levi, I understand your love for your daughter. But before acting recklessly, please consider your position. After returning to the capital this time, you may face impeachment from many ministers. Please take care of yourself." With that, the noble mage boarded his carriage and left under the army's escort. Throughout, Duke Levi never raised his head to respond. The surrounding knights worried that Duke Levi might fall ill in this heavy rain, as mages' bodies weren't as robust as theirs. So they called out to him. "Your Grace, please get in the carriage and wait. Knight Commander Gwen is searching for your daughter." Duke Levi didn't respond, standing in the wind and rain, silent for a long time. His eyes were blank and lifeless. Suddenly, a silver figure appeared in the stormy night sky, like a dawn suddenly breaking through the darkness. She was carrying a golden-haired girl in her arms. Duke Levi saw this, and in an instant, hope rekindled in his eyes. Gwen brought Erica to Duke Levi and handed her over. "Mission accomplished, Your Grace." Duke Levi's trembling hands received Erica, holding her in his arms, his eyes full of shock and pain. "Erica, Erica." Perhaps it was the faint call that woke Erica. She slowly opened her eyes, saw her familiar father, and managed a weak smile. "Dad, I'm back." At this moment, this man of high rank and power in the Valencia Empire shed tears. He had once stood tall and proud, yet failed to protect his own daughter. He was filled with shame. Duke Levi hugged his daughter tightly, but was met with her pained whimper. Only then did he notice the many burns on Erica's body. Panicked, he tried to heal his daughter with magic, but to little effect. Not all mages could be as abnormal as Victor, mastering hundreds of spells and using them proficiently. Duke Levi's healing magic could only cure minor injuries. He was utterly powerless against his daughter's severe burns. He looked around anxiously, trying to find a mage skilled in healing, but around him, apart from the knights standing at attention, where were there any mages? Seeing Duke Levi's anxious state, Gwen hesitated for a moment, then took out a vial of crimson potion. The potion looked almost like blood, red with a hint of black, emitting a faint glow. This was a healing potion Victor had given her, but she had never used it. She didn't know how effective it would be. But if Erica wasn't treated promptly, her injuries might leave permanent after effects. They had to take a chance. She gritted her teeth. At this moment, Gwen believed Victor wouldn't deceive her. "Your Grace, why don't you try this? If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Gwen handed over the potion. The anxious Duke took it quickly, then paused when he saw the color of the potion. Could a potion the color of blood really be drunk? But there was no other choice now. Erica's injuries couldn't wait. He opened the cork and gently brought it to Erica's lips, casually asking, "Where did you get this potion?" "It's from my fiancé." As the potion flowed into Erica's mouth, Duke Levi's hand trembled slightly. "Gwendellen's fiancé? Victor Cravina?" Yes. Gwen lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. She knew there was some friction between the Duke and Victor, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Just then, a miracle occurred. Erica, having drunk the potion, seemed to be blessed by the goddess of healing. The burns on her body healed at a visible rate. It was as if new flesh and skin were growing, her skin returning to its previous creamy smoothness. The Duke was completely stunned. First the blue magic potion, and now this crimson healing potion. What was this terrifying effect all about? Gwen likewise stared wide-eyed, amazed at what was unfolding. She had never used that potion before, never imagining its effect could be so astonishing. With such a terrifying recovery effect, one could probably be revived even after losing half their life, right? However, despite her injuries healing, Erica didn't open her eyes. Her spirit was utterly exhausted. It had already been a miracle that she woke up once in the Duke's arms. As the pain disappeared, she could finally fall into a peaceful sleep. Duke Levi personally put Erica in the carriage to rest. When he came out, he bowed deeply to Gwen. I sincerely thank you, Knight Commander Gwen. Please allow me to properly thank you and your fiancé when we return to the capital. Hearing the Duke's words, Gwen felt somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. She watched as the now composed Duke Levi boarded the carriage. The carriage slowly moved off, gradually leaving with the surrounding troops. Gwen took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at the unclaimed white horse in the stable. It was still quietly eating grass at the post station, completely unaware that Victor, who had ridden it here, had disappeared. Victor, where on earth did you go? The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. She put on her helmet to shield herself from the wind and rain, then mounted her horse. Before leaving, she took one last look at the lone white horse. If you still have a conscience, if you still remember me, then ride that horse back to find me. It won't die, at least not before seeing me again. She turned her horse around and led her knights forward. After the clanking of armor and the noise of hooves trampling through mud faded away, Sanchel Town returned to peace. After the baptism of a heavy rain, the sun broke through the gloom, leaving a clear sky for miles. In a few days, the residents of Sanchel Town returned to their normal lives. It seemed everyone had forgotten those terrifying days from before. However, it wasn't so peaceful at the entrance of the post station. Hey, that white horse looks really good. Why don't you give it to me, huh? A burly man with a potbelly stood at the front of the post station, glaring fiercely at the station manager. They had had their eyes on that white horse for the past few days. Several days had passed, and no one had come to claim it, so they assumed the horse had no owner. But the manager was stubborn, completely refusing their unreasonable demands. A knight paid a hefty price for us to take good care of this horse. The big man laughed loudly. Those people from the capital left 4 or 5 days ago. This horse has been abandoned. That's right. Our boss definitely didn't misjudge. Several lackeys around him chimed in. If you offer a higher price than her, I'll agree. The manager made a suggestion, looking contemptuously at these reckless troublemakers. The big man and his cronies looked at each other, then asked, how much did she pay you? This many. The manager waved 5 fingers in front of him. 50? Ha ha ha. I'll give you 100. The manager shook his head. The big man hesitated for a moment and continued asking. 500? The manager said nothing, continuing to stare at them. It's 5,000. When he said this number, the men exploded in anger. You bastard. You want to sell us a fucking horse for 5,000 geos? Are you trying to extort us? With that, they rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. The manager covered his face with his hands and shrank back. The fist didn't land on him. Instead, he heard a scream. He moved his hands away and widened his eyes in disbelief. He saw a giant hand wrapped in lava lifting up their leader. The big man suddenly found himself airborne, completely bewildered. He didn't even know what had happened. The lackeys were terrified. They followed the giant hand with their eyes to its source, a man wearing a trench coat. There was also a strange one-eyed crow perched on his shoulder, chirping away. Behind him extended an arm seemingly made of lava. The black trench coat was decorated with red patterns, within which lava seemed to flow constantly. That's my horse. Do you have a problem with that? The burly man who had been lifted up hadn't yet grasped the situation when, almost in the next second, he was instantly thrown by that giant hand. Thud. The sound of his landing rang out sharply, causing everyone present to shudder inwardly. Before they could say anything, Victor slightly raised his head, his cold eyes seeming to pierce their hearts like steel needles. Scram. The moment the word left his mouth, the lackeys fled in panic. From start to finish, they didn't even dare to resist. After they had all escaped, Victor withdrew the lava giant hand. This astonishing arm seemed to retreat into Victor's trench coat, completely merging with it. Having done this, he turned around, glanced at the trembling manager, and said coldly, "I'm here to collect my horse." The manager immediately understood Victor's intention. He shakily straightened up from behind the counter and looked the man before him up and down. How? How can you prove this is your horse? Prove your identity." Victor looked at him approvingly, seeming to acknowledge the other's courage, and said calmly, "Victor Kravina. The person who left this horse should have left this name." Hearing this, the manager carefully checked the register and quickly nodded, No problem. You can take it away." Then, he took out a money pouch from under the counter and handed it to Victor. "That night left 5,000 here. This is what's left after deducting the feeding costs. Take it." Victor didn't stand during the ceremony. He took the money pouch, weighed it in his hand, and put it away directly. 5,000 geos. It could only be said that Gwen had no concept of money. Spending so much to board a horse was enough to feed it for half its life. Victor walked into the stable and patted the strong white horse. "Looks like you've been treated well these past few days." The white horse stretched out its head, nuzzling Victor's hand affectionately. He stroked the horse's smooth coat for a while, then let it out and skillfully mounted it. Vega looked down at Victor and said softly from his shoulder, "With your current power, you could return to the capital with just a few teleportation arrays, couldn't you? Why insist on riding a horse?" Vega wasn't exaggerating. Now, Victor could use teleportation magic to move freely within 100 kilometers. Because he had now entered the ranks of Saint Mages. 29 years old, 4th tier. Has anyone in the Empire's history ever achieved such a feat? Hearing Vega's question, Victor chuckled. "This horse isn't mine. What's borrowed must be returned." After the battle with the fire calamity, Victor had gained an enormous amount of experience points. Although his previous experience was basically enough to make him a 4th-tier mage, Victor had been controlling his experience points, not rashly advancing. Until he fought with Gildan, gaining too much experience, causing the player's own experience bar to burst uncontrollably. It exploded. Victor Kravina, LV 41. HP, 2000 of 2000. MP, 14800/15,000. Leveling up twice consecutively, his maximum mana increased by 10,000 compared to before. This seemingly powerful attribute didn't make Victor arrogant. Level 40 was just the beginning. His current strength still couldn't compare to the original game's second chapter boss, Victor. But at least, in the capital's public eye, he no longer had to worry about being at anyone's mercy. Moreover, his gains weren't limited to leveling up. A red stripe flashed across Victor's trench coat. That was the symbol of Gildan's power. He had absorbed Gildan's fire origin, gaining some of Gildan's abilities. One of these was the solidification of fire elements. Victor could turn fire magic into lava-like substantial heat, even solidifying it into magma. The lava giant hand from earlier was casually formed by solidifying magic in this way. At the same time, he could also attach the fire origin to himself, greatly enhancing his resistance to fire elements. Most importantly, he could freely shape it into any form he wanted. His favorite trench coat, which had been destroyed in the battle with Gildan. Now, Victor used Gildan's fire origin, attaching it to himself, forming the trench coat he was now wearing. This was practically a waste of a heavenly treasure. But for Victor, this appearance was just right. Power is a matter of version. But being cool is a lifelong pursuit. I can understand your obsession with the trench coat, but... Vega dropped a small, exquisite hourglass pendant from its wing and said to Victor, "Can you explain to me what this thing is?" Victor took it and glanced at it. Item name, Banished Abyssus, world-class item. Nature, one-time consumable item. Effect, causal disorder, able to convert specific time causality that should occur in time. Victor just looked at it once, and the item's information appeared before his eyes. A world-class item only obtainable by players who have achieved world-class feats in the game. Of course, Victor had never obtained one before. Each world-class item has its unique and astonishing effect. They are items that exist regardless of world rules. World-class items can only be used once, disappearing immediately after use. Moreover, world items are bound, only usable by objects they recognize. Even if others get their hands on them, they can't operate them. This is also why Vega couldn't understand it at all. First kill of the world boss Gildan, in the game, this would definitely be considered a world-class achievement. Not to mention he did it solo. It wouldn't make sense for the world not to give him a world-class item. After Victor woke up, this item automatically appeared in his player inventory. Out of interest, Vega borrowed the pendant, saying it wanted to research it. But clearly, it hadn't figured out anything. Victor took the hourglass pendant and wore it around his neck. Did you already know what this thing is? Vega looked at Victor suspiciously, but he maintained a poker face and replied. I don't know. Hearing Victor's perfunctory answer, Vega was so annoyed its teeth itched. To be honest, it now envied Gwen's ability to see through people's truths and lies. It wanted one too. Victor glanced at it and said sarcastically. Don't even think about it, you're not righteous at all. Vega wished it could peck Victor's head to pieces, saying discontentedly. No wonder you're so annoying. The capital was particularly quiet at night, with moonlight silently crawling onto the rooftops. Outside the balcony of Victor's study, however, a figure passed through the moonlight and climbed in through the window. Liao leaned against the desk, looking at tonight's moonlight, lost in thought. Lian jumped in, flipped back her hood, revealing pointed ears. Miss Liao, I've been following Duke Levi's butler for a week. I can confirm that the money transaction was done by the butler of the Duke's mansion. The butler has no motive to provoke the Kravina family. I believe this was on Duke Levi's orders. After hearing Lian's report, Liao smiled lightly, her lips carrying a hint of disdain. The moonlight shone on her face, making her look particularly cold. Duke Levi is already in trouble himself now. Whether he did it or not doesn't matter anymore. Lian was confused by this and asked, What? What happened? Liao stroked the blackwood desk, saying slowly. The mages who went to Mount Vesuvius recently collectively petitioned the emperor, impeaching Duke Levi. The reason is that the Duke wanted to kill all the mages present. Hearing her explanation, Lian couldn't make heads or tails of it. How could Duke Levi do such a rash thing that would affect the royal family's credibility in plain sight? But that's exactly what he did. Duke Levi has admitted that, as the leader of war magic, he stopped maintaining the magic array. If the volcano had fully erupted at that time, all the mages present would have died. Lian was puzzled, but didn't the volcano end up not erupting? Why are they still impeaching the Duke? Hearing her words, Liao could only shake her head with a smile, saying helplessly, You really don't understand the human world, do you? In the eyes of these noble mages, life is only secure when it's in their own hands. And Duke Levi, whom they trusted most, betrayed them at the most critical moment. Regardless of whether the volcano erupted or not, Duke Levi's failure to maintain the array was already a grave offense. This time they were just lucky. The volcano was stopped from erupting by some supposedly special force, but what if the volcano had really erupted? A glint flashed in Leah's eyes. At that time, it wouldn't have been just the mages who died, but thousands of innocent civilians at the foot of the mountain. Lian suddenly understood, but at this moment, Liao still had the leisure to joke. It's just a pity that these mages are all busy impeaching the Duke, not one of them came to buy potions from me. I was hoping to make a good profit before Victor returned. Lian noticed Leah's lowered eyelids, it seemed she really felt it was a shame. Lian opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but then stopped. So Liao reached out her hand, tapped her head, and said with a smile. Were you going to say, don't wait anymore? Victor definitely won't come back? Lian covered her head without speaking, but her eyes had already betrayed her thoughts. There's a saying among humans, good people don't live long, but pests last 1,000 years. Victor is the latter type. Unless someone personally brings his corpse to me, I will never believe he's dead. Never. Lian wanted to say something more to persuade Liao when suddenly, she sensed a powerful and familiar aura appearing at the door. Her ears twitched, which Liao noticed. This was a signal that someone approaching had been detected by the elf. It's Victor's aura. He's back. See? Liao smiled brightly. I told you he wouldn't die. Lian lowered her head, put her hood back on, and nodded to Lia. Concealing her presence, maintaining an aura that absolutely wouldn't be detected, she jumped straight out the window. At this moment, the surprised voice of a servant sounded from outside the door. Master, you're back? Take this horse down and feed it well. Yes. I'll do it right away. As the footsteps got closer, they suddenly stopped, and then the study door was pushed open. Liao leaned against the desk, smiling at Victor. Welcome home. Victor nodded expressionlessly, just entering the study, then looked around left and right. Finally, his gaze locked onto Lia. Are you hiding someone? Lia's smile froze, then gradually crumbled. Victor. Do you just want to be scolded that badly? A roar that echoed throughout the courtyard came from inside the mansion. The servants outside the door, hearing this, shrank their necks in fright. They whispered to each other secretly, Mr. Victor is arguing with the young miss again. It's been a while since we've heard them argue. The two shook their heads, they were long used to this. As long as Victor was home, Miss Lia would definitely have an argument with him. Lia angrily pointed at Victor's nose and scolded, I've been waiting for you for so long, yet your first words upon coming home are to ask if I'm hiding someone in the room? How narrow-minded are you to think of such a thing? Victor stood at the doorway, his expression still a poker face, listening to Lia's scolding without retorting. After ranting for a while and venting her displeasure, Lia sighed, touching her head. She had thought it wouldn't matter even if she didn't explain, but as if possessed, she still added an explanation. It was a subordinate from the territory, who just came to report some things. When you came back, they had already left. Victor nodded. I see. From the moment he entered the room, he had smelled a faint fragrance. That obviously wouldn't be a man scent. He had intended to add a couple of sentences after saying, Are you hiding someone? To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings from Lia. Unfortunately, Lia's speed in starting to scold him was too fast, like an instinctive reaction. He didn't even have time to react, before he was scolded. And then? Then he just let Lia scold him. If she could vent her anger by scolding him, Victor naturally didn't mind being scolded a bit. This was also a way of communication between the two, he was long used to it. Victor sat back down at the desk, not asking Lia if she had encountered any difficulties recently. He believed Lia could handle everything well. If there were problems she couldn't solve, Lia would speak up on her own. Sure enough, although Victor didn't ask, Lia brought up the shop situation, somewhat embarrassedly. The item shop isn't doing very well. The explosive popularity you expected didn't happen. Oh? What's going on? Victor tapped the desk, this was somewhat unexpected. He was interested in hearing Lia's explanation of the reasons. Lia reported on the financial income of the item shop. Except for selling some on the first day, there haven't been any customers in the following days. Victor was a bit puzzled. According to his marketing strategy, theoretically, this situation shouldn't occur. Because there should always be discerning people coming to buy. Lia also said that potions were sold on the first day. Word of mouth from those who used the potions should have created a viral effect. Was there a problem with the players' potions? That was almost impossible. Issues with shop management? Also impossible. If Lia couldn't even manage such a shop, she wouldn't have been able to develop their territory so well. So, there must have been unexpected circumstances. So, what happened? Lia began to explain. On the first day of opening, the Duke's daughter bought some potions. Hearing this title, Victor's eyes slightly raised. Erica du Chloe. Lia glanced at Victor, sneering. Oh, still thinking about your little sweetheart. Even remembering her name so clearly. That joke isn't funny. Continue. Victor actively stopped Lia's mockery. Lia crossed her arms, pouting. I thought that with Erica's fame, the effects of the potions would soon be revealed, and a large number of mages would naturally come. But on the second day, something happened at Mount Vesuvius. At this point, Lia noticed Victor's hand tapping on the desk paused. She got some answers to her guesses. However, she still patiently explained to Victor. A large number of mages went to the volcano, leaving only some ordinary first-tier mages in the capital. Let alone whether these people could afford it, even if they could, these things would be too wasteful for them. In simple terms, first-tier mages didn't deserve to use these things. A few days later, these mages all came back, but then they started to unite and collectively impeach the Duke. Even the Emperor personally stepped in, summoning the Duke and those noble mages, preparing to make a final decision. Saying this, Liao sighed helplessly. The main target audience for the potions was mages, and with the recent chaos in the capital, the mages were all busy. Who had time to visit the shop? Victor listened to all this with an expressionless face. He had been fighting with Gildan inside the volcano, naturally unaware of what had happened in recent days. No wonder, after fighting with Gildan, when he appeared at the volcano's mouth, the first person he saw was Erica. He thought he was hallucinating, especially since he had no subsequent memories after that. When he woke up, it was Vega who told him why he had experienced symptoms of fainting. Vega's ability should be used as little as possible in the future, Victor thought to himself. After this battle, he had been unconscious for a full 4 days. Adding the 3 days of fighting with Gildan, it was exactly a week. However, the battle with Gildan affecting the real volcano was something he hadn't anticipated. Although the volcano didn't erupt, the impact of this incident spread to the capital. At this moment, Liao was still complaining on the side. Others are saying that Duke Levi stopped the release of the magic array because his daughter went missing. This is ridiculous. Let's not even mention whether war magic would tear his daughter apart. If the volcano erupted, wouldn't Erica, who was still on the mountain, die anyway? Victor didn't speak, but in his heart, he agreed with Leah's words. During that time, Erica climbing the volcano was undoubtedly seeking death. The difference is that under the war magic, only Erica herself, who appeared at the mountaintop, would die. But if the volcano erupted, all the mages and residents at the foot of the mountain would have to die with Erica. He didn't believe the Duke didn't understand this logic. Liao finished speaking and shrugged. Oh, one more thing. The Emperor's decree has already been sent to our doorstep. On the day of the summons, you also need to go to the palace. You came back just in time. If you had come back a day later, you would have missed it. Why? Victor was a bit curious, although he already had a guess in his heart. You want a reason? All right. Before the volcano erupted, who was the only accompanying mage who disappeared without a trace? Just as expected. Victor's expression remained unchanged after getting the answer. Seeing this, Liao didn't ask further. She yawned and walked to the door. Looks like you already have a plan. I'm going to bed then. I'll lock my room door well. Don't sneak into my room in the middle of the night just because we haven't seen each other for a long time. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. Victor. Do I look like the kind of bad guy who likes to knock on girls' doors at night? Thinking carefully, he had actually done this before. Maybe Gwen said something to Liao. Victor didn't pay much attention to this. Compared to this, he was more curious about why the Duke would do such a thing. Suddenly, Vega's voice abruptly sounded. If the volcano had erupted, everyone there would have died, including Duke Levi himself. Only that little girl, only she could have survived. But if the magic array had fallen, she would definitely have died. Victor narrowed his eyes and asked calmly. If I had failed, the volcano would have erupted, and Gildan would have been released. Do you think a second-tier little girl who was also seriously injured could survive under the natural disaster caused by the fire calamity? Vega looked up, gazing at Victor with deep eyes. She can talk to Calamity. Hearing Vega's statement, Victor was slightly stunned. This time it was his turn to be confused. Vega quickly caught Victor's reaction, and was pleased. This is the first time I've seen you so surprised. Vega obviously knew something, because it was certain that Erica wouldn't die. Actually, I'm very curious about what kind of being that Duke had her with. By the way, have you ever seen that little girl's mother? Victor became even more silent. Once in the game's storyline, this Duke's daughter was also an astonishing genius. If nothing went wrong, she would, in 2 years, at 19 years old. After Victor's death, she would enter the ranks of third-tier mages, breaking Victor's genius record and becoming the youngest third-tier mage in Imperial history. It was also because of this that when the Imperial regime changed and the new emperor ascended the throne, Erica Duke Chloe, because of her talent, protected the Duke's family who supported the Crown Prince. For now, Victor could only think of these plot points. But hearing Vega say this, it was indeed the first time he had noticed. For such a fairly well-known NPC, no player had ever seen her mother. There wasn't even a trace in the background story. Was she dead? Or The information Victor could gather was too little, he couldn't guess either. Vega looked quite satisfied seeing him like this. So there were things even Victor didn't know. It opened its beak and chirped. So, what do you plan to do? Tomorrow summons, not only the Duke, but you also have to go. Why not think about how to get through this difficult situation first? No one can help you. Victor looked out the window, the moonlight falling on his cold, handsome face, looking somewhat worried. Those who follow the right path have many helpers, those who don't have few. This is normal. All in all, as a father, Duke Levi is quite remarkable. That's right, he stopped the Great Array, willing to let himself and the mages all perish in the natural disaster, even able to abandon innocent civilians. All to let his daughter survive. Apart from this, the Duke's actions were indeed infuriating. The Emperor won't let the ministers who have followed him for a long time feel disheartened, but he also needs to give everyone an explanation. The worst outcome would be nothing more than stripping him of his title and retiring him from office. And that's if I don't intervene. Hearing Victor's last sentence, Vega let out an interested "Oh? You want to help him?" This is called sending charcoal in snowy weather. In Victor's eyes, a cunning light like that of a merchant flashed. Early in the morning, the capital seemed a bit chaotic, like a baby whimpering after waking up early. One carriage after another lined up in formation, advancing uniformly towards the palace. People opened their shop doors to see carriage after carriage speeding by, kicking up dust as they went. Passers-by retreated to the sides, only able to enter shops to look around casually, avoiding the carriages. What's happening? Not sure, but it looks like something big is going on. Soon, the last to stop in front of the castle gates was an exceptionally luxurious carriage. Duke Levi lightly stepped down from the carriage, looking around. Most of the mages had already arrived, but without exception, all of them were staring at him with hostile gazes. If looks could turn into bullets, Duke Levi would probably have been riddled with holes. Duke Levi's reputation had plummeted to the extreme in mage circles after that volcano incident. There were no rumors, no slander, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. No one came forward to greet the Duke, not even Baron Beck, who had a relatively close relationship with him, could only shake his head helplessly. He stood alone at the entrance, neither humble nor arrogant. After a while, the towering gates of the castle slowly opened, and a strong wind burst out from within, making the clothes of all the mages present flutter loudly. Like a ferocious beast, it seemed to want to devour the pride of everyone present. A knight escorted a noble man with silver-white hair out. The man looked to be under 30, still quite young, dressed magnificently and with an extraordinary bearing. Seeing this face, many recognized him, and all bowed in salute. The Duke, standing at the forefront, faced this man, one of the most noble in the empire, and likewise bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the second prince." The second prince nodded to the Duke, raising his hand to indicate that everyone should rise and not be overly formal. "Since everyone has arrived, please enter first." Early in the morning, the capital seemed a bit chaotic, like a baby whimpering after waking up early. One carriage after another lined up in formation, advancing uniformly towards the palace. People opened their shop doors to see carriage after carriage speeding by, kicking up dust as they went. Passers-by retreated to the sides, only able to enter shops to look around casually, avoiding the carriages. What's happening? Not sure, but it looks like something big is going on. Soon, the last to stop in front of the castle gates was an exceptionally luxurious carriage. Duke Levi lightly stepped down from the carriage, looking around. Most of the mages had already arrived, but without exception, all of them were staring at him with hostile gazes. If looks could turn into bullets, Duke Levi would probably have been riddled with holes. Duke Levi's reputation had plummeted to the extreme in mage circles after that volcano incident. There were no rumors, no slander, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. No one came forward to greet the Duke, not even Baron Beck, who had a relatively close relationship with him, could only shake his head helplessly. He stood alone at the entrance, neither humble nor arrogant. After a while, the towering gates of the castle slowly opened, and a strong wind burst out from within, making the clothes of all the mages present flutter loudly. Like a ferocious beast, it seemed to want to devour the pride of everyone present. A knight escorted a noble man with silver-white hair out. The man looked to be under 30, still quite young, dressed magnificently and with an extraordinary bearing. Seeing this face, many recognized him, and all bowed in salute. The Duke, standing at the forefront, faced this man, one of the most noble in the empire, and likewise bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the second prince." The second prince nodded to the Duke, raising his hand to indicate that everyone should rise and not be overly formal. "Since everyone has arrived, please enter first." After receiving permission, the mages gradually entered. When it came to the Duke's turn, however, he was stopped by the second prince. He smiled at Duke Levi and said, "Duke Levi, shall we chat somewhere else?" Duke Levi looked at the second prince's insincere smile and responded, "Your Highness, I don't want to keep His Majesty waiting." The second prince shook his head and continued to persuade Duke Levi. "Father Emperor is elderly and needs more rest. If you go in now, you'll have to wait for a while anyway. Besides, I really do want to talk with you." The second prince leaned closer to Duke Levi. He covered his mouth with one hand and whispered in his ear, "Perhaps I can help you out of your current predicament." Duke Levi listened to his words expressionlessly, without replying. At this, the second prince relaxed and smiled. The Duke's lack of response naturally meant agreement. He said to Duke Levi, "Duke, please follow me." Under the protection of the knights at his side, the two didn't enter through the main gate, but instead took a side path to a palace. "This is my place, Duke. You can speak freely here." The Duke glanced at the guards beside the second prince. "These guards are naturally our own people." He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring a seat for Duke Levi. The Duke didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly, the two facing each other. Hearing this, the Duke laughed and said, "Your Highness, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to start developing your own confidants so early? His Majesty isn't dead yet." The Duke's inquiry carried a hint of chilling coldness, making the second prince shudder slightly. He put on a helpless expression and smiled in response. "Duke, I don't want to die inexplicably at some point. Sitting in my position, whether to compete or not isn't something I can decide on my own." The Duke fell silent, not replying. The atmosphere between the two suddenly dropped to freezing point, both silent. The second prince was the first to break the deadlock. "Let's not talk about that. Duke, the current situation is unfavorable to you. There are too many people impeaching you. Father Emperor might not be able to withstand the pressure. To be frank, this is what I wanted to discuss with you." Before Duke Levi could respond, the second prince picked up a teacup, took a sip, and continued. "I hear the Duke's daughter will come of age in a year." Hearing this, the Duke slowly raised his head, his eyes somewhat cold, with a hint of mockery. "So what?" The second prince put down his teacup, looked at the surrounding guards, and smiled elegantly. "Duke, you really want me to speak plainly. If I were to be betrothed to your daughter, the Duke would have a kinship with the royal family. Then, Father Emperor would naturally have reason to protect you." Crack! Before the second prince could finish speaking, the teacup in his hand suddenly shattered. The knights panicked, drawing their swords and pointing them at Duke Levi. The second prince wasn't afraid but clapped his hands, brushing off the fragments, and quietly looked at Duke Levi, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. "Duke, this is the palace. You wouldn't want your daughter to lose all her prospects because of your rashness, would you?" Duke Levi stood up, the powerful magical pressure dissipating instantly as he rose. The smile in the second prince's eyes faltered slightly, inwardly marveling. What precise control of magical power! Suddenly, Duke Levi spoke up. "Your Highness, how old are you this year?" 29, why? "For your daughter, my age is quite suitable." "Is that so?" 29, huh? Duke Levi muttered this number, as if comparing something. Soon, he suddenly asked. "Your Highness, I've watched you grow up. But in these 20-odd years, have you made any progress?" The cold words pierced the second prince's heart like daggers. He suddenly felt vexed, his head feeling as if pressed by a huge stone, his smile freezing on his face. "Indeed, you're very clever, knowing how to utilize surrounding resources, and understanding how to gauge people's hearts. But you're not strong. The resources you can utilize are merely reflected in your bloodline advantage." Duke Levi didn't say it explicitly, but the second prince understood. The implication was that he was relying on his father's protection. Without this blood relation, you would be nothing. The second prince's smile slowly disappeared, replaced by a cold and mocking expression. "So what? I'm a prince. Besides me, is there anyone more suitable, more excellent?" Suddenly, he froze, because he thought of someone. There really was. Duke Levi also smiled and looked at him, his eyes carrying obvious contempt. I suggest you say that to the head of the Kravina family in person. The second prince slammed the table and stood up, waving his hand and shouting. He's just a viscount. And he's already dead. Do you understand? He's dead. The second prince became more and more agitated as he spoke, finally almost wanting to grab Duke Levi's collar fiercely, pointing at his nose to tell him the truth harshly. But he didn't do so. As the second prince, he had to maintain proper etiquette. Even if he wasn't calm, he couldn't act like a beast. This was the last dignity of being a member of the royal family. He took a deep breath, then said to Duke Levi. He has disappeared forever in that volcano. This is something everyone knows. Dead? Duke Levi laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, shaking his head and looking at him with pity in his eyes. In my eyes, your arrogance doesn't match half of his excellence. Having said this, Duke Levi walked out the door without looking back. The second prince's face darkened. He smoothed his silver hair, took a deep breath, and adjusted his emotions. Let's go, we'll also go to the Great Hall. I look forward to seeing if he can remain so calm when everyone is pointing at him. The palace was already full of people, with knights in heavy armor holding long swords, guarding the surrounding order. Gwen stood near the throne. As the captain of the royal knights, the person she needed to protect was the emperor. Kneeling at the forefront was Duke Levi. Seeing the duke, Gwen's expression was somewhat complex. She certainly knew the experience this high-ranking minister had today. It definitely couldn't be called good. But it had to be said, he really loved his daughter. Gwen quickly averted her gaze, scanning among the mages. He hadn't come. She couldn't find Victor's figure anywhere. He hasn't returned. For some reason, her heart felt a bit heavy. Perhaps because Victor was someone she had been familiar with since childhood. Suddenly, amidst the announcement of the eunuchs, the emperor, surrounded by his entourage, sat on the throne. Aubrey Sol, the 8th emperor of the Carinthia Empire. He looked very old, with a full head of white hair. Although this emperor was only 60 years old, not much older than Duke Levi. Seeing the emperor, all the mages knelt on one knee, showing their highest respect to the emperor. Emperor Aubrey waved his hand, allowing everyone to stand up. Only Duke Levi didn't move, still kneeling in place. The aged king looked at Duke Levi, closed his eyes, and sighed. Quietly looking at him, he asked. Levi, did you stop the magic array when the volcano was about to erupt? Yes. Duke Levi answered without any hesitation. The emperor asked again, Levi, they say you wanted to kill all the mages, including the residents at the foot of the mountain, to accompany your daughter in death. Do you have any explanation for this? Your Majesty, I have no explanation. The emperor silently looked at him, sighing heavily. Ah. He looked at Levi, his gaze full of reluctance. Once, they were the best of friends, comrades. And now, Levi still looked so young, while he had already stepped into the journey of life and death. He had wanted to protect his old companions who had been with him for so long in his last few years. But Levi's actions had affected the credibility of the royal family. If he didn't punish him severely, it would only dishearten others. Levi, understand me, forgive me. He closed his eyes, preparing to make the final judgment on Levi. Suddenly, all the knights outside the door drew their swords. A towering flame vortex rose from outside the hall out of thin air, attracting everyone's attention. The intense heat wave made them unable to open their eyes. After the heat wave dissipated, the mages present slowly opened their eyes. A figure appeared from the light. Gwen stared at that spot, a glint flashing in her eyes. Victor. Victor appeared before everyone, his red-striped trench coat moving with the heat wave. He looked towards the emperor, not kneeling, merely bowing in salute. My apologies, Your Majesty. I'm late. Victor appeared amidst the astonishment of everyone, his deep red coat adding an extra layer of danger to his presence. Your Majesty, Victor Kravina has arrived, the eunuch reminded Emperor Aubrey Sol. The surrounding mages exchanged glances, asking each other. Victor Kravina? The head of the Kravina family? Wasn't Victor supposed to have died inside the volcano while trying to trigger an eruption? He's not dead, but actually came back? Suddenly, one mage spoke up, addressing Victor directly. Victor! You criminal! How dare you come to the palace to see His Majesty? Hearing this, Victor replied coldly, Criminal? What crime have I committed? He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. His cold eyes pierced into the mage's heart like an ice spear, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. However, soon after, a surge of burning hatred spread throughout his body. As if transported there, the next second, he found himself at the bottom of Mount Vesuvius. The intense heat made him start to gasp for air. Was that magic? How could someone cultivate such a terrifying sense of magical pressure? Suddenly, Victor withdrew his gaze and turned back to the king. Huh. Huff. The mage clutched his neck, breathing heavily, desperately craving the mild air. Revenge, that was Victor's revenge. His heart was in chaos, drenched in cold sweat. Even so, he felt compelled to stand up and question Victor here. You nearly caused a volcanic eruption, you criminal. Even if you didn't die, you've committed the grave sin of fleeing from justice. How dare you return? Heh. Victor sneered contemptuously, not sparing him another glance. I came at the Emperor's summons, yet you repeatedly question why I dare to return? Are you saying you have more authority than His Majesty? The mage hurriedly shut his mouth. Some things required him to be the instigator, but this was not something he dared to respond to. However, his purpose had been achieved. Some things, others would say for him. The other mages quickly picked up the thread, their words filled with hostility towards Victor. Your Majesty, the head of the Kravina family is simply talking nonsense. He doesn't mention his crimes at all, and even slanders us and Your Majesty. We implore Your Majesty to pass judgment. Emperor Aubrey Sol waved his hand, and the surrounding eunuchs immediately called out. Silence. In the hall, everyone obediently closed their mouths. But they still glared at Victor with hatred in their eyes, wishing they could flay him alive and drink his blood. There was no help for it, he was Victor Kravina after all. He was naturally the target of resentment. The second prince, standing among the crowd, shook his head. It was a pity that Victor hadn't been driven into a corner. But, he hadn't died in the volcano after all. The second prince still remembered the descriptions from the many mages at that time. An astonishing energy had burst from the volcano's mouth, instantly suppressing the trend of eruption. If Victor had truly been inside the volcano at that time, attempting to cause an eruption, there was no possibility he could have survived under that energy. TSK, what a pity. The emperor extended his hand, beckoning to Victor, and the eunuch beside him immediately called out in the great hall. Victor Kravina. Step forward to hear your judgment. Victor walked to the closest position to His Majesty, waiting to be questioned. The emperor opened his eyes, staring at Victor, and asked, Did you trigger the eruption of Mount Vesuvius? Hearing this question, everyone present couldn't help but crane their necks, curious about how Victor would answer. Or rather, what they hoped for more was Victor's sophistry. Gwen was equally curious, but she hoped more that Victor could tell the truth. The truth that this matter had nothing to do with him. Gwen's position by the Emperor's side was not merely as His Majesty's guard. Her role was crucial. With her heart of justice, she could easily discern truth from lies. So, when the Emperor questioned Victor, Gwen's gaze remained fixed on him. Her heart of justice had already been activated. The volcano's anomaly was indeed caused by me. Hiss. Victor admitted frankly. Hearing this truth, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Gwen's heart also skipped a beat. She couldn't believe this was true, but her heart of justice told her the reality. Victor is not lying, Gwen spoke up, pronouncing judgment on Victor's truthfulness. This statement almost ignited the emotions of everyone present. They were like volcanoes suddenly erupting from silence, pointing at Victor and beginning to unleash a torrent of abuse. Bastard! Do you know what you've done? You're the culprit who nearly killed everyone. A volcanic eruption, a disaster of this magnitude, do you know how great your responsibility is? In Gwen's heart, there was also an unbearable emotion. Victor had become the culprit who nearly caused a volcanic eruption, and she was the one who found it hardest to accept. Gwen felt incredibly guilty. If a natural disaster had occurred, she would have been the greatest sinner. She hadn't refused to accompany Victor, and in the end, it had nearly caused a catastrophe. But, the person who stopped the volcanic eruption was also me. Suddenly, Gwen raised her head, a flash of obvious shock passing through her eyes. Victor is not lying. Duke Levi, who had been kneeling expressionlessly on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Just as Victor had aroused everyone's anger, his next sentence suppressed everyone's mouths once again. Accompanied by the judgment of Gwen's heart of justice, this sentence was like 1,000-year-old ice sealing off a volcano, plunging everyone present back into boundless silence. All the mages present had clearly witnessed that scene. At the moment when the volcano was about to erupt, that shocking white light had shot into the sky, mercilessly suppressing the volcano. That was definitely not a power that humans could possess. And now, Victor actually said that he had stopped the volcanic eruption. Even the volcano's mother wouldn't dare to think such a thing. But, Gwen actually said that Victor wasn't lying. Aubrey looked at everyone's reactions, then turned back to Victor and asked. Victor, what was your reason for doing this? Victor knew that if he lied, Gwen would detect it. He didn't want to think too much, so he simply decided to tell the truth about the volcano. Sincerity was the ultimate killer move. Your Majesty, beneath the volcano, a terrifying magical beast named Gildan was sealed. If this magical beast isn't dealt with now, in a year and a half, it will break through the seal, causing the volcano to erupt completely. At that time, the scale of the natural disaster would be enough to swallow heaven and earth. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, staring at Victor and asking. So, you dealt with that magical beast? Victor placed his hand on his chest, bowing slightly. I was fortunate enough not to disappoint. At this moment, even without Gwen standing up to confirm his truthfulness, the mages all became anxious. Your Majesty. Don't believe Victor's lies. This must be a fabrication to shirk responsibility. Pure fabrication. How could there possibly be a magical beast under the volcano? Even if there were, how could such a powerful creature be dealt with by Victor alone? We all saw the magic at that time. That kind of magical energy is simply not something humans can possess. At least, not something a third-tier mage like Victor could achieve. The surrounding mages once again aimed their spearheads at Victor. In our opinion, Victor is lying. Only a few third-tier mages remained silent, including Baron Beck. He looked down at the few mages he was friendly with around him, and similarly, they were also looking at Beck at the same time. They simultaneously recalled the mad old woman in Sanchel Town. The legend of the volcano god is true. The king turned his head to look at Gwen, and Gwen nodded, indicating that Victor was not lying. Knight Commander Gwen, if I remember correctly, you have an engagement with Victor, right? The second prince said as he walked out from the crowd. Gwen heard his question, paused for a moment, then nodded. Even when investigating the volcano, Miss Gwen requested Victor as the accompanying mage. And Victor disappeared for 7 or 8 days. Do you really not know what he did? The second prince spoke with a smile on his face, but his words were clearly intended to strike at the heart. At this, many mages reacted. Gwen also didn't back down, staring firmly at the second prince, saying, Your Highness, are you questioning me? Hearing this, the second prince smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Please understand, this is a reasonable doubt. The emperor spoke up at this point, saying, Gwen's heart of justice has never been wrong. The second prince bowed to the emperor. Father, please allow me to speak frankly. The heart of justice can indeed discern truth from falsehood in others' words. But who can discern the truth and falsehood in Gwen's words? The other mages' eyes lit up when they heard this. That's right. Gwen is Victor's fiancée. We almost got deceived by this cunning couple. The second prince makes sense. How can we discern the truth in Gwen's words? The mages were overjoyed. If it weren't for the second prince suddenly appearing to save the situation, they would have almost been outmaneuvered by Victor and his wife against the odds. Indeed, the second prince was brilliantly clever. Gwen opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but faced with the questioning of the surrounding mages, she was so flustered that she couldn't say a word, and her eyes even reddened with anger. As a knight, she could protect the country and fight enemies. But when it came to verbal sparring, she could never match these eloquent mages in her lifetime. Then, Your Highness, are you questioning my abilities? At this moment, Victor spoke up. He didn't turn back to look at the second prince, and none of the mages behind him could see his expression at this time. The second prince narrowed his eyes and smiled, with a composed demeanor. Lord Victor, I think everyone present is aware of your talent. But for you to fabricate a so-called magical beast to hide your actions. Lord Victor, you are but a third-tier mage after all. Isn't it a bit thoughtless to make such boasts? His words resonated deeply. With so many third-tier mages present, no one would believe that Victor alone had stopped the volcanic eruption. They couldn't do it, so Victor, also a third-tier mage, couldn't possibly do it either. Because the pride of these mages wouldn't allow Victor to be stronger than themselves who were at the same level. So they wouldn't believe it. But at this moment, Victor, who had been standing still, suddenly disappeared. Everyone widened their eyes, trying to find Victor's whereabouts. Instead, a ball of flame rose into the air. Where did Victor go? In an instant, countless intricate magic arrays formed above the second prince's head, rotating ceaselessly. There were so many that none of the mages present could clearly see a single pattern. What kind of formation is this? The patterns are so chaotic, no. The patterns are too complex, it's impossible to comprehend. What's going on here? All the mages present were shocked. They wanted to stop it, to see through it, but the temperature in the room suddenly rose sharply. At this moment, they couldn't even calm down enough to release their magic power. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Quick, look. Is that Victor? A mage pointed at the sky in terror. They saw Victor's figure bathed in flames, gradually forming a fiery magical image that touched the ceiling, burning like the sun, dazzlingly bright. The intense heat caused the walls around the hall to start burning, and even the floor of the great hall began to crack due to the high temperature. His eyes coldly stared at the second prince, the pressure from above making the second prince not dare to even breathe. You say my power is insufficient? Out of nowhere, a flame ignited on the second prince's clothes. Smoke gradually rose, but under the intense heat, he couldn't even feel that he was burning in the flames. Gwen stood in front of the king, using her enchanted armor to block the scorching light emitted by Victor. Then let's let power speak for itself. Hum, hum, hum. Countless magic arrays rang out with complex sounds, drowning out the confused voices of everyone present, gradually merging. Suddenly, a mage looked at the sky in terror and shouted at the top of his lungs. That is, fourth-tier magic. That is, fourth-tier magic. The old mage pointed at Victor floating in the air, uttering these words in terror. Instantly, the great hall fell silent. Fourth-tier magic. Has Victor already become a fourth-tier mage? Impossible. None of the mages present dared to believe this moment. Baron Beck rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the red sun was still in the sky. This is not an illusion. If Victor alone had stopped the volcanic eruption, it would have only affected their mindset. But now, Victor being able to use fourth-tier magic made them feel desperate. In the long history of the Empire, no one had ever achieved such an accomplishment. 29 years old, a fourth-tier mage. The richness of this magical energy and the astonishing magical strength forced them to believe. Victor had become a fourth-tier mage, this had become reality. The second prince narrowed his eyes, looking up at Victor in the sky. That posture, like a fire demon, seemed as if it would completely devour him the next second. The terrifying temperature was still rising rapidly. Before him was an already prepared grand magic array. If Victor just moved his finger, all the mages present and the second prince would be burned to ashes. Such powerful aura was definitely not something third-tier magic could possess. Suddenly, the second prince smiled with relief. He reached out and extinguished the flame on his body. Then he bowed towards Victor. I believe you now. I'm sorry, Mr. Victor, for doubting you both. I hope you and Knight Commander Gwen can understand that in this situation, all doubts were quite reasonable. The temperature in the great hall suddenly dropped. Victor withdrew his magic array and landed back on the ground, his body's flames transforming back into a coat. His effortless control of magic further shocked all the mages. At this moment, Victor's strength was recognized by everyone. Even the Emperor gave him an appreciative look. Many mages seemed to realize something, and the clever ones quickly apologized to Victor with smiles. Mr. Victor is truly incredibly talented. A fourth-tier mage at 29, I'm afraid it's unparalleled even outside the Empire. The Empire's holy mages, until now, are only those few, right? With this, our Empire has gained another holy mage, our national strength is flourishing. The mages who had just been questioning quickly changed their tune, all flattering Victor. Only some proud old images remained, looking at Victor without a word. These people, without exception, had stagnated at the third-tier mage stage for decades. Meeting at the peak. Only to find out they were at the foot of the mountain. Even if Duke Levi had reached the 4th tier, they wouldn't be jealous, only offering sincere congratulations. But who was Victor? The infamous genius mage. To think that the person they resented had surpassed them first, becoming a holy mage. These old mages were so angry they could almost grind their back teeth to dust. How infuriating. Gwen also watched this unfavorable situation suddenly reverse before Victor, blinking her eyes. How did he suddenly become so strong? She wanted to go forward and ask Victor properly. But now was not the time. With the second prince's concession, the outcome of this court session was basically settled. After 9 years, Victor once again made everyone in the world aware of his genius reputation. "Oh Wiser, you may leave," the emperor waved his hand, calling the second prince by his real name, indicating for him to leave. The second prince glanced at Victor one last time, turned and bowed. "Yes, father." He swished his robe and left the hall. "Victor." The emperor beckoned to Victor, "Let me have a good look at the appearance of the empire's youngest holy mage." Victor stepped forward, confidently meeting the king's gaze. Even though standing before the emperor was a powerful 4th-tier mage, the emperor's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Victor bowed respectfully. "Excuse my rudeness, your majesty." "It's fine." The emperor spoke, asking, "You just said you defeated a magical beast, so does that mean the volcano won't erupt?" Hearing the emperor's words, Victor shook his head and explained. "I couldn't kill that magical beast, I could only defeat it and reseal it inside the volcano. At least for a certain period, the volcano won't erupt again. Of course, if it breaks through the seal again, I will still defeat it." The emperor nodded, a joyful expression appearing on his face. "Good. You've dealt with a huge hidden danger for the empire, I must reward you well. Tell me, what do you want? Status? Power? Or wealth?" Now that Victor was a 4th-tier mage, such a powerful mage shouldn't just be a viscount. He should rightfully have a higher status. But Victor shook his head and said, "I haven't thought it through yet, so I hope your majesty can let me reserve this reward." The emperor nodded, agreeing to his request. The more he looked at Victor, the more he admired him, blurting out, "You're even more outstanding than your father." Victor was indifferent. His father had long since died, and even if he were still alive, that wasn't his real father anyway. Victor lowered his head and saw Duke Levi kneeling on the ground. He was still kneeling there, head bowed, like a criminal awaiting judgment. Just like at the beginning. Victor said, "Your Majesty, there's one more thing. I want to speak up for Duke Levi." The Duke suddenly raised his head, looking at Victor in disbelief. The Emperor also let out an interesting "Oh?" "Victor, say what you want to say." After getting permission, Victor nodded and said, "In this matter, Duke Levi was also aware. The Duke and I had already agreed I would fight the magical beast inside the volcano, while Duke Levi would lead the magic array outside. If I failed, Duke Levi would then release war magic to suppress the magical beast." The Emperor raised his head, giving him an approving look. "So, you succeeded." This statement was not only answering Victor but also speaking to all the mages present. But there were still mages who hadn't discerned the situation, shouting from the crowd. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have no relation to the Duke? There's no way you could have communicated." Victor turned his head and looked at him contemptuously, saying coldly, "Erica Ducloyer is my proudest student. Do you have any more questions?" The mage was immediately speechless. At this moment, everyone realized that Victor had another identity, that of the youngest professor at the Royal Magic Academy. Victor's plan was watertight, flawless, everything had been woven together long ago. No, there was still a turning point. The mages who still wanted to step on the Duke looked expectantly at Gwen. But they were disappointed because they heard an icy sentence from Gwen's mouth. "Your Majesty, Victor is not lying." The Emperor smiled. He sat spiritedly on the throne and announced the final judgment. "Levi, not guilty." Victor walked out of the palace expressionlessly, during which no mage dared to disturb him. A black crow was perched on the railing at the entrance, waiting for him. Victor went up and stroked the crow's head. "Victor Kravina." Duke Levi came out and called Victor's name at first sight. Victor heard someone call his name and turned around to return a look to Duke Levi. Duke Levi was usually kind to people, but at this moment, even facing Victor who had helped him, he seemed somewhat cold. "State your purpose." Victor's hand stroking the bird's head paused. He placed Vega on his shoulder and faced this old father who somewhat resembled Erica. What purpose does the Duke hope I have? Levi looked at Victor's eyes, somewhat dangerously. Victor sighed and said, Duke, being overly protective of your daughter isn't a good thing either. Rest assured, I already have a fiancé. Duke Levi thought of that knight who dared to lie in front of all the mages and the emperor. He himself hadn't expected that the powerful knight renowned for justice would actually lie for Victor. The outside world often said their relationship was terrible, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. He relaxed a little. However, since you put it that way, Duke. As he was pondering, Victor's voice suddenly sounded. The Duke looked at Victor, only feeling that in his eyes, there seemed to be some calculation. It seems inappropriate if I don't do something about Erica. Duke Levi glared at Victor and left without a word. As for Victor, he never intended to explain anything from the beginning. Helping Duke Levi was merely a convenient act. Although he indeed needed the Duke's family's power to do something, there was no need to tell Duke Levi about it. Victor had a better candidate in mind. He waited for a while at the city gate and soon saw Gwen running towards him. Gwen was in such a hurry, as if she was chasing someone. She only stopped when she saw Victor. I've been waiting for you, he said to Gwen, as if he knew she would come looking for him. But Gwen didn't have a pleasant expression for Victor. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Victor noticed many mages who hadn't left yet were looking in their direction. We'll talk later. Victor hinted to Gwen that they were in a crowded place, and it would be better to tell her some things in private. Gwen received his hint and nodded. Get in my carriage. All right. Gwen agreed without much thought. They walked side by side to the carriage, and Victor extended a hand towards Gwen. Gwen didn't understand the gesture and hesitated for a moment. Seeing her reaction, Victor shook his head and explained, when inviting a lady, this is a necessary basic etiquette. Troublesome etiquette, Gwen complained, not even noticing the strange looks from those around them, and placed her hand on Victor's. Under Victor's guidance, they both got into the carriage. The door closed, and the carriage quickly drove away. Victor looked out the window, satisfied with the various complex expressions on people's faces. Then, he drew the curtains. Surely, after this meeting, tomorrow's public opinion will have a new direction. He turned his head to look at Gwen again. Gwen, however, was the first to take out a bag from her waist. This is what you wanted. She handed the bag to Victor, who was a bit confused but still accepted it. Opening it, he saw various red crystals of different shapes inside. He suddenly remembered the reason he had mentioned to Gwen before. Victor was surprised, not expecting Gwen to remember such things. He did indeed need these to make some special magical items, but it was just a side task. When leaving the volcano, he felt a bit regretful for not collecting some, but it didn't matter anymore. Unexpectedly, Gwen had collected some for him. A warm feeling rose in Victor's heart, but he wasn't the sentimental type. He put the bag into his player inventory. Thank you. Gwen looked at Victor with some amusement, her tone slightly mocking. I didn't expect you to actually say thank you. Now, it's time for your explanation. Victor nodded and said. I've already explained everything in front of the Emperor. You were there, you should know if I was telling the truth. Gwen suddenly spoke to him coldly. You should understand, that's not what I want to ask about. She had grown up with Victor since childhood. If Victor was said to be kind-hearted enough to want to stop the volcanic eruption, to save everyone, Gwen would absolutely not believe it. Victor had shown his cold-blooded side since childhood. If necessary trade-offs were to be made, even if it meant sacrificing a town full of people, he would choose to gain his own benefits. What was your purpose in triggering the volcanic eruption? Purpose, huh? Victor thought for a moment. Why did he decide to follow when he heard the news of Gwen going to the volcano? He could have gone there alone later. Without the Night Corps following, perhaps Victor could have done everything more discreetly. By the time the royal capital discovered it, everything would have been over. It wouldn't have caused such a commotion, even dragging all the third-tier mages in the royal capital into this muddy water. But perhaps it was because of you. Because of me? Gwen was suddenly stunned, even her heart of justice trembled a bit. Under the surveillance of her heart of justice, Gwen could see that Victor was clearly not lying. Which means, he really had such thoughts. Wait, if it's because of me. He went to the volcano crater alone, just to challenge the magical beast in the volcano. And it turned out to be for her? Gwen couldn't quite understand. Did Victor think she would encounter some danger? That Victor, he actually thought like this. Gwen placed one hand on her chest, clearly feeling her heart rate accelerate. Even if she was slow with emotions, she had some guesses in her heart. Could it be that Victor liked her? How else could all this be explained? Hearing that she was going to such a dangerous place as the volcano, he came running in the middle of the night just to go with her. Staying in the same room together, and fulfilling so many of her unreasonable requests. To prevent danger on the volcano, he went ahead alone to subdue the magical beast under the volcano. This. Gwen's rationality told her that she shouldn't think like this. Victor couldn't possibly like her. He was such a selfish person after all. But her heart of justice never made mistakes. If he really likes me, what should I do? Gwen's heart was a bit confused. As for Victor, he was still thinking. It really was because of her. On one hand, Victor genuinely wanted to fight with the furnace beast, to test himself and see how long it would take to defeat it. On the other hand, Gwen going on a mission, leaving the royal capital for a long time, was a very dangerous thing for him. If Gwen was still within the royal capital, he could still understand Gwen's movements through Leah. But if Gwen went to the volcano, who could imagine what kind of opportunities she might encounter? Victor made a bold guess. What if Gwen suddenly fell off a cliff, woke up the sleeping furnace beast, and ended up fighting with the lava beast, gaining some of its power? This wasn't impossible. Since Gwen in the game survived until the end, then without his influence, Gwen's mission this time would absolutely not go wrong. To avoid his own death ending, he needed to suppress Gwen as much as possible. At least keep Gwen acting under his watch, so he could feel at ease. So saying it was because of Gwen that Victor chose to insist on going to the volcano with her, defeating Gildan in advance, wasn't just a casual remark. The two had different thoughts. Victor didn't know what Gwen was thinking, but this explanation should be convincing to Gwen. After all, he really thought so. Do you have anything else you want to ask? No, wait, where have you been these past few days? Gwen suddenly asked. This was what she wanted to know the most. During these days when Victor was missing, almost everyone believed that Victor had fled due to guilt, and worse rumors spread that he had already died in the volcano. During his disappearance, the Kravina family's situation was equally bad. Their business was attacked by competitors, and their mansion was blocked by many people every day, throwing various things into the courtyard. One can imagine how much people hated Victor, to the extent that even after his death, there were still a bunch of people coming for revenge. It was hard for Leah to hold on alone for so long. I was injured and found a place to recover, Victor explained. Strictly speaking, this statement wasn't a lie either. The 3-day and 3-night battle with Gildan did indeed leave him wounded. Although the injuries weren't severe, it was indeed a reasonable excuse for recovery. Moreover, after the battle ended, he really was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. As long as it matched the truth, Gwen's heart of justice wouldn't judge it as a lie. Was that magical beast that strong? Gwen couldn't imagine that with Victor's strength, he would be so severely injured. Needing so many days to recover, obviously that beast was incredibly powerful. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what the old woman in Sanchal town had said. A volcano god was sealed within the volcano. Such legendary stories couldn't necessarily serve as evidence, but since that thing could be called a god, its strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Victor closed his eyes, using magic to create a visual scene for Gwen. Red magical energy began to swirl around Gwen. Gwen felt the surrounding scenery changing rapidly, and the sky suddenly darkened. It was very strong. He synchronized his feelings to Gwen. The temperature in the carriage suddenly rose, and at this moment, Gwen seemed to see that magical beast as if she were there herself. Flames raged to the sky, as if a demon god had descended. Victor dispersed the magic, and Gwen was a bit dazed. Victor had actually defeated such a thing, for her. I have no more questions. Gwen was speechless. Then, I'll send you home. Victor activated a spell. Now, first-tier magic in his hands was as simple as sprinkling water. A strand of green magical energy flew from his fingertips and wrapped around the wheels. The carriage turned in a new direction, heading towards Gwen's home. This was the advantage of being a mage. Sitting in the carriage, they didn't even need a coachman to drive. Afterwards, they were silent. They soon arrived at Gwen's mansion, and Victor watched as Gwen got off the carriage. By the way, Victor called out to Gwen before leaving. "Thank you for covering for me in front of His Majesty." Gwen turned back, about to say something. But the carriage had already turned and left. She watched Victor leave in a daze, standing at the door, her feelings complicated. The maids, seeing Gwen alighting from the Cravina family's carriage, were a bit surprised and started whispering. Didn't the young lady hate Victor the most? This time she actually came back in Victor's carriage? Could it be? They got more and more excited as they talked, even blushing when they reached the crucial point. They completely failed to notice the footsteps coming from behind. "What are you all chatting about? If there's something good, why not chat with me?" The maids turned around to see a smiling woman walking out of the house, and they quickly lowered their heads. "We're sorry, young mistress." The woman came out still wearing that smile and said, Don't slack off during work hours." "Alright, I'm going to welcome my sister whom I haven't seen in a long time." Gwen walked through the main gate with her head down, looking anxious and unsure. Lost in thought, she bumped into a soft body. Gwen paused for a moment, then looked up. "Sis. Sister. Long time no see, little Gwen." The smiling woman in front of her was her elder sister, Kevla Dellen. She was a different kind of beauty from Gwen, with light purple long hair, delicate features, red lips and white teeth. Her eyes sparkled, and every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. She was as graceful and noble as a violet. Gwen's impression of her elder sister was still stuck in the past. Back then, Kevla's hair was the same silver white as hers. Did she dye her hair? Gwen wondered curiously. But undeniably, having stayed with the family for so many years, the relationship between the sisters was very close. Even after not seeing each other for a long time, Gwen couldn't hide her delight. Her face beamed with a smile, her demeanor completely different from moments ago. "Seeing your sister, don't you want to give me a hug?" Kevla said with a smile, extending her arms. Like the bright moon at night, anyone who saw her would feel drawn to her. Gwen nodded with a blush and gave her sister a big hug. At this moment, Kevla, still smiling, asked, "I just heard from the servants that you came back in someone else's carriage. Who was that?" "Sis. Sister." Gwen stomped her foot, looking annoyed. Seeing her like this, Kevla nodded as if she knew everything. You don't need to tell me, I already know." "That was Victor, right?" Gwen lowered her head, not saying a word. Her mind was in a bit of a muddle. She had just understood Victor's feelings, and now her sister, whom she hadn't seen in years, suddenly appeared to tease her. What was going on today? Come to think of it, I haven't seen Victor in a long time either. I wonder if he's still that arrogant. Should we find some time to pay him a visit? As Kevla used to herself, Gwen turned her head, curious, and asked, "Sister, why did you come to the capital?" "Oh? Of course, it's because I missed my adorable little sister." Kevla pulled Gwen into her arms and ruffled her hair. Gwen pushed her away, a bit annoyed. "You know I can tell the truth from lies." "Well, I guess I can't fool you after all. Using your ability on family, how heartless. Little Gwen has learned some bad habits." Kevla stuck out her tongue, then became serious. "Although I was planning to come to the capital anyway, I heard from a friend that something happened here recently, so I came earlier." "Are you all right?" Gwen shook her head and said. Those most affected were mainly Duke Levi and Victor. Kevla tilted her head, a clear look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Why would Victor be involved with Duke Levi?" Gwen chose her words carefully and told Kevla about everything that had happened recently. What? A volcano almost erupted? And there was a volcano god hidden under the mountain? That monster was actually defeated by Victor? Damn, if I didn't have family matters to attend to, I would have loved to be part of such an exciting event. Next time, you must call me if something like this happens. Listening to Gwen's account, Kevla's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, clearly disappointed about not being involved in this incident. Gwen saw this and felt a bit helpless. "Sister, how could something like that happen again? Even if it did, I wouldn't want to experience it again." Kevla spoke in a mature tone, seriously educating her. "You don't understand, Gwen. This is a rare adventure. Although the risks are high, it also comes with opportunities. Hearing Kevla's words, Gwen was slightly stunned, suddenly remembering Victor's powerful performance and strong abilities in the palace today. Opportunities? Yes, opportunities. Kevla crossed her arms and nodded seriously, saying, if you want to become stronger, relying solely on training, I can't say it's unrealistic, but slow progress can easily discourage people. I'm not worried about you giving up though. Kevla said something more, but Gwen wasn't listening anymore. Could it be that Victor suddenly became so strong because he also gained some rare opportunity? Lost in thought, Kevla's voice reached her ears. So, the Duke stopped the war magic for his daughter's sake. Maybe I should thank him. Gwen was a bit confused. From the Empire's perspective, if the volcano had erupted, the damage would have been unimaginable. This was only under the premise that Victor succeeded, but what if he had failed? Shouldn't her sister be thinking about the family's interests and the capital's benefits? Kevla saw through Gwen's thoughts, sighed, and lightly hit Gwen's head with her fist. Gwen winced in pain, holding her head as a few unwilling tears escaped. Sis, don't you know your own strength? Sorry, your sister just couldn't help it. Kevla then affectionately rubbed Gwen's head to comfort her. But think about it, you were also on the mountain at that time. If the Duke had released the war magic, how would I face your grave afterwards? Gwen was stunned, she had never thought about this question. At that time, not only was Erica on the mountaintop. She, who had gone to chase Erica, was also there. Just as Kevla said. Fortunately, the magic array was led by the Duke, and he stopped the war magic. If the magic had been released, she wouldn't have been able to escape unharmed either. At this moment, Gwen thought of Victor's words again. He had defeated the volcano god for her sake. Even when she didn't know about the situation herself. Victor really saved me. Gwen's heart became increasingly confused, and she began to lose track of her own feelings, her expression growing more complex. What's wrong? Thinking about something? Kevla looked at Gwen with a smile, her gaze sweeping back and forth over Gwen's head. She shouldn't have used too much force, right? She shouldn't be injured. Gwen shook her head. Since she had accepted someone's kindness, there was no reason not to repay it. Having figured everything out, she wasn't as conflicted anymore. Kevla nodded with a smile, then suddenly said as if she had thought of something. Since little Gwen hasn't taken off her armor yet, do you want to spar with your sister for a bit? We haven't crossed swords in so many years. Gwen looked at Kevla with surprise, some doubt, and a bit of reluctance. Sister? You? Before she could say anything more, Kevla grabbed Gwen's hand and headed towards the training ground. Come on. Let's go to the training ground. Don't we need to wear protective gear? No need. Huff. Gwen knelt on one knee, barely supporting herself with a sword to avoid collapsing completely. She was drenched in sweat, her stamina almost exhausted. In contrast, Kevla is on the opposite side. She held only a standard knight's sword and wore no protective gear at all. Yet, she looked completely relaxed, as if she hadn't exerted herself at all. Kevla stretched lazily, sheathed the knight's sword, and hung it back on the wall. It's been so long since I've had such a good workout. That felt great. Gwen struggled to stand up and suddenly asked. Sister, why did you choose to give up the path of a knight? Kevla turned her head, one hand on her chin, as if thinking carefully. I suppose it was out of necessity. After all, the family needed my talents. Gwen's heart sank. Her sister, Kevla Dellen. As the eldest daughter of the family, she was gifted and powerful. Even 10 years ago, she already possessed strength comparable to the captain of the Royal Knights. However, her sister gave up martial arts. She started anew with politics as her goal, constantly learning social skills and navigating the political world. This was also a kind of helplessness. As the Dellen family, with significant influence in the Empire's military affairs, they needed a leader who could stand firm in the political arena and guide the family to avoid crises. Even though their father had disciples all over the world, there were still people who saw the Dellen family as a thorn in their side. And Kevla was cheerful, emotionally intelligent, and socially adept, a beautiful woman loved by all. She was practically the opposite example of Victor. So, Kevla Dellen put down her beloved weapons and became a sacrifice for the family's sake. Beneath her cheerful exterior, perhaps she hid unspeakable pain. But something's not quite right, little Gwen. Suddenly, her sister's voice pulled Gwen back from her thoughts. She blinked, somewhat confused. Kevla looked at her and said with concern. To be honest, one of the reasons I came to the capital this time was because I was curious about your strength. You don't seem to have made much progress at all. Hearing her sister say this, Gwen gripped her sword tightly. She indeed couldn't defeat her elder sister, even though her sister had given up the path of knighthood many years ago. But if someone said her strength hadn't improved in recent years, she couldn't accept that. Kevla suddenly said. This won't do, little Gwen. If this continues, Father might very well call you back home for intensive training. What should we do? Pretending to look troubled, Kevla's eyes darted around, constantly observing Gwen's expression. I've got it. Gwen looked up at Kevla. Kevla, as if she had thought of a perfect solution, said. Why don't you quickly find a good day and marry Victor right away? That way, Father will definitely allow you to stay here. Gwen blinked. Huh? Kevla was still explaining. Once you marry Victor, you'll be part of the Kravina family. That way, even if Father wants to call you back, you'll have every reason to refuse. Gwen. Under Gwen's bewildered gaze, Kevla continued pacing back and forth, muttering to herself. It's perfect timing with my return. We can set the date, and I can be your witness at the wedding. Considering your age, you should have been married by now. It's not right to have delayed it for so long. Gwen finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. Sister! I'm not planning to get married yet. Hearing Gwen's words, Kevla turned her head, feigning confusion. What? Doesn't Victor like you? No, that's probably not it. Gwen recalled her conversation with Victor earlier that day. She had intended to firmly say she didn't like him, but somehow found herself changing her words. She lowered her head, her voice getting softer and softer. Well, there you have it. Kevla laughed heartily, patting Gwen's shoulder, and said with a smile. Little Gwen, you don't want to go back home either, right? Gwen felt that Kevla's words were not well-intentioned. But she indeed didn't want to go back. Thinking of her strict father and her disliked second brother. In this family, only her mother and sister mattered to her, she had no other attachments. Seeing Gwen gradually fall silent, Kevla took a few steps back and said with a light laugh. All right, I was just teasing you. I won't let you go back. Gwen looked up, eyeing Kevla curiously. Kevla stood there, pondering something. But if you don't go back, we need to find a reason. Victor is not bad, right? I saw you coming back in his carriage together. I'll send a message home, saying you're in the midst of a passionate romance with Victor. That should do it, right? Hearing her sister's frivolous suggestion, Gwen's face turned red. She wanted to argue, but knowing Kevla was trying to help her, and unable to think of a better reason, she could only close her mouth in a huff. Her sister didn't know anything. Her relationship with Victor was far from good. Oh. Right. Kevla moved closer to Gwen again, saying with a grin. Actually, there's another matter I need to resolve during this visit to the capital. I wasn't planning to tell you. But since you seem to be on good terms with Victor, I thought I'd ask you to seek his help. Help? Gwen was taken aback. What kind of help would Victor require? Yes, after all, he's a mage, and from what you've said, he's a super powerful one at that. So, I'd like you to pass on a message for me. Suddenly, Kevla turned serious. Her previous playful demeanor vanished completely, as if she had become a different person, reminiscent of a quiet violet. Deep and mysterious. Be aware of the filth that has infiltrated the capital. Gwen was startled by her sister's reaction. But as soon as Kevla finished speaking, she reverted to her previous playful self, smilingly putting an arm around Gwen's shoulders. Anyway, just remind him. If he can find that thing, it would be a great help. Gwen wanted to know what exactly this filth was that her sister mentioned, something significant enough to warrant seeking help from a mage like Victor. But before she could ask more, a hand had already mischievously found its way to the gap in her armor at her waist. Gwen felt a warmth at her waist, her face immediately flushing red. Kevla's voice was already in her ear. You've sweated a lot, haven't you, little Gwen? How about taking a nice warm bath with your sister? I can check if you're developing normally while we're at it. Gwen, red-faced, firmly refused. Sister. I'm well past the age of development. Come on. Let me take a look. Do you want power? The black, twisted letters reappeared on the book, as tempting as a demon. But Henny was merely troubled. This was already the 4th time today. Since morning, these strange black words had been mysteriously surrounding her. On her desk, on the walls, even in the flower bed she passed while walking through the campus garden. She didn't know who was behind this prank. Yes, she had been treating this as a prank all along. After all, who would take such an ominous, cliché thing seriously? Henny had endured it the first few times, thinking the prankster would eventually get bored. But she hadn't expected them to be so persistent. This time, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She was sitting at a desk in the library, preparing for today's lessons. But these words appeared on the page, covering the content she had just written. She was angry, but could only fume silently. As an ordinary magic apprentice, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but couldn't cast a single spell. Without talent, she was destined to helplessly watch this annoying prank cling to her. So, she wrote a few words on that page. Sorry, I refuse. After doing this, she tore out the page that was already filled with content, threw it in a nearby trash can, gathered her books, and left the library. Although she could remember this content in her head, her cautious nature made her feel far less secure than writing it on paper. Henny planned to return to the Mage Tower, to Victor's office, to rewrite in peace. Before leaving, Victor had given her access to his office. So Henny could freely enter and exit the Mage Tower. On the way to the Mage Tower, those black letters rose again from the stone pavement. Do you want power? Sorry, I don't want it. Stop bothering me. Henny shouted her refusal, hugging her books and running away without looking back. Soon, she arrived at the Mage Tower, out of breath. Having never engaged in intense exercise, even this short run left her feeling oxygen-deprived. After catching her breath for a while, she reached out to touch the Mage Tower. Identity verification successful. Teaching assistant Henny, welcome back to the Mage Tower. With a voice prompt, the teleportation array quickly descended. The next second, she appeared in Victor's office. The room was fresh and clean, with a small vase of bright flowers on the windowsill, a gift she had given to Professor Victor. Professor Victor had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, he liked a clean and tidy environment. Henny always kept this in mind, so she cleaned the office for Victor every day. She didn't sit in Victor's chair, but instead brought another chair to the desk before sitting down. After putting down her books, she began writing furiously. Henny knew her talent was poor, so she constantly strived to improve her knowledge. An hour later, the book was filled with content, all of today's lessons. Those words hadn't appeared again. It really was just a prank. Henny felt proud of her cleverness. No one without authorization could enter the Mage Tower, let alone Victor's office. The fact that the words hadn't reappeared confirmed Henny's thoughts. This kind of prank wouldn't fool even a 10-year-old child. Henny calculated the time, it was almost time for class. She picked up the book full of content, and before leaving, glanced at Victor's chair. Henny put down her book and carefully walked to the chair, then she reached out and hugged it. As if imagining something in her mind, her face flushed slightly, yet she greedily inhaled the faint scent left on the chair. After a short while, she let go of the chair, adjusted her clothes, and looked determined. Professor. I won't let you down. With that, she picked up her book again and ran out, teleporting away from the Mage Tower. Walking along the path, Henny's mood had improved. No matter how bad she felt, returning to the Mage Tower always cheered her up. She hugged her book, happily walking down the corridor. However, at a corner of the academy, her eyes caught sight of a coat tail. Henny wanted to step back immediately, but it was too late. With a bang, she collided with the person. She fell to the ground in pain but never let go of her textbook. In front of her was a fat man with a small mustache, looking down at her with a gloomy expression. Henny quickly stood up, not bothering to dust herself off, and hurriedly bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, Professor Devon, I wasn't watching where I was going. Of course you weren't watching where you were going. If you had seen me, would you have bumped into me? The man referred to as Professor Devon seemed to be in a very bad mood. He stroked his small mustache with his pinky finger extended and berated Henny. You cheap, dirty thing from head to toe, I really don't know why you're still allowed in this academy. Henny kept her head down without a word. In fact, she had seen him. At the corner, she had intended to step back a few paces to let him pass first. But his waist was so large that she didn't have time to retreat before he bumped into her. It was clearly his fault, so why did she have to apologize? Henny endured the insults without arguing back. Such things happened often in the past, she just needed to endure it. She couldn't cause trouble for Professor Victor. Suddenly, Devin noticed the textbook in Henny's hands and sneered coldly. Humph? What's this? You, a mere teaching assistant, are going to teach the first-year class again? Henny hugged her textbook, patiently explaining to Professor Devin. This is behavior permitted by Professor Victor. Professor Victor is away, so he instructed me to teach the class in his place. However, her explanation was met with a derisive sneer. You're just an assistant, you haven't even crossed the threshold of a first-tier mage. What level of teaching could you possibly offer? And you're lecturing the best class in the academy. Do you know how challenging that task is? If the students' grades drop, can you take responsibility for that? Most of the main students in the Royal Magic Academy came from noble families, especially in this class of top talents, with very few commoner students. To Devin, the idea of someone like Henny, who couldn't even be considered a commoner, teaching this class was as ridiculous as a beggar telling an emperor how delicious steamed buns were. Professor Devin shifted his corpulent body, feeling somewhat tired just from these few steps and sentences. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the oily sweat from his forehead, and stuffed it back into his pocket. Seeing Professor Devin in this state, Henny couldn't help but step back a bit. However, Professor Devin continued. Class 1 should have the best teaching resources. You're going to teach them magic? A refugee who doesn't even qualify as a commoner, what right do you have to teach? I think you should just scurry out of the academy like before. Don't let me see you again. Devin became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his spittle flying. Fortunately, Henny stood far enough away that the saliva didn't land on her. Henny couldn't help but retort, this is Professor Victor's course. Since the professor is not in the academy now, it's my duty as an assistant to prepare for the course. Do you have any problem with that? When Devin heard Henny mention Victor's name several times, his face immediately darkened. He looked at her coldly and said, You little brat, you seem to know quite a bit. However, you'd better not mention that bastard Victor in front of me again. Henny's face flushed, her heart pounding, with sparks seemingly flashing in her eyes. Professor Devin. You're insulting Professor Victor. Professor Victor is the youngest third-tier mage in the academy. He's erudite, what gives you the right to speak of him like that? What gives me the right to speak of him like that? Professor Devin's voice suddenly rose a few notches, saying sarcastically. You'd better find out what he's been up to all these days he's been gone before you talk to me. As he spoke, he threw out a magic stone. The magic stone stopped in midair, turned once, and slowly lit up, revealing a scene before their eyes. In the scene, a volcano was stirring, about to erupt. Countless mages stood on the mountainside, preparing to channel war magic. The volcano suddenly shook violently, like a celestial beast about to unleash its fury. A blinding white light flashed instantly, filling the entire frame. Afterwards, the magic stone lost its luster and fell to the ground, rolling to Professor Devin's feet. Professor Devin moved his body and saw the magic stone at his feet. He picked it up again. He asked Henny mockingly, What did you see? Henny was puzzled. She knew about the recent event of many mages leaving the capital, but as a small figure, she naturally had no access to information about volcanic eruptions. So, of course, she was completely unaware of the recent turmoil in the capital. Now, Professor Devin provided an explanation. The volcano didn't erupt naturally. It was deliberately caused by someone. Hearing these words, Henny's body trembled slightly. Do you want to know who it was? Henny looked at Professor Devin's cold gaze, her heart harboring some guesses, but she immediately denied these thoughts. Devin, however, seized upon her hesitation and said mockingly. That's right, it was your esteemed Professor Victor. It was he who angered the natural disaster, causing the volcanic eruption. So, he paid the price for his actions. He died in the volcano. He's so powerful, how could he possibly die in a volcano? Professor Devon shook his head disdainfully and continued. Refugees will always be refugees. He nearly caused an unstoppable disaster. But you? Your first concern is whether he's dead or not. Trash will always be trash. You should stay in the garbage heap where you belong, not come to the Magic Academy and pollute the environment. Henny's eyes glazed over. She stood rooted to the spot, repeatedly muttering the word impossible. Devon shook his head, completely disregarding Henny's shock, and continued. This is a fact acknowledged by all mages. Soon, the Emperor will pronounce Victor's crimes. Henny suddenly realized that Professor Devon before her was one of the few second-tier mages who hadn't left during the recent period. So he hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Her voice trembling slightly, she asked. So you didn't actually see Professor Victor die with your own eyes, did you? What difference does that make? The crimes he committed are irreparable. Even if he's not dead, he wouldn't have the face to stay in the capital. Professor Devon, thinking about the consequences for Victor, couldn't help but get excited, his whole body breaking out in sweat, his thin clothes becoming damp. I'll apply to the dean. Tomorrow, Victor's course will be handed over to me. As for you, pack up your things and get out of the academy soon. Professor Devon, like a proud rooster, raised his head and looked down on Henny, swaggering away. Henny was left alone, hugging her textbook and standing silently at the corner. Her mind was in chaos, and she could only instinctively walk towards the classroom. As soon as she entered Class 1, the already subdued voices quieted down further. The students saw the familiar assistant Henny, and no one reacted much. In the days since Professor Victor's departure, Assistant Henny's teaching ability had generally gained recognition from all the students. But today, the assistant seemed a bit off. Her usual ease and friendliness had disappeared, replaced by absent-mindedness and a worried expression. Henny walked heavily to the podium, placing the thick textbook on it. Her gaze swept over the students below, deliberately looking at a seat in the very front. That was Erica's seat, and at this moment, it was empty. Like Professor Victor, Erica hadn't been to school for a long time since the mages left the capital. The two seemed to have disappeared together as if by agreement, leaving Henny without anyone to talk to. She desperately wanted to know the truth, including whether Victor was really dead. But with Erica absent, she had no source of information. So Henny could only force a smile and begin the lecture. No matter what, these students' courses couldn't be neglected. Alright, in this lesson we'll be discussing the composition of traditional imperial magic circuits. Soon, Henny was back in her element, and the students below listened attentively. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Halfway through the class, as Henny was reading the literature, she suddenly froze. The content on the book was covered by a line of black text, wriggling on the page as if alive. Henny was startled, and the book fell heavily on the podium. The black text continuously extended tendrils towards the surroundings, as if it would entangle Henny the next second. The scattered text on the book gradually became frenzied, desperately craving something. The text remained unchanged. Do you want power? Henny couldn't bear it anymore. She suddenly slammed the desk and angrily shouted. I don't need it. At this moment, the classroom fell silent. The students were all stunned, not knowing what had stimulated Assistant Henny to become so agitated suddenly. After venting, Henny realized what she had done. She could only bow her head to the students and apologize. Then she picked up the book and absent-mindedly finished the lesson hastily. After the bell rang, Henny didn't even announce the end of class, but rushed out the door with her book first. Walking on the road, Henny kept her head down, not saying a word. She felt that many people around were staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable in an unusual way. Henny suddenly turned her head to look back, but the passers-by were either hurrying on their way, looking down at books as they walked, or chatting and laughing in pairs. No one was staring at her. Perhaps Professor Devon's words earlier had affected her state of mind. Henny tried very hard not to think about Victor, still hoping that Professor Victor wasn't dead. In this academy, Victor was the only one who cared about her. Stop right there. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded from behind. Henny's body trembled, and she turned around. What she saw was Professor Devon. Professor Devon arrogantly waved a contract in front of Henny's face. Henny took it and looked, unable to believe what she saw. It clearly stated, due to Professor Victor's prolonged absence from teaching at the academy, Class 1's courses will henceforth be taken over by Professor Devon. Seeing this, Henny's body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. She looked at Professor Devon in disbelief. Professor Devon, with a triumphant look on his face, said to Henny, "As a professor, I have the right to dismiss an assistant who doesn't even qualify as a mage like you. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the academy anymore." Suddenly, a shocking flame rose from the book in Henny's hands, like a venomous snake, frantically devouring it. No matter how Henny tried to pat it out, the pain of her hands being burned couldn't extinguish it. She was so anxious she was almost crying, her voice tinged with sobs as she cried out, "No. No. But magical fire is not so easily extinguished." Finally, Henny, unable to resist, knelt on the ground in grief. She was covered in dust, and the book filled with her knowledge had turned to ashes. It was her only labor of love, her knowledge, her dream. All of it had been burned to nothing in this fire. More and more people gathered by the roadside, but no one came forward to comfort her. No one would care about a small assistant, especially one looking as disheveled as she did. Professor Devon had publicly humiliated her and left satisfied. From beginning to end, he had never taken Henny seriously. This was the hostility others had towards Victor. After Henny became Victor's assistant, they transferred their hostility towards Victor onto Henny. Even though she was just an innocent assistant. In others' eyes, Henny was clearly a punching bag. These people had no psychological burden when bullying her. At this moment, the ground seemed to be possessed as those black words rose again, dark and deep. Unlike before, they became more violent, more distorted, more torn. Like a messenger carrying ill omens, they appeared before Henny once again. "Do you want power?" And this time, Henny's answer was, "I want power. If possible, I want to possess power." She began to hate her own incompetence, her own weakness. It was she who had held Professor Victor back. She didn't want to continue like this anymore. After Henny answered, the black text seemed to freeze and stopped wriggling, dissipating like a gust of wind. So Henny waited. She hoped that some power would suddenly descend upon her. She hoped that she would no longer be so easily bullied by others. She hoped that she could better help Professor Victor, help those who cared about her. Finally, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Haha. Look, she really believed it. I knew it, just as Professor Devon said. A talentless waste like her would definitely believe it if she saw a shortcut to becoming stronger. Someone who only dreams of getting stronger without effort. Day after day, only thinking about whether she can become stronger. Yet she won't put in even a bit of effort. Mocking voices rose from around her. Several students jumped out from the bushes, holding their stomachs and laughing loudly in front of Henny. The laughter was like a series of mocking daggers stabbing into Henny's viscera. An indescribable sense of grievance rushed to her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Henny lowered her head, burying her face in her robe. "Don't cry." The onlookers, the mocking laughter around her. It felt like being cut by a knife over and over again. She couldn't feel the pain, yet it was as if her heart was bleeding. "Don't cry, Henny. Don't cry." The tears she had been holding back could no longer be suppressed. Tears fell like pearls, pattering onto the ground. They watered the ashes, dampening her robe. Sharp, hoarse sobs echoed by the roadside. As if trying to completely cut off the heartless mockery and indifferent disdain. "Victor, did you not go to the academy today? What's the matter?" Victor sat at his desk, holding an advanced magic book for entertainment. He flipped through it while responding to Leah's words. "I've already handed over my affairs to my teaching assistant. She can handle it." Seeing his relaxed attitude, Leah was incredibly frustrated. She held her forehead and sighed. "See for yourself." She took out a letter filled with writing from her pocket and tossed it on the desk in front of Victor. Victor glanced at the somewhat exasperated Leah, slowly closed his book, and picked up the letter. After reading it carefully, Victor's brow furrowed. "Professor Victor, you have been absent from the academy for over 7 days. Have you encountered any difficulties? Or do you find the work of teaching and nurturing students too tedious? If you continue to be unable to return to the academy will retain your professor title for you, and reassign it when you return to the academy. Royal Magic Academy, Rachel Azure." Rachel Azure was the name of the dean. As the only fourth-tier Saint Mage in the royal capital, well, now the second one. In any case, the dean's energy was entirely focused on the construction and development of the academy. This kind of official letter was automatically sent by the dean's ability. Natural Sparrow. This was a magic created by the dean himself. These natural sparrows were formed from elements in the air. They could be a leaf or a speck of dust in the air. These natural objects, accompanied by the dean's will, were used as his tools. The dean naturally didn't have much time or energy to understand the various things that had happened to Victor recently. He could only sense that Victor Corvina had not come back to the academy to teach for 7 or 8 days. So, Natural Sparrow automatically activated, bringing him this official letter, which was clearly a reminder. Victor, it's time for work. Liao stood aside, looking at Victor's poker face, which still showed no change. Even with his professor title about to be removed, he was still so calm and unhurried. She said from the side. Before I came back in the evening, this letter had already been delivered to the doorstep. Which means you attended the morning court session, and for the rest of the time you've been relaxing at home. You didn't even step out of the house once? Actually, he hadn't stayed at home the whole time. After all, he had gone to Gwen's house once. Victor was silent for a moment, then put the letter back on the table, arranging it neatly, aligned with the edge of the desk. Seeing Victor's leisurely manner, Liao became even more irritated. Was there no concept of work in this person's eyes at all? She couldn't hold back anymore and started venting her emotions at Victor again. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for your professor title? I've been away from home for too long. I wanted to stay at home a bit longer. Before Liao could finish speaking, Victor had already interrupted her. Although it's impolite to interrupt you, I think an explanation is necessary. By the way, I wanted to tell you something earlier. I've been gone for too long this time. Thank you for taking care of things at home. This time it was Leah's turn to fall silent. It was as if half a sentence was stuck in her throat. She felt a bit embarrassed, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly, but it was clear she was trying hard to suppress it. She simply turned her head away, pacing around the room while muttering. Ha, what's going on? At least Victor showed some self-awareness. Victor's disappearance these days had indeed made things difficult for the Corvina family. But it was also an opportunity. After all, Victor had quite a few enemies. Although Liao had eliminated some of them, there were still many hiding, who had never shown their hand out of fear of Victor. When Victor disappeared, and even news of his death spread, these people emerged one after another, all targeting the Corvina family. Liao naturally understood that they had come to settle scores. She had been worried about these people hiding in the shadows, who would inevitably become a hidden danger for the Corvina family in the future. This time, after Victor left, she finally had the opportunity to deal with all of these people. With Leon's help, they secretly destroyed countless shops one after another, and as a result, obtained quite a few valuable goods. All in all, in recent days, the Corvina family had made a small profit, making up for the deficit. Of course, there were still visible hardships. After all, it was an undeniable fact that many businesses took this opportunity to attack the Corvina family's business. And for this kind of open attack, Leon and the others couldn't easily take action, as it involved too much. Especially the recently opened prop shop, which was already doing poorly, and after this incident, no one came to patronize it anymore. Indeed, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Who was it that had confidently said they would definitely make money back then? Liao glanced at Victor, her eyes filled with obvious disdain. So? What's the result today? You're definitely fine, I'm asking about the Duke. Victor looked at her calmly and said. He kept it. Liao was very confused and asked with a frown. Wasn't there a long-standing grudge between the Duke and you that was hard to resolve? She was referring to the incident where Victor confessed to Erica. How could the Duke, being such a daughter-doting father, possibly get along well with you? Liao couldn't understand. Had Victor used some means to coerce the Duke? It wouldn't be out of character for him. For certain reasons, I need to do this. Anyway, you don't need to worry about the shop for now. Hearing Victor say this, Liao had some guesses and asked. Are you planning to use the Duke's influence to make our products famous? Victor tapped the table. I did have that idea at first, but I don't intend to use the Duke. After all, he doesn't have much of a good reputation now. Even though the Duke's charges had been cleared, his actions in front of everyone were an indisputable fact. Under these conditions, the good reputation the Duke had accumulated over the years was ruined by half in an instant within the mage circle. And magic potions were mainly targeted at mages as users. If they used the Duke's reputation, they might as well close the shop now. It's better to use his daughter. What are you planning now? Leah became confused again. She really couldn't understand Victor's actions. She shrugged, not caring too much. After all, she only cared about results. As if remembering something, she said again. Oh, right, Gwen contacted me today, asking me to pass on some information to you. Victor was a bit puzzled, and then heard Leah say with some confusion. She said her sister told you to pay attention to the filthy things that have infiltrated the royal capital. Her sister? Filthy things? That's all she said? Yeah, nothing else. Leah looked at Victor's expression, which had become somewhat complex, and rolled her eyes at him. All right, just continue reading your book. I won't disturb you anymore. With that, she swayed her hips as she left the study. Victor didn't even raise his head, lost in deep thought. Gwen's sister. In his memory, there was only one, her eldest sister, Kay Fraudelin. However, this character had never appeared in the main storyline. Because before the main storyline, that is, in the prologue, she was already dead. Died from demon invasion. Victor closed his eyes. In the first chapter of the game's storyline, the Carentia Empire was invaded by demons. A large number of residents turned into mindless zombies, all controlled by demons. There were also countless small demons roaming the streets. They were distributed throughout the Carentia Empire. In the early stages of the game, the monsters that players needed to kill were not slimes, but these small demons. For players, those small demons were just ordinary experience fodder. It wasn't until the middle stage, when players defeated the midterm demon boss of the first chapter, that the Carentia Empire returned to normal. What was that demon boss called again? Let me think. Demon of Greed, Yem. Hey. Kid, you've inadvertently mentioned something not very friendly. Vega suddenly started chirping on his shoulder. Just hearing the true name of this thing made it, as an evil god, get goosebumps all over. So? A demon? How do you know the name of this thing? Vega's single eye stared fixedly at Victor, asking. Just mentioned it casually. I don't believe you. Vega didn't believe his lie at all. Casually mentioning something so disgusting? Yes, disgusting, extremely disgusting. As a god in the strict sense, what Vega hated most were those demons full of filth. Victor looked at Vega curiously. That thing was indeed disgusting, but it was beyond his expectation that it could make even an evil god feel nauseous. Aren't you an evil god? I thought you would have a lot in common with other demons. Why would you associate gods with demons? Vega raised its head proudly, as if declaring its noble status. God, pay up. So, the filthy thing that little girl mentioned, is it this thing? Vega said with some disgust, why don't you put me in a cage, deal with it, and then let me out? Victor shook his head at it. In Vega's eyes, since Victor had uttered the name of that thing, it meant he knew something about it. I'm not sure yet. To be honest, Victor also hated this kind of thing. Different demons had different methods, but without exception, they would rely on various human emotions to satisfy themselves. The demon of greed, Yem, its method was using others' greed, giving them what they need again and again. Until the person can't repay, it would make the greedy person fall completely into an endless abyss, repaying a myriad times over. Victor opened his eyes. How disgusting. Henny was in Victor's office, sorting out her belongings. She was preparing to leave. Leave this academy and go somewhere else. The only person who cared about her was no longer here. Her dream had also been burned to ashes. Henny had no attachments left. Little girl, you look very unhappy. A deep, magnetic voice sounded in the darkness. Henny suddenly turned to look. There was nothing there. Another prank? Henny thought, at this time someone still had the mood to play pranks, how boring. Oh, I'm sorry, little beauty, you don't look so good. Is there anything I can help you with? A black shadow squeezed out from a crack in the wall, spreading like ink across the floor. It began to rise gradually until it covered the entire room. Startled, Henny took a few steps back, unable to discern the creature within the dark ink. She hurriedly pulled out a box of matches from her pocket, intending to light one. Just as she struck a match, before she could even raise her gaze, the tiny flame was instantly extinguished by the darkness. Why, again? Isn't 1 or 2 times of mockery enough? Henny asked, her emotions on the verge of collapse. The inky shadow fell silent, just staring at her quietly. Yes, just staring at her. As if it had seen through Henny's thoughts, it opened its pitch-black, ink-like maw and spoke. The voice, like demonic sounds, poured into Henny's ears. I know what you need, little girl. Just stay here and wait for me. The voice abruptly stopped, and the darkness in the room dissipated instantly with the cessation of the sound. The entire office once again became utterly silent. Henny raised her head, kneeling powerlessly on the ground, her face devoid of any discernible emotion. Soon, the ink shadow that had just disappeared returned. The suffocating black ink once again filled the entire room. It was like a gust of wind, freely entering and exiting the mage tower. Henny looked up at the ink shadow and suddenly froze. She just realized that this was the mage tower. Only those with proper authorization could enter and exit freely. Why could this ink shadow appear here? Before she could ponder further, the ink shadow before her eyes suddenly took on a more defined form. She couldn't make out exactly what it was, but she could vaguely see the monster open its large mouth and violently thrust its arm into its own throat, stirring around. After a series of gurgling sounds, the ink shadow extended its giant hand. It pulled out 3 orbs of light from its stomach, like beacons of hope in Henny's despair. Little girl, the ink shadow spoke, followed by a series of strange noises, ugh, smack smack. You need power, don't you? Henny trembled slightly, not even knowing what was happening, completely disregarding how disgusting the thing before her was. Come on, this is the power you need. Touch it, and it will be yours. Henny felt something was terribly wrong, but every word from the ink shadow seemed filled with intense temptation. As if possessed, she reached out her hand and touched the orb of light. The ink shadow's smile grew even wider. Early the next morning, Victor got off the carriage and stood at the entrance of the academy. He was back. Back at this academy after a long absence. In fact, if it weren't for Leah angrily shouting and kicking him out early in the morning, Victor had planned to stay at home for another morning. Should I send her back to the territory? Victor thought to himself, but quickly abandoned the idea. Even if he sent her back, Leah would surely keep traveling back and forth between the capital and the territory for business reasons. She'd still end up nagging him a bit anyway. Victor entered the academy, feeling a gaze sweep over him. It was the Chancellor's spell, Natural Sparrow. When he was a 3rd-tier mage, Victor couldn't sense this natural force. After advancing to the 4th tier, he could clearly detect the discordant flow of magic in the air. Victor looked up at the sky, where countless natural sparrows were darting about the academy. The Chancellor's gaze covered the entire academy. The gaze quickly left him, presumably having confirmed his identity. The royal family had already made an announcement, declaring Baron Levi and Victor innocent. Of course, only a handful of nobles knew about the series of events, from the near eruption of the volcano to its conclusion. So Victor's return didn't cause a stir at the academy. Victor walked naturally on the path, completely disregarding the gazes around him, fully immersed in thoughts about how to transition into his upcoming classes. The students passing by Victor, who were originally happily welcoming a new day, suddenly froze in place upon seeing Victor's deadpan expression. They became tongue-tied. Victor was completely unaware of how his appearance had shaken the cognition of the surrounding students. Who is that? Such a terrifying pressure. Yeah, when he walked past me, I almost felt like he was going to drain all my magic. One student suddenly pulled the others away and said in a hushed voice. Are you all crazy? That's Victor Kravina. Don't let him hear us talking bad about him. He is that infamous bastard mage. So scary. Victor walked through the campus, maintaining his poker face, breathing in the fresh air of the school grounds. Soon, he encountered an unpleasant situation. The commotion ahead caught his attention. It was at the student dormitory. A group of students were gathered at the entrance, and 3 unconscious students with ashen faces were being carried out. Something's not right, Vega whispered in Victor's ear. These unconscious students have lost their magic power. Hearing Vega's words, Victor needed a source of information, so he spotted someone wearing a white coat. It was the school doctor. The surrounding students felt a chill as they saw a figure approach. What happened? Victor's voice rang out. The school doctor turned around, saw Victor, and was startled, his glasses falling off. Victor bent down to pick them up and handed them back to him. The doctor naturally knew who Victor was. Aside from his infamous reputation, there was also that highly influential incident recently circulating among the nobles of the capital, which involved him. Yet this person, whom everyone believed to be guilty, had been declared innocent by the royal family. Many mages who didn't know the truth couldn't accept it. But life was more important, so they had to be polite to Victor on the surface. Professor Victor, what are you doing here? Answer my question. Victor's expressionless face made him shudder again. The doctor hurriedly explained, these students' physical examinations showed no problems, but they're in a coma, seeming to be in a state that's difficult to wake from. These three are from the same dormitory. No one knows what happened. They were found like this by students from the neighboring dorm. We're preparing to take them to the infirmary for a magic power check to see if there's any problem. Victor nodded, moving his body aside. The other person left hurriedly, as if relieved of a great burden. Obviously, these people don't know what happened, Victor explained to Vega beside him, with no one else around. Absorbing others' magic power, such a dirty method easily reminds me of that filth. It seems they've infiltrated quite quickly. What Vega referred to, of course, was those demons. Victor was also helpless, encountering such a big issue right after returning to the academy. However, if demons appear, let's just deal with them while we're at it. Not to mention that the demon's filth would make people feel depressed. This thing, after all, was also worth experience points. Victor stopped paying attention and returned to his office with Vega. Identity verification successful, Professor Victor, welcome back to the Mage Tower. After verifying his identity at the Mage Tower, with a flash of the teleportation array, Victor stepped into his office. The office wasn't much different from when he left, except for the flower pot on the windowsill that was missing. That was the flower Henny had given him. In fact, Henny really liked that pot of flowers and often used helping Victor water it as an excuse to enter and exit the Mage Tower. Did she take it back to her dormitory to care for it? Victor hadn't been back these days, so naturally, Henny didn't need to come to the office to find him. Frequently entering and exiting the Mage Tower was quite a journey, so taking the flower back to care for it would at least save her from going back and forth so much. He sat in the chair, noticing a few books missing from the desk. Similarly, those were Henny's books left here. In her spare time, she would always hug those books she had read countless times, flipping through them again and again. Victor didn't mind, just as with the flower pot, he had found a reason for the disappearance of these books. Henny didn't need to come to the office, so naturally, she took the books back to read. He took out the magic book he hadn't finished reading yesterday from his bag, reading while passing the time. He sat like this until noon. The sound of turning pages rustled, very quiet. Vega, standing on the desk, was dozing off when suddenly its head hit the desktop, startling it awake. What? Oh, she didn't come. This time around noon was when Henny most frequently came to the Mage Tower. She would almost always bring that thick book, then happily tell Victor what kind of lesson she had written today. Each time, she would wake up the sleeping Vega. So waking up at this time had almost become a habit for Vega. This time, Henny didn't come. Vega glanced at Victor, who didn't even raise his head, just turning pages, seemingly immersed in his own world. Vega suddenly remembered that the little girl probably didn't know Victor had returned to the academy. It didn't care, feeling drowsy again, and dozed off once more. Time always passes surprisingly quickly when sleeping. In the afternoon, the faint sunlight slanted through the window, elongating the shadows. Vega, it's time to go. Where to? The crow, woken up, blinked its eyes, seeing Victor put away his book in a daze. It's time for class. Oh, okay. Vega flapped its wings and stood on Victor's shoulder. To be honest, I was looking forward to the afternoon. At that time, how would that timid little girl react when she saw Victor? Would she run away in fear like a startled deer? Or would she shyly avoid eye contact? Or perhaps she would excitedly surround Victor, happily jumping up and saying, "Professor Victor, you're finally back." No matter which reaction, it all seemed quite interesting to Vega. The teleportation array descended upon Victor. The man and the bird disappeared from the mage tower. When they reappeared, the two were already in the corridor of the teaching building. The corridor was empty, with occasional teaching sounds coming from other classrooms. Victor's footsteps were very crisp in this environment. Tap, tap, tap. So, based on this magic array, Suddenly, Victor's footsteps stopped. His gaze, deep and unfathomable, looked ahead. That was where Class 1 was located, and similarly, the voice of a professor lecturing could be heard from inside. Vega also stared straight ahead, its single eye fixed on the front, its voice devoid of emotion. This is quite troublesome. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded again, but this time, they were heavier than before. Finally, Victor arrived at the classroom door. The voice inside became clearer. He pushed open the door. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Who dares to enter without knocking during class time? The voice abruptly stopped, like a duck with its neck wrung, shrill and unpleasant. Victor looked towards the source of the voice. His gaze locked onto the person standing on the podium. It really looks like a pig. Vega quipped in his ear. Victor didn't respond, perhaps silently agreeing. His face expressionless, his tone flat. Yet it made people feel the indescribable anger in his voice. Let me think, your name is Devin. Devin Reiser, right? The man in front of him calmly recited his name and surname. Professor Devin stared blankly at the door, swallowing hard. Victor? How did you come back? He knew the royal family had declared Victor innocent, which meant Victor hadn't died. Although he felt somewhat guilty, he remembered that he had taken over this class through proper channels, giving him a bit of confidence. What's the matter, Victor? Don't you know that the Chancellor has already issued a notice? I've taken over this class. He deliberately invoked the Chancellor's name, looking smugly at Victor. Professor Devin thought that no matter how arrogant Victor was, he wouldn't dare to make trouble with the Chancellor. After all, they were in the academy now, not in his territory. So, he deliberately said. Victor, remember your place. You're just a third-tier mage. Victor's face remained expressionless. Due to the royal family's intentional concealment, the news of Victor preventing the volcanic eruption hadn't been widely spread. Such events of natural disasters, once spread, could easily cause panic among the people. So this matter was only circulated among a few nobles and the royal family, which was enough. The official explanation merely declared Victor innocent, stating he had nothing to do with the volcano. Under such public opinion guidance, apart from the mages present at the time, few people knew that Victor was now a fourth-tier mage. Devin Reiser before him was naturally one of those kept in the dark. Regarding you taking over my class, I'll reapply to the Chancellor later. Hearing this, the students below lit up, all thinking the same thing. Finally, we don't have to listen to this pig's lectures anymore. His lectures are really boring, and he even gets things wrong. Did he fill his brain with water? Letting Devin teach? Don't joke. I could do better myself. In the minds of these excellent students, the difference between Devin and Victor was like that between dog shit and perfection. Professor Devin's face fell, and he let out a resentful tch. He had managed to snatch this class only because Victor had disappeared. Now that Victor was back, the class would naturally be given to Victor, who was one tier above him. Devin had no way to stop Victor now. Victor held up 2 fingers in front of him. Now, the second matter. When I left, I entrusted my teaching assistant to substitute for me. Where is she now? At this, Devin's eyes gleamed with smugness. Oh? You mean that dirty assistant of yours? That disgusting bug who doesn't even qualify as a refugee, fit to teach? Haha. Don't joke. As a professor, I have the right to give orders to assistants when you're not in the academy. What's wrong? I fired her. Do you have any objections? Boom. Victor's coat suddenly lit up with a fiery red glow, instantly engulfing the entire classroom. An intense heat burst forth, and the temperature in the classroom suddenly skyrocketed. Even the corridor felt the scorching heat. A shockingly large, molten lava hand instantly gripped Devin's neck, lifting him into the air. It was like a pig being hung up, ready for roasting. The students in the classroom were frozen in place, not knowing how to react. The water in their cups began to sizzle and evaporate. This was the second time they had seen Victor take action. This time, he was facing a mage who also held the title of professor. And what did they see? Professor Victor, with just one move, rendered Professor Devon immobile. This was simply so cool. One student suddenly exclaimed, then quickly realized the surrounding environment might not be quite right, and hurriedly closed his mouth and lowered his head. As a result, Victor in front didn't show any reaction, but the surrounding students all nodded at him with approving expressions. Professor Devon struggled incessantly, trying to pry open the lava hand with his fat fingers, but to no avail. Suffocation, he was about to suffocate. A strong sense of panic instantly rushed to Professor Devon's brain. Like a fat pig about to be slaughtered, he frantically struggled, violently slapping at the lava giant hand, completely disregarding his hands being burned red. Just as he was about to faint, Victor released his grip. Professor Devon sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, his head drenched in sweat. He looked up at Victor in terror and shouted angrily. "Victor! You dare to intentionally harm someone in the academy? Do you really dare to kill me?" A flash of crimson passed through Victor's eyes, and the lava giant hand instantly thickened by more than double. "Why do you think I wouldn't dare?" The giant hand gradually approached Professor Devon. The scorching temperature made him feel as if the air he was breathing in was about to tear his lungs apart. Sweat, indistinguishable whether from fear or heat, rolled down his forehead. The lava giant hand grabbed Professor Devon's collar, and Victor brought him directly to his face, his tone grim. "I won't kill you now. I hope the truth I see will save your life." An unpleasant smell wafted over, and Victor looked at Devon's now dry and shriveled crotch. Whoosh! A flame suddenly rose from his crotch, and Devon let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His thing had been charred. Under this unbearable pain, Devon finally fainted. All the students shuddered, especially the male students. The giant hand behind Victor held Professor Devon like a dead pig. Before leaving the classroom, he turned back and said coldly, "This class, self-study." "Yes, Professor Victor." The voices in the classroom rang out in unison. Victor walked through the academy, the giant hand still holding Professor Devon behind him. He walked aimlessly around the campus, as if publicly executing Professor Devon. Wherever he went, everyone would give him a second look. After all, walking around the academy in this state would attract attention at any time. There was no shortage of students without classes at this time. They looked at this scene one by one, then hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid of being noticed by Victor for their peeking. "Damn. What the hell is that giant hand behind Professor Victor? It's so fucking cool." They had almost forgotten that the fat man being carried was Professor Devon, who just yesterday had mercilessly humiliated a small teaching assistant right here. Of course they wouldn't remember. No one would care about a small teaching assistant. Even if such a thing happened yesterday, it would only become a topic of casual conversation over tea in the evening. When bored, they would bring it up for a chat. Talk about how pitiful that fired assistant was, how she was humiliated. And then heartlessly sigh that if it were them, they might have long since given up on living in this country. Victor walked for about half an hour, touring almost half of the academy. A voice came through the air. "Professor Victor, you've crossed the line." The magical ripples in the air made Victor clearly understand. This was the Chancellor's Natural Sparrow. The Chancellor had actively communicated with Victor through Natural Sparrow. Victor didn't respond verbally, but instead established a magical link in the air by comparing the magical ripples, actively connecting to Natural Sparrow. "This is the punishment he deserves. I respect you greatly, Chancellor, so please don't interfere with my actions." The ripples in the air were silent for a long time. Because just this skillful operation by Victor made the Chancellor instantly realize. Victor had detected Natural Sparrow. A 29-year-old Saint Mage? Lord Victor. You truly surprised me. The ripples of the Natural Sparrow gradually dissipated. I understand what you want to know. Natural Sparrow has seen everything for us. So, please allow me to request again, please don't get angry, don't vent your anger on innocent students. When you're ready, please come to the Chancellor's office for a talk. The ripples in the air returned to calm. Vega glanced at Victor. Did you know that old man would come looking for you? You deliberately did this to find out about that girl's whereabouts from the old man. Victor didn't respond to it, just continued carrying Devon towards the Chancellor's office. If you see something that makes you angry, what will you do? Victor glanced at the unconscious Devon behind him, a hint of killing intent rising in his eyes, calm as a lake. Very good, I like your approach. Let's go, I'm also very interested in what this fat pig has done. Chancellor. Hearing Victor's voice, the Chancellor closed his pen and rubbed his eyes. Come in. Victor entered as requested, the lava giant hand behind him throwing Devon onto the floor. Seeing Devon in this state, the Chancellor shook his head and sighed at Victor. Professor Victor, the Academy won't cover for your actions. Victor, hands in his pockets, spoke without a hint of emotion. It's fine. I don't need the Academy's protection. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. The Chancellor nodded, slowly standing up and leaning on his obsidian cane. Then, please follow me. Chancellor Rochelle used magical energy in midair, a blue light in his hand began to wave like a brush. The air in front of him seemed to be his canvas, beginning to distort at a visible speed. Soon, the Chancellor put away his magic. Vega whispered in Victor's ear. This old man's magic is interesting. Let me see, a special kind of teleportation magic. Focus here, insert magic runes here. Victor followed Vega's instructions, and the air in front of him produced a sense of distortion. In an instant, Victor felt the scenery around him gradually blur, blue light falling. When the surrounding scenery became clear again, it was a completely different scene. Here, flower petals of various colors floated in the air, stirring up thousands of waves. The garden was a floating island, with the ground also covered in countless flower petals. A refreshing fragrance wafted over, calming Victor's dissatisfaction somewhat. There's actually a hidden space here, even I didn't notice it, Vega exclaimed beside Victor, but saw that Victor wasn't surprised at all. As if he knew about it all along. Indeed, this was the hidden map known as the Chancellor's back garden among players. It could only be freely accessed after learning magic from Chancellor Rochelle. Although I've seen it many times in the game, experiencing it personally is still amazing, Victor thought to himself. This place was no different from the game's visuals. The Chancellor appeared in front of him a few seconds earlier, and upon seeing Victor's appearance, looked at him with some admiration. Being able to understand and break through the formation's usage with just one glance, truly worthy of being called a genius mage. Welcome to my Sea of Knowledge, Professor Victor. You are the youngest guest I've ever received. The Chancellor's back garden, the full name of this hidden map was, Rochelle's Sea of Knowledge. It contained all of Chancellor Rochelle's magical knowledge, and only those truly possessing knowledge could enter. Fortunately, Victor had Vega, a knowledgeable deity, by his side. However, now was not the time for chit-chat. He said directly. Chancellor, let's get to the point. The Chancellor said nothing, just silently walked towards an open space, leaning on his cane. Victor followed, and soon, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Although they hadn't walked far, a wooden cabin appeared in front of them. Dense forests surrounded them, as if it was a cabin hidden in the woods. The Chancellor walked to the door, which opened automatically. He turned his head and nodded at Victor. Please come in, Professor Victor. Victor followed the Chancellor inside. In the cabin, there was only a table with a watermelon on it. Nothing else. The Chancellor tapped the watermelon's head with his cane. The watermelon slowly turned around, its two eyes deep and unfathomable, as if possessing wisdom that knew all of history. It opened its thick lips and slowly said. Azure, what's the matter? Vega, looking at this talking watermelon, felt a chill run down its spine. Even a few of its hairs stood on end. This made me feel uncomfortable. It glanced up at Victor and found that Victor still showed no surprise. He seemed to know everything in advance, even that there was a talking watermelon hidden here. How strange, it thought. Of course, Victor wasn't surprised. Because this was the Chancellor's talking watermelon pet. The Chancellor looked at the watermelon and said, This young friend wants to ask you some questions. The watermelon reluctantly stared at Victor. Vega whispered in his ear, What's up with this guy? Victor didn't speak. He knew this watermelon was peering into his experiences. Just as he thought, various scenes flashed in the watermelon's eyes. Towering flames, flying embers, ground covered in lava, and erupting massive magic. A scene of world-destroying devastation. It saw dense fire elements surging on Victor's body, lava-like patterns covering half of Victor's upper body, like a fire demon. After a moment, the watermelon refocused its gaze on Victor. Young people these days are really something. I know what you want to ask. Azure's natural sparrow will tell us. Soon, waves of magical energy rippled out from around it. The natural sparrows in the alternate space began to move. An immersive scene appeared before Victor. What was presented was yesterday's scene. Professor Devon acidly produced the Chancellor's handwritten letter, arrogantly dismissing Henny. He also burned Henny's most important knowledge. Black text that seemed to cling like an inescapable misfortune appeared on the ground in front of Henny. Victor could tell at a glance that it was just a prank caused by ordinary disguise magic. Then, 3 students jumped out, mercilessly mocking Henny, who was slumped on the ground, delivering the final psychological blow. The onlookers gawking, the success of the mean-spirited prank, caused this poor child's emotions to completely collapse. She cried, Vega murmured. Crying so hysterically, desperate and helpless. Actually, I quite liked that child. The scene suddenly disappeared, and the watermelon closed its eyes. It seemed that displaying this segment of scenes had made it very, very tiring. After closing its eyes, it turned back into what looked like an ordinary watermelon. Even after seeing everything, Victor's expression didn't change at all. The Chancellor squinted, sighed, his thick white beard blown into disarray. I'm very sorry, Mr. Victor. As for Henny, your assistant, where she went, I don't know. The natural sparrow acts according to my will, so in places that might involve others' privacy, the natural sparrow doesn't appear. The Chancellor wasn't lying, Victor knew. He hadn't sensed the presence of natural sparrows in the office, and this morning in the student dormitory, he hadn't felt the flow of natural sparrows either. Victor's voice rang out coldly. Chancellor Rochelle, please tell me, why has that fat pig become a professor at your esteemed academy? Victor's direct address made the Chancellor feel helpless. He shook his head and said, Professor Victor, you are also a professor at our academy. The implication was, you also got a gilded position through connections, why can't others do the same? The only difference was that Victor truly had the ability, while Professor Devon was completely just collecting a salary. So Victor said, when I joined your school, I was already the youngest third-tier mage. What about him? Professor Victor, this is precisely the issue I wanted to discuss with you, Chancellor Rochelle said with some difficulty. The head of the Reiser family married the current emperor's sister. As you might have guessed, Sol 8 is Devon Reiser's uncle. His connections are very strong. Victor understood clearly that Chancellor Rochelle was advising him that if this person could be spared, he shouldn't be killed. Otherwise, trouble would cling to him. I understand your anger, Professor Victor. But killing doesn't solve anything. Perhaps you could talk with Professor Devon. His crime doesn't warrant death. I can completely recall Henny in the name of the academy and give her the title of associate professor. Moreover, is it really worth killing a royal relative for the sake of an ordinary person without even talent? Rochelle didn't say it out loud, but he believed Victor would understand his good intentions. Chancellor, I won't kill him, Victor's voice rang out faintly. Rochelle breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his persuasion had worked. But then, Victor narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. But whether he dies at the hands of a demon is beyond my control. When he said this, it was as casual as if he were discussing a very ordinary matter. Rochelle's mind shook. He didn't understand what Victor was talking about. Demons? What did this have to do with demons? However, Vega lowered its head upon hearing these words. You think that disgusting thing found Henny? Victor's expression didn't change at all. Just as Vega had said. In the scene, he saw 3 students playing a prank. Identical to the 3 students who fainted today. Their condition could only be the result of a demon stealing their power. So, why would a demon steal these 3 people's power, and who was given this power? Victor could only think of the missing Henny. He didn't respond to Rochelle, but Rochelle's face already showed difficulty. Professor Victor, I'm sure you've already figured it out. The me standing before you isn't the real me. I'm attending the annual meeting in the City of Mages. Right now, I'm actually meeting with you in the form of a natural sparrow. So, I wasn't able to stop such a thing from happening quickly, and instead let it escalate. I'm very sorry. Natural sparrows can only act on instinct according to Rochelle's will. The natural sparrow thought Victor hadn't come to class for several days, so it transferred the course to Professor Devon, which conforms to the natural sparrow's cognitive rules. And Professor Devon dismissing Henny, a professor dismissing a magic apprentice, also conforms to the natural sparrow's cognitive rules. But this doesn't conform to human critical standards. This was Rochelle's dereliction of duty. His lack of supervision led to irreversible consequences. Although after the incident, Rochelle didn't feel there was any impact. One was a noble, the other a magic apprentice without talent. Even a fool would know what choice to make. But the mistake was that he didn't know how protective Victor was. Moreover, the other party was a fourth-tier mage like himself. So the Chancellor apologized in advance, lowered his posture, and gave Victor enough respect. "Professor Victor, please remember what you promised me. Whatever you do, don't involve the students. They are innocent." Victor didn't respond, nodded expressionlessly, and disappeared without a trace with a teleportation spell at his feet. Sigh. Rochelle's heavy sigh transmitted through the air, and his form gradually dissipated, turning into points of starlight, merging into the air. On the back mountain of the academy, a person wearing a robe stood at the summit, overlooking the foot of the mountain. At the foot was the academy, a place that bred her despair. Standing here, one could see the entire academy. The innocence and expectation were gone from her eyes. Having experienced intense pain, Henny's calm gaze was filled with the word revenge. A black mist coiled around her body like a fish in water, the jet black ink forming a robe, climbing up Henny's hair tips, adding a hood. "Little girl, is this amount of power enough? If you're willing to wait, I can give you more power, more and more." Its voice carried a terrible temptation, like a bottomless abyss. But Henny was unmoved. "No need." Her voice was terrifyingly calm. "The professor often told me that I'm sometimes very weak, unable to learn decisiveness. But now, I won't be weak anymore." The magic power in her body was now very abundant. Even she didn't know how much power she had obtained from this creature. Strictly speaking, Henny still didn't count as a mage. But her possession of such abundant magic power had become a terribly frightening thing. Henny could finally materialize all the knowledge in her mind. And she had long prepared everything. She began to prepare her chant. God of etherealization, dance. As Henny slowly chanted, high-level magic arrays appeared out of thin air. More than a dozen small arrays combined together, merging with the giant array. City of delirious magic. Several magical wheels circled the academy several times, countless runes engraved upon them. The patterns between the arrays gradually became more complex. The exquisite arrays operated as accurately as a marvelous machine. This had already surpassed the level of analysis of third-tier mages. Soon, Henny passed the arrays over the entire academy, burying them in the ground. The academy's excellent geographical location was also an excellent array site in Henny's eyes. She had made thorough preparations. "Henny? Who?" Hearing someone call her name, Henny suddenly turned her head to look, and seeing that familiar blonde hair, her gaze faltered slightly. The name of the blonde girl escaped her lips. "Erica." "Henny? It really is you. What are you doing here?" Erica was delighted, not expecting to encounter a familiar face on the academy's back mountain. However, she was also curious about what Henny was doing on this deserted mountaintop. Seeing Erica, Henny's previously cold demeanor instantly dissipated by half. Her gaze became somewhat evasive, and her response was a bit hesitant. "Nothing. I'm just here for a walk." Erica didn't know about Henny's dismissal, and Henny didn't plan to tell her. She didn't want to worry her. However, Erica's appearance did make her feel a bit surprised, so she asked. "Why are you here too? Why haven't you been coming to the academy?" Hearing Henny's questions, Erica suddenly explained with puffed cheeks. "Father, I don't know what got into him. When he came back, he grounded me for several days. Yesterday was even worse, he suddenly decided to hire several private tutors for me." In fact, Duke Levi had also warned Erica to have less contact with Victor, which is why Erica learned from Duke Levi that Victor had returned. Under the royal family's judgment, both were found innocent. But she couldn't tell Henny these things. So, Erica, feeling a bit upset, kicked a pebble on the mountaintop. The pebble rolled down the cliff, making a crisp sound. "I really couldn't stand it today, so I snuck out while father wasn't home. I just wanted to come to school to see if Professor Victor was here." Erica had planned to sneak into the academy from the back mountain, but unexpectedly met Henny. Hearing Victor's name, Henny's heart trembled. She remembered what Professor Devon had said. Professor Victor might have died in the volcano. Henny thought this to herself, but didn't tell Erica. Erica seemed to not know about this yet, and she decided to keep it hidden. Watching Erica continuously breathing in the fresh air at the mountaintop, Henny calmly said, "Professor Victor hasn't returned yet. I've been helping to substitute for his classes these past few days." Hearing this, Erica immediately felt a bit disappointed. She really wanted to know from Victor what exactly happened at the volcano that day. But after sneaking out with such difficulty, Victor wasn't even at work. Helpless, Erica could only accept reality. "Alright then, I'll head back first. If Father finds out I snuck out, he'll definitely keep me locked up at home again and not let me out." Henny was about to say something when she saw Erica hesitate for a moment and continue. "I'll come again tomorrow. If Professor Victor returns, remember to tell me." Henny nodded, agreeing to it. She saw Erica very happy, her eyes full of anticipation, as she hurriedly turned to leave. How nice, she. Henny's eyes were full of envy. She envied Erica. She had a prestigious family background, amazing talent, and perfect looks. She could be carefree and full of expectations for life. And herself? Always on edge, living through each hopeless day. It really seemed just as that professor had said. Trash, only fit to stay in the trash heap. In her daze, she looked again in the direction Erica had gone, but could no longer see her dazzling silhouette. Henny shook her head, as if laughing bitterly at her own misery. Tomorrow, huh? That's fine. She no longer needed to look forward to the future. Everything, including herself. It will come to an end tomorrow. Let's continue. A ball of intense flame suddenly ignited from the bottom of Professor Devon's feet, instantly sending a violent burning sensation through his soles, waking him up. Professor Devon felt a burning pain all over his body. Ah! He instantly woke up, the pain making him scream out loud. Then, he clearly realized that he had been tied up, his body swaying as he hung from the ceiling. The flames dissipated, widening Professor Devon's field of vision considerably. The first thing he saw was Victor sitting in a chair, with a cold expression. Instantly, fear crept into Devon's eyes. "Victor! What exactly do you want to do? You want to kill me for an assistant? Are you crazy? Do you really want to make enemies with my Riser family?" Victor sat in the chair, coldly looking at him, and asked faintly. "Haven't we already been enemies?" Devon's voice faltered, and he hurriedly said, "No, we weren't before. Believe me, Victor, there's no enmity between us." "Then, knowing that Henny was my person, why did you do that?" Devon's eyes widened. "You already know everything?" "No. Believe me, Victor, at first I just didn't like you, but I didn't mean to take it out on that. He whatever." Boom. Like a fierce tiger, a fireball came flying towards him, hitting the wall behind Devon. Devon was scared, trembling all over, and hurriedly said, "Henny. I remember now. It's Henny. That little girl is very cute, right? I was jealous. I was jealous that she, as an assistant, could teach Class 1. You know, after you left, many professors were envious of that class. Leading Class 1 as a lecturer comes with high treatment and reputation." Victor looked at him with no emotion in his eyes. "Just because of jealousy? How ugly." "Yes. Yes. I'm ugly, I'm very ugly. I know it, I know it. Please, Victor, let me go, there's no enmity between us." Devon was like a fat pig struggling desperately in a slaughterhouse, his comical appearance would make anyone who saw it laugh. He kept saying, as if making a promise, "I'll apologize. I'll apologize to that little girl. I can give her a lot of compensation. I can let her get a noble title. A young baroness, how about that? Our Riser family has that ability. Believe me, Victor, if you let me go, there's no irreconcilable deep hatred between us, right?" An expression of great expectation appeared on Devon's ugly face. Victor's cold voice rang out. "What did you say at the beginning?" Devon was stunned, tremblingly trying to say, "Killing me for an assistant, are you crazy?" Victor nodded approvingly. "Good memory, and the second sentence? Do you really want to make enemies with our Riser family?" Devon wasn't stupid, he seemed to realize something. At this moment, he completely abandoned his identity, frantically begging Victor. No. Victor. That was just me losing my head for a moment. Victor stood up, his coat flashing with a dangerous red light. You dislike me because you understand me. Since you understand me, you should always remember what kind of person Victor Kravina is. Devon's whole body began to tremble, he started to be afraid. Madman. Victor, he's just a madman. Victor. Don't. Boom. A scream like a pig being slaughtered suddenly burst from Devon's mouth, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. He felt all his limbs shatter, in excruciating pain. He was still conscious, because Victor had put several magical shackles on his consciousness, preventing him from fainting, despite the pain. You said there was no enmity between us, that's fine. Victor suddenly smiled, smiling very brightly. He leaned close to Devon's ear, his voice very soft, like a demon's whisper. Now, we are enemies. Kill me. Victor. Kill me. Devon was in unbearable pain, he would rather die right now than stay conscious under such pain and humiliation. But now, he couldn't even commit suicide. Perhaps someone will take your life, but that person won't be me. Victor wiped his hands hard with a white handkerchief, even though he hadn't touched the other at all, he still felt his hands had been dirted a lot. After wiping, he threw the handkerchief on Devon's face, covering that face streaked with mucus. Removing Devon's shackles, he instantly fainted. Now, the world was quiet. Victor narrowed his eyes and left the mage tower. With a teleportation spell, Victor appeared outside the academy, looking at the sky that was almost dark, taking a deep breath. The surrounding magical elements seemed a bit chaotic. At this time, Vega's voice sounded in Victor's ear. Under the academy, someone deliberately hid an array. Perhaps it was done by a demon. Victor wasn't surprised at all, so Vega said no more. It knew Victor would handle everything well. It opened its beak and asked another question. If that girl's consciousness was really corrupted by a demon, what would you do? Victor thought for 2 seconds, then answered. Henny is a very smart assistant, I feel at ease having her work for me. She's a weak kid, but she shouldn't continue to be pitiful anymore. Vega stood on Victor's shoulder, shaking its feathers. I like your way of putting it. The night fell like a curtain, hurriedly dropping, and countless small but bright jewels climbed up the night sky. By the time Erica returned to the mansion gate, the house was already brightly lit. Her heart sank, wondering if her dear old father had already returned. Don't be afraid, as long as I try hard to act cute, father will definitely forgive me. Erica took a deep breath, just about to enter the courtyard. But suddenly the main gate opened. Her father, Duke Levi, was escorting a beautiful woman with purple hair out, his face bearing a smile, very courteous. Erica was a bit dumbfounded. Her father was already 60 years old, where did he meet this strange woman? Planning to start a second spring? Erica puffed up her cheeks, she absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. She didn't want to suddenly have a stepmother for no reason. Erica was about to rush over when she heard the conversation between the two. I hope Duke Levi will pay more attention to those dirty things. I understand the seriousness of this matter, Miss Kevla. I will use all the resources at my disposal to investigate. Erica was a bit confused, suddenly standing still. It seemed the situation was a bit different from what she had imagined. But her sudden rush out had already attracted the attention of the two. Duke Levi looked at Erica, raising an eyebrow, with a somewhat forced smile, and introduced. Miss Kevla, this is my little daughter Erica, I believe it's your first time meeting her. Kevla looked at Erica, her beautiful eyebrows raised, narrowing her enchanting eyes. Yes, indeed it's the first time we've met, but... Her lips curled up, and in the next second, she had already appeared in front of Erica. Her speed was so fast that Erica couldn't catch even a glimpse of her movement. Pretty little girl, can you tell me, where did you go today? The inquiry from the purple-haired woman before her made Erica uncomfortable. She didn't know who this person was, but there was an air of mystery about her. Instinctively, Erica didn't want to answer. Moreover, she couldn't let her father know where she had been. Seeing Erica avoiding Kevla's gaze, Duke Levi's tone grew stern as he questioned. Erica, did you go to the academy today? Hearing that her father had already guessed, she dared not lie. Her voice became as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Yes. But I didn't go inside the academy. I met an acquaintance on the way, so we chatted for a while, and then I came back. Noticing that she didn't mention Victor's name, Duke Levi's expression softened a bit. Seeing this, Erica lowered her head and muttered under her breath. He's a duke, a grown man, yet still so petty. If it weren't for someone helping out, you wouldn't be a duke anymore. Hearing Erica's comments, Duke Levi's face stiffened. He coughed lightly, pretending not to have heard. To be honest, Duke Levi felt a bit embarrassed. Regardless of Victor's intentions, he had indeed helped him in the palace. It was just that Victor's last words had truly irritated Duke Levi. Saying he might have to do something to Erica. What did he want to do? Huh? As a father, his protective instincts suddenly flared up. Duke Levi absolutely would not allow Victor to do anything inappropriate to his daughter. Kevla, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I've heard about what happened in the palace from my sister. However, for a duke to still be in his position and take others' favors for granted, it's indeed not quite right. As for Victor, regardless of his true character, he was her sister's fiancé, practically family. Of course, Kevla had to support him to some extent. The duke, now caught between the two, blushed deeply, though thankfully the night's darkness concealed it. He closed his eyes, coughed lightly twice, and said casually, I'll find a way to repay Victor. Erica finally raised her head, smiling brightly, seemingly quite satisfied. At the same time, her fondness for this big sister Kevla increased considerably. But who exactly was this person? Erica displayed a curious expression, and Duke Levi immediately noticed his daughter's confusion. He began to introduce. This is the eldest daughter of the Dellin family, Kevla Dellin. Dellin? Erica's mind quickly made the connection to that beautiful sister she had met on the volcano. She seemed to have the same surname, Dellin. So that means, Miss Gwen is. She's my younger sister, Kevla said with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Erica's mouth gaped open in surprise. In Erica's eyes, Gwen was a good person. The Dellin family was also a family of knights, and knights were always righteous. So the purple-haired sister before her must be a good person too, right? Even if she seemed a bit mysterious. Kevla, observing Erica's look of sudden realization, asked. Erica, can you tell me exactly where you went now? And who was this acquaintance you met? Erica, without hesitation, spilled out everything about her day. Kevla learned that Erica had gone to the hill behind the academy and met Victor's teaching assistant. The rest was as Erica had said before. Oh? Victor's teaching assistant? Kevla pondered for a moment, then smiled and patted Erica's head gently, just like a kind older sister. Thank you, Erica. But please don't sneak off to the academy for the next few days. Duke, you have a wonderful daughter. Kevla complimented Erica and then left with a smile. Her purple hair looked so enchanting under the night sky as she gradually disappeared into the darkness, got into a carriage, and departed. Erica was still confused. Why did Gwen's sister ask her these things? And why shouldn't she go to the academy? She wanted to ask more, but when she turned her head, she saw the Duke's darkened face. Erica, come back with me and explain why you sneaked off to the academy. Erica immediately wilted. Early the next morning, a gloomy atmosphere permeated the Royal Magic Academy. The sky was heavily overcast, and the air felt thick, making it hard to breathe. Many people looked afraid when they saw Victor enter the academy. Victor had become quite infamous yesterday. Dragging Professor Devon Reiser, a grown man, around almost the entire academy, this incident had spread like wildfire in noble circles. Many nobles were very interested in Victor's feud with the Reiser family. Devon Reiser's disappearance had enraged the Reiser family, who announced overnight that they would demand an explanation from Victor. And then? There was no then. The Reiser family seemed to only dare to talk big, casually saying a few words to make their stance clear. As a result, Victor strolled into the academy the next day without a care in the world. He returned to the Mage Tower and dragged out Professor Reiser. He then unceremoniously dumped the half-dead Devon Reiser in the academy square, attracting a crowd of onlookers. This incident spread like wildfire among the faculty and students. Word spread quickly, and many people came to the square, drawn by the news. Soon, the square was packed to the brim. After all, some people hadn't witnessed yesterday's events and had only heard about what Victor had done. The authenticity was still questionable. What if it was just an exaggerated rumor? Many people didn't take it seriously. But today was completely different. Today, they saw it with their own eyes. Those who came to investigate due to the rumors were left shocked on the spot. To hell with rumors. This was too damn shocking. No one knew exactly how this poor Professor Reiser had offended Victor. On such a gloomy day, the Academy Square had turned into something of an execution ground, with Victor leaving Reiser on display all morning. During this time, everyone just stood watching. No one dared to approach Victor or say anything, not even the handful of third-tier mage professors. Just like what Devon had done to Henny, public humiliation. In fact, after Victor did this and the dean failed to intervene, they understood the dean's intentions. To let Victor vent. Moreover, with Professor Reiser hanging there as a cautionary tale, no one was willing to risk angering Victor and becoming the second person strung up there. Finally, it was noon. The sun had not broken through the clouds as everyone had hoped. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The clear sound of hooves gradually approached, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even Victor looked up. The Night Order had arrived. Led by Gwen, the Night Order, commanding several hundred knights, surrounded the academy. At this moment, all the onlookers automatically cleared a path. Gwen, wearing silver-white armor, led the knights, looking extraordinarily valiant as she entered. She looked at Victor, her eyes filled with a terrifying gaze. "Victor Kravina, do you know what you're doing? Deliberately harming someone in the academy, are you defying the Empire's laws?" Gwen spoke to Victor righteously, her eyes showing no trace of personal emotion. As a righteous knight, even if the person committing the crime was Victor, her fiancé, Gwen absolutely would not allow it, nor would she ignore it. Victor quietly looked at Gwen and asked, "Did the Reiser family send you to rescue him?" Hearing Victor's questioning, Gwen calmly replied, "The Night Order is only subordinate to His Majesty, and we do not take orders from anyone else." Victor had already violated the law, and the impact was severe. As a knight, she must uphold the country's laws and must take Victor away. However, her hands couldn't stop trembling. She had indeed received a plea for help from the Reiser family, but in reality, this task didn't require her to lead personally. But she came anyway, because the person who committed the crime was Victor. Leah had told her that this time, Victor might have committed a serious crime. Leah had many informants and knew immediately after Victor angered the Reiser family. Who was Devon Reiser? He was the Emperor's nephew. And she had also told the unaware Gwen about this matter. Even though Victor had recently prevented a volcanic eruption, which was a great achievement. And Victor was also a fourth-tier mage. Logically speaking, the Emperor wouldn't casually dispose of such a powerful figure in the Empire. But the person Victor had attacked was an imperial kin. Gwen didn't dare to bet on whether the Emperor would severely punish Victor, so she came in advance to arrest Victor, establishing the crime of intentional injury. This way, she could protect Victor to the greatest extent possible. "Victor. Don't resist. Don't be rash." She tried to use these words to hint at Victor, believing that someone as smart as Victor would surely understand. Indeed, that last word, rash, caught Victor's attention. He looked at Gwen, and although his expression didn't change much, Gwen still felt that he had noticeably relaxed. Just as she thought Victor would trust her and allow himself to be taken away. Boom. A deep, pitch-black barrier suddenly rose from the ground, quickly enveloping the entire academy. The already gloomy sky became even darker, surpassing even the night sky, as if ink had spilled across the heavens. Under the barrier, everyone suddenly felt weak and drowsy. Gwen also had this feeling, and she even noticed that her strength had diminished somewhat, along with a weakness in her heart. The heart of justice had lost its effect. Those present initially thought it was a formation laid down by Victor, but when they looked up, Victor also seemed to have lost some of his overbearing aura. If it really was Victor who did this, no one would have noticed when he set up the formation. It was too conspicuous. It didn't make sense. Victor raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of surprise and appreciation as he looked at the barrier. Vega's eyes widened, its voice resonating only in Victor's ears. "What an excellent composite formation. One who can use such magic might be a true genius." Victor also responded to it softly. "Indeed. It seems the time has come. The Royal Magic Academy has been sealed off." A sudden cry from somewhere plunged the students inside the academy into panic. A few students, disbelieving, dragged themselves to the school gates. The gates could be opened, but a barrier separated them from the outside world. No matter how the students pounded on it, the barrier remained unmoved. The sudden appearance of the black barrier over the academy spread throughout the royal capital at an astonishing speed, its impact extraordinary. Countless reporters and mages gathered before the barrier. The black barrier emitted wisps of dark energy, seeming to dye half the sky black. Countless intricate patterns covered it in all directions. The inside of the barrier seemed filled with filth and darkness, constantly consuming people's energy. The blackness devoured everything, leaving only the sounds of panic inside and outside the barrier, with a noticeably intense sense of weakness. What on earth is this thing? Such an intricate formation. What kind of array is this? Many headlines had already been reported, all without exception related to the black barrier covering the Royal Academy. Some even started rumors that this incident was related to Victor. Although the academy was completely sealed off by the barrier, with no communication possible between inside and outside. News of Victor kidnapping and attempting to murder Professor Devon had spread before the sealing. This news quickly reached the Duclos family. Erica was confused when she heard about it. Didn't she hear from Henny yesterday that Victor wasn't at the academy? How did such a big incident happen today? More importantly, the news said that Victor had attacked Devon Reiser at the academy yesterday. This was completely different from what Henny had said. What exactly happened? Did Henny deliberately conceal something? Could she be someone who knows? The more Erica thought, the more confused she became. Now she just wanted to go and see for herself what had happened. But she couldn't be so rash. The urgent matter was to confirm if her father knew about this. She hoped her father could help Victor in this matter, to suppress the impact of this incident. Because Victor had really made a big mistake this time. Who was Devon Reiser? Even in noble circles, few people knew about this. The Reiser family had great influence in the South, almost monopolizing most of the empire's southern business. This family had an extremely strong ability to accumulate wealth, and informed individuals like the Duclos family, who held high authority, understood better the significance of the Reiser family to the entire royal family. They were the main source of the royal family's economy. Every year, a large portion of the national treasury was paid to the Reiser family, and the Reiser family would give back even more annually. In other words, all the business developments of the Reiser family in the South were with the tacit approval of the royal family. Because the Reiser family was royal kin, the emperor's sister had married into the Reiser family. The royal family gave the Reiser family privileges, and the Reiser family provided financial feedback to the royal family. It was a win-win situation. Erica didn't know why Victor would attack Devon Reiser, but she understood politics. As the Duke's only daughter, her father had always been grooming her as his successor. Regardless of Victor's motives, the fact that he had harmed Devon Reiser was already established. To protect Victor, it was necessary. To prevent this matter from reaching the emperor's attention before the academy's barrier was broken. Someone who could approach the emperor in advance, with such motives and status. Lady Cassandra. Cassandra Reiser, who had changed her surname after marrying the head of the Reiser family, was the emperor's sister before that. Although the Reiser family had a large amount of business to do every year, this lady did not engage in commerce and had always lived in a city not far from the royal capital. If she had received the news yesterday, calculating the travel time, she could reach the royal capital today and meet with His Majesty. Realizing this, Erica immediately set out to find Duke Levi. The maid, seeing her gloomy expression and haste, stopped her. "Miss, please don't be in such a hurry. When the Duke left this morning, he specifically asked me to inform you that if you wanted to go out to find him, to tell you that he's already outside the city gates." Outside the city gates? Erica was stunned, somewhat confused. What was her father doing outside the city in advance? Could it be, he already knew about this too? She was now anxious, feeling as if she was the only one left in the dark. Erica really wanted to know something, so suddenly, she thought of someone. Someone related to this incident and who might have deliberately concealed information. Only Henny. She must know something. Erica thought to herself, quickly saying to the maid. "Prepare the carriage. It needs to be fast. I want to go to the hill behind the academy immediately." She still remembered the place where she had chatted with Henny yesterday. Erica had told Henny that she would come again the next day. If Henny hadn't gone back on her word, she should be waiting for her on the hill behind the academy. If Victor really wanted to do something, sealing off the academy, he wouldn't have let Henny be sealed inside with them. Damn it. What exactly is his motive? Erica clenched her fists, biting her lip. She couldn't understand, nor could she investigate personally. She hated this feeling of powerlessness. Just like that time on the volcano. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Duke Levi stood at the city gate, with several hundred silver-armored knights behind him, and dozens of hooded figures holding magic orbs, looking like mages, by his side. A strong sense of danger permeated the area outside the city gates, as if war was about to break out. Soon, a carriage escorted by many guards arrived, slowly coming to a stop. A knight opened the carriage door, placing a footstool on the ground, and a woman dressed as a noble lady gracefully alighted. She was beautiful, very well maintained, but one could still faintly see some traces of age. However, this did not affect her outstanding noble aura. As soon as she got off the carriage, she glared at Levi and questioned angrily. Levi, what is the meaning of this? Bringing your private army and magic corps to block me at the royal capital's gates? You really have some nerve. Duke Levi smiled kindly and nodded to her. Lady Cassandra, it's been a while. I brought so many people here just to ask you to stay here a bit longer. I will let you enter the city, but not now. Although Levi smiled kindly, there was clearly some confrontation between the two. Levi, don't forget my status. I have never forgotten, Lady Cassandra, ever since you used your status to force me to marry you, I've remembered it until now. Beneath Levi's kind facade, he was recounting an extremely explosive past event. This incident, which could almost be called a royal secret, was casually mentioned by Levi. Cassandra's surrounding guards looked at each other in shock, not knowing whether they should continue listening to what would happen next. However, when Cassandra heard Levi mention this matter, she suddenly became angry with embarrassment and shouted loudly. At this point, what do you mean by bringing this up? Just want to humiliate me? I just wanted to stop you for a chat about old times, and by the way, remind you that your surname is no longer Soul. Duke Levi waved his hand, and a magician from behind him stepped forward, infusing magic into the orb in his hand. As the magical energy chaotically swirled inside the orb for a while, it materialized from within. A table and 2 chairs appeared out of thin air from the ground. Please, have a seat. Levi gestured and sat down in a chair first. Cassandra looked at that magician, and her agitated emotions calmed down a bit. Levi's magic corps. Strictly speaking, magician was a profession. They were not mages, but becoming a magician was much harder than becoming a mage. While using expensive magical artifacts to support their use of magic, they also had to train for a long time to develop strong physical strength to assist in combat. This was what it meant to be a magician. Even to train a single magician, the cost involved was something that ordinary nobles could not afford. In the entire royal capital, only Duke Levi had sufficient wealth and status to train such a corps under the emperor's nose. In short, if Cassandra wanted to force her way through, she couldn't. I know your purpose for coming to the royal capital, Lady Cassandra. You want to seek an audience with His Majesty. The knight behind had already prepared tea for Levi, placing it in front of Cassandra and Levi. Only Duke Levi could do something like welcoming guests for tea at the city gate. Cassandra picked up the teacup gracefully and said calmly, Devon is my son, and also his nephew. With such a thing happening, he won't sit idly by. Don't be impulsive, my lady. Duke Levi hadn't spent all these years in politics for nothing. He continued to persuade, his extremely amiable manner easily calming Cassandra's emotions. First, you need to know who your son has offended. Victor Kravina, you must have heard this name. Hearing this name, Cassandra's expression flashed with several traces of troubled difficulty. A mother knows her child best, of course she knew to what extent her son's arrogance had reached. But Victor is just a viscount. He's now a 4th-tier mage. Lady Cassandra immediately widened her eyes, with an expression of disbelief. No, how is this possible, even if you haven't? Duke Levi shook his head, smiling bitterly. But it's indeed the truth. If Victor is at fault, the Emperor will naturally punish him severely, but if the person with the problem is Devon Reiser. Forgive my directness, but you should be prepared to lose him. Lady Cassandra found it difficult to accept this outcome. I must see His Majesty, I must see His Majesty. Levi, I warn you, even though I no longer bear the soul name, I am still the Emperor's sister. Lady Cassandra, visibly irritated, continued. You have no reason to prevent me from entering the capital. I will find a way to meet His Majesty eventually. If you don't let me through right now, I will certainly report your actions to His Majesty when I do. What are your true intentions in blocking my way? Hearing Lady Cassandra's accusations, Duke Levi instead smiled, like a cunning old fox, and spoke in a tone that suggested he was acting in her best interest. Lady Cassandra, the capital is very dangerous right now. I'm not letting you through for your own safety. Even if you report this later, His Majesty will understand the gravity of the situation and won't blindly blame me. In front of this smooth politician, every word from Lady Cassandra seemed weak and ineffective. Dangerous. My son is in danger right now, he might lose his life. The lady's tone instantly rose by several notches, she was now both angry and anxious. Even so, she could only sit there, waiting for Duke Levi to grant her passage. But the next second, Duke Levi's words made her freeze on the spot. She widened her eyes and fell silent. Lady Cassandra, I'm not joking with you. There have been demonic activities within the academy. Your son, Devon Reiser, may have come into contact with a demon. You're saying, a demon? The previous night, Victor was having a casual conversation with Leah in the study. The filthy thing Kevla mentioned, that's it. Leah listened to Victor's words, finding them hard to believe, and remained silent. She had seen images of demons in books before. A foul odor, sticky skin, and a pair of bulging eyes, with countless sharp teeth hidden in the tongue. A body like an ink shadow, with a heart full of greed. Like a walking, putrid swamp, normal people would avoid it if they saw it. The books also recorded that this thing once lived in an outhouse in a small town of a remote country for a while. And the abilities it bestowed made the entire town prosper for a time. But after that, people in the town began to disappear one by one. No one could trace their whereabouts, and the once glorious small town became desolate and dilapidated due to neglect. Eventually, it disappeared from history. Leah stopped reminiscing, feeling nauseous, just from the book's description. Of course, both the appearance and the deeds were just recorded in history books. It was all too common for those in power to fabricate and distort facts to consolidate their positions. But this also indicated that demons were indeed disliked by everyone. Did you find it? Leah asked tentatively. She was surprised that Victor had already traced its trail today, even though he had only received the news from Gwen yesterday. Was Victor really that efficient? Victor nodded expressionlessly. That thing is in the academy. Leah curiously asked, are you confident you can catch or kill that thing? Victor was straightforward and honest. Not necessarily. If that demon was as Victor thought, being an early-game demon boss, a fully evolved version might be more than a match for a fourth-tier mage. As the saying goes, when stats aren't enough, skill makes up for it. Victor Kravina's stats might not be a match for it. But Victor Kravina would definitely defeat it. If all else failed, he still had his cheat code. However, I need to lure that filthy thing out and ensure I kill it with my own hands, Victor told Leah. But Leah found this somewhat strange. Didn't you say it wasn't certain? Why still? Even if the success rate is 99%, I won't be absolutely sure of success. Victor's voice sounded normal, but Leah could sense the astonishing confidence in his words. But now, she had another question. Normally, Victor wouldn't need to tell her so much. Because she couldn't help, and Victor had no reason to tell her so much. He would solve everything by himself. Including the volcano incident. If it weren't for the news that came back from outside, she wouldn't have known that Victor had done such a world-shaking thing. Leah seemed to realize something and blinked. Could it be that you need me to do something? Victor, let me say this in advance, I'm not a mage, nor am I a knight like Gwen. I'm weak, I might not even be able to carry a few bricks steadily. This is something only you can do. Victor's resolute attitude almost made Leah doubt if she had some special ability. What could it be? Devon Reiser, do you know him? That fat guy you beat up today? Leah thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It's really funny, you know? This incident has spread like wildfire tonight. Leah found this incident amusing. Even knowing that the dead pig was actually the Emperor's nephew, she wasn't afraid at all. She even thought Victor had done a great job. She didn't know what the grudge was between them, but Victor represented their Kravina family. If they had to swallow their pride and consider this and that after being wronged. If Victor really did that, Liao would be the first to prepare to undermine Victor. Having disgraced the Kravina family, he would no longer be qualified to continue as the head of the family. So? What do you want me to do? Is it to go south to intercept their business? I can't do that, their factories are everywhere. Besides, that's the royal family's money-making machine. You might dare to offend the emperor, but I don't. Victor stopped Leah's wild guesses. Before the emperor intervenes, discredit Devon Reiser as much as possible. He said calmly, without even raising an eyebrow. However, Leah understood immediately and was more than surprised. You want to pin the demon's dirty deeds on the Reiser family? How is that possible? This was indeed an absurd thing to do. Let's not talk about whether we have enough manpower in the capital, normal people wouldn't believe it at all. Or are you saying you're already powerful enough to control demons? Victor looked up at Leah and said calmly. The demon will cooperate with you. Leah looked at him, unable to accept it, feeling a chill run down her spine. No one would want to be your enemy, Victor. You're actually a bastard who even wants to manipulate demons. You're the real demon. Victor stood up, and Vega fluttered its wings, flying from the desk to perch on his shoulder. If we don't have enough manpower, we can borrow from the Duke. After all, he owes me a big favor. With that, he left the study with Vega. Miss Leah Kravina, I can only help you stop Lady Cassandra at the city gate, Duke Levi said with some difficulty, smiling bitterly. It's not that I don't want to help Victor, this is the most I can do. Leah sat in front of the Duke, smiling and said. This is enough, Your Grace. What we need is time for my brother to prove his innocence. Duke Levi was silent for a while, then tentatively asked. So, Devon Reiser really did come into contact with a demon, right? Hearing the Duke's question, Leah felt somewhat helpless. Your Grace, I don't want to deceive you, but think about it, how could my brother possibly try to kill an ordinary second-tier mage without reason? Leah used the useful information, elegantly weaving everything together. Duke Levi was like prey stuck in a spider's web, deceived by this ingenious lie. Don't forget, Duke Levi, our Kravina family has a special relationship with the Dellin family. Miss Kevla can naturally be considered my sister as well. Duke Levi nodded. After all, the news of a demon invading the capital was brought by Kevla, so it wasn't unreasonable for Victor to know something about it. But Leah knew that Duke Levi didn't really believe her. On one side was Victor, on the other was the useless Devon Reiser. As a politician, even a fool would know which one to choose. But Levi still had to consider whether the Duke-Loy family could bear the cost of doing this. So, Leah added another bargaining chip. If you still don't want to believe. Leah tapped the table with her finger and continued. Victor will put Devon Reiser on display in the Academy Square today. After that, there might be unpredictable disturbances at the Academy. I can't say exactly what will happen. But what I can be sure of is that the demon will definitely save Devon Reiser at that time. Duke Levi straightened up and asked seriously. But how will this prove that it's not Victor's self-directed show? Leah smiled again. Your Grace is indeed suspicious, but I don't dislike your doubts. Otherwise, my preparations would have been wasted. I will have Knight Commander Gwen lead the Royal Knight Corps to the Academy. At that time, hundreds of knights will be watching Victor constantly. The Royal Knight Corps is under His Majesty's command. They will witness everything in the most impartial way. Victor stood in the Academy Square, surrounded by knights in silver armor as far as the eye could see. In an instant, Vega had analyzed the effect of the magic. This astonishing magic barrier would weaken all magical power within its range and cause people to fall into a weakened state. Magical power naturally included some special abilities. For example, Gwen's Heart of Justice. At this moment, Victor was one of the few mages who could still stand steadily in the square. As for the other mages, half of the students had fallen to the ground, some second-tier lecturers were also swaying, and even a few third-tier mages were frowning, their internal magic depleted, completely unable to release any spells. In contrast, the knights, although somewhat weakened and mentally drained, were still relatively stable physically. What on earth is happening? Everyone was very puzzled. Except for Victor, no one knew what kind of formation they had fallen into. Suddenly, countless black tentacles emerged from the edge of the barrier, like crazy poisonous snakes, rapidly approaching Professor Devon. Vega also cooperated well, flapping its wings, making a startled reaction. All the knights and conscious mages were attracted by Vega's exaggerated response, everyone staring intently at the scene. Exclamations arose all at once. "What is that disgusting thing?" Victor stretched out his lava giant hand, which could still move, and engaged in a tussle with the countless chaotic tentacles. Both sides were fighting over Professor Devon. The tentacles gradually enveloped Victor's lava giant hand, the darkness like countless frantically licking tongues, trying to swallow Victor. Even under the weakened state, Victor still struggled, as if driving away countless approaching poisonous snakes. But unfortunately, Victor ultimately succumbed. His hand loosened, and Professor Devon was carried into the air by the tentacles. The dark barrier turned into a giant mouth and swallowed Professor Devon, disappearing from sight. For a moment, countless people fell into panic. Victor's face was terribly gloomy, his voice clearly carrying a hint of weakness. "Filthy demon. I still couldn't stop you from rescuing him." Everyone who heard these words froze in place, like helpless lambs. "What? Demon? Rescue Devon Riser? Do you even hear what you're saying?" Gwen stared intently at Victor. She was very flustered now. The failure of her heart of justice meant she couldn't see through whether Victor was telling the truth or not. How could this incident be related to a demon? Demon? What's a demon? I don't know, what is that? Many people present had never even heard of demons, and were completely confused about everything that had just happened. But Professor Devon being taken away was something they had witnessed with their own eyes. Victor had no time to explain to these people, he only needed to make them doubt whether Devon was associated with those things they just saw. "Have you located the position?" Victor communicated with Vega in his mind. "It's not far, just at the back mountain of the academy." Vega patted its chest, flying back to Victor's shoulder, replying confidently. Victor knew that if Henny was truly seduced by the demon and her mind was affected, she would absolutely not let Devon Riser go. The demon would gradually amplify others' negative emotions, and Henny's hatred would be the best feed for the demon. In the end, no matter what method was used, Devon Riser would definitely be taken away. And all he needed to do was to manipulate public opinion a little, and he could make the suspicion of the demon cling to Devon Riser. Victor had placed a magic mark on Devon Riser. Even if he left the capital, Vega would be able to sense the location of the magic mark through the link established between them. Naturally, it would be easy to find that guy. Now, Victor's task is complete. He just needed to wait. Wait until the demon actively bares its fangs, then personally deal with it. Suddenly, Victor abruptly felt a wave of dizziness, holding his forehead, his body swaying significantly. Due to the influence of the barrier, his stance was unstable now, as if he might completely collapse at any moment. "Victor." Seeing Victor's swaying body, Gwen instinctively had an urge to raise her hand, wanting to step forward to steady him, but the surrounding gazes made her hesitate and stop. But just at this moment, a knight subordinate beside her also seemed to feel dizzy, lost his balance, and his shoulder bumped into Gwen. She was caught off guard, stumbled, and ended up in front of Victor. She looked up, and right in front of her was the dizzy Victor. Gwen was dumbfounded, standing in the square, not knowing whether to move or not. But seeing Victor's weak appearance just now, she encouraged herself. "It's just supporting him, he saved me before, this is nothing." Having found a reason for herself, she stepped forward and supported Victor with both hands. "Victor, how are you?" As she supported him, Victor's body inevitably stiffened a bit. He turned his head, looking at Gwen with a somewhat surprised gaze. "What's going on?" "He was just pretending, you know? Even if the formation had some effect on him as a fourth-tier mage, it shouldn't be this severe." But after all, he had just struggled with the demon for a while. In others' eyes, his physical strength must have decreased. Victor wanted to explain, but on second thought, he collapsed into Gwen's arms. Meanwhile, he pretended to sound very weak as well. "Support me a bit. Don't misunderstand, this isn't taking advantage. It's just to make his innocence more thorough." Gwen was initially afraid to move, her face turning red with embarrassment in front of so many people, but hearing Victor's weak voice, her righteous and kind nature couldn't help but burst with sympathy. Victor, he must be very tired. Even if he faced the contempt and curses of thousands, he didn't offer any explanation. Even if he would be misunderstood by everyone. Some mages who were still somewhat clear-headed actively asked. "What exactly happened?" And what's this about a demon? Are you saying Professor Devon is actually the problematic one? How is that possible? My brain is already confused. I feel like this barrier is affecting my intelligence. What's for lunch today? No, why are Knight Commander Gwen and Victor embracing in public? Gwen. Quiet. A knight from the course shouted, making the mages present shut their mouths. Gwen bent down to kneel, holding Victor in her arms, trying to make him as comfortable as possible. After that, she addressed the mages in front of her. Any questions will be answered one by one after the situation is investigated thoroughly. For now, please stay quietly in the academy and wait for rescue. And let Victor rest for a while. The many mages closed their mouths. Some nobles who knew the two were engaged were puzzled. It was said that Victor and Gwen didn't get along well, but how could this loving couple be called not getting along? Who spread such rumors? Absolute nonsense. Vega stood on the ground, looking at the pretending to be unconscious Victor with some exasperation. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. I wonder how you plan to get off the stage later. Suddenly, Vega raised its head, as if sensing something, it narrowed its eye. The faint blue light flashing under its single eye observed the surroundings. Victor, stop sleeping. That girl from the Duke's family is approaching that thing. As the first believer who contributed power to Vega, there was a very clear one-way connection between Vega and Erica. Vega could sense where Erica was at any time, but Erica couldn't feel Vega's presence. Under this one-way connection, it instantly detected that Erica was approaching the back mountain. That little girl is my only believer right now, don't let her die. Victor naturally knew about Vega's exposure to Erica, and using saving him as an excuse, it had gained this believer. Really troublesome. Victor replied to Vega in his heart, then struggled to open his eyes. Gwen, hand, reach in. HM? Ah? Gwen was dumbfounded, her face turning red, her speech becoming incoherent. Vi. Victor, what are you saying? In the coat, there's my potion. Bang. As if a huge bomb had been detonated, Gwen's brain instantly went blank. She just realized she had misunderstood, quickly closed her mouth, and reached into Victor's coat to search for a while. Victor willed it, and teleported a blue potion from his player inventory into the coat. Gwen quickly found it, took it out, it was a small blue vial. Is it this? She looked at Victor, this style seemed almost the same as the few vials of potion Victor had given her before. Only the color was different. She was about to hand it to Victor, but realized that Victor was now too weak to even raise his arm, so she hurriedly brought the potion to Victor's lips. Victor, open your mouth. Victor opened his mouth, and Gwen slowly poured the potion into Victor's mouth. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief, looked up and saw countless people staring at her, including her subordinate knights. Gwen blinked, asking the surrounding knights. What are you looking at me for? Nothing, Knight Commander. The knight said somewhat sheepishly. Just feel that, this Count Victor, is really fortunate. Huh? It was then that Gwen realized what an absurd thing she had done. However, Victor and her arms moved. Gwen had no time to think too much, she was surprised to see Victor support himself with one hand on the ground and stand up, as if his spirit had instantly recovered. Vi. Victor? Are you all right? Thank you, Gwen. He stood up, adjusting his coat. Everyone was once again stunned. Wasn't he on the verge of death just now? How did he suddenly recover now? What kind of miraculous medicine did you drink? Is it that ridiculous? Even if you're acting, shouldn't you pretend a bit better? Suddenly, Victor called out a few names. Professor Neal, Professor Dyson, Professor Gaia. The people whose names were called were among the few third-tier mages in the academy. These professors collectively looked at Victor. Professor Victor, is there something? Victor gave a simple explanation. As you can see, the academy has been sealed by the power of the demon. Before long, our strength will be completely dissipated, and by then, each of you will become a meal for the demon. Hearing these words, the mages instantly shuddered, and the few professors whose names were called hurriedly stood up. If you don't want to sit and wait for death, then come with me to break the formation. Hearing Victor's words, the few professors looked at each other, saying somewhat helplessly. Professor Victor, our magic power is constantly being drained, we simply can't recover. We have the will, but not the strength. As soon as the words fell, Victor took out several vials identical to the one he had just drunk from his coat, accurately throwing them to those few mages. They hurriedly caught them, and before they could clearly see the color in the glass bottles, they heard Victor suddenly say, "Drink it." These people all thought about how Victor had drunk it before, hesitated for a moment, then all tilted their heads back and drank it. Soon. Ah? Holy shit? The reactions of the few mages were more or less the same, without exception, they looked at their bodies emitting a faint blue glow. Their magic power had instantly recovered about half. It's a miraculous medicine. At first, they still suspected Victor was acting. Acting? Acting my ass. He didn't need to act at all, sincerity was the greatest killer move. Those few mages were still immersed in the wonderful feeling when Victor's voice drifted over. 1,000 geo per bottle. The knights are all here watching, don't try to default on payment. A group of mages were stunned on the spot. How much? 1,000 geo? Hearing this voice, many students and some mages present showed difficult expressions. But the few professors who had drunk the potion almost said in unison. This is too cheap. Professor Victor. Sell me a few more bottles. No, 10 bottles. 20 bottles, okay? Professor Victor, you say where do we go now? If you tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. Even if you tell me to catch dogs today, I definitely won't chase chickens. I've long disliked that pig Devon. Nothing more to say, Professor. Today, whether it's a demon or not, I'm with you. Seeing the few professors get excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, the clear-headed people present all became bewildered. Gwen was still kneeling on the ground, for a moment not reacting. After a long while, she tilted her head, blinked her eyes. Huh? Devon Reiser slowly opened his eyes. After the darkness in front of him dissipated, he saw a gray sky. Just like his current situation, without any light. This was outside the academy. You're awake. A voice sounded leisurely from behind. Devon carefully identified that it didn't belong to Victor. He suddenly woke up, shaking his body, trying to escape this desolate place. But he found that his body was still restrained. The sluggish body reaction also made him temporarily unable to feel the pain. Devon looked down, his body was wrapped in an unknown liquid like black ink. It was these solution-like things that had completely entangled him here. How does it feel to be restrained? Henny's voice sounded beside him, her expression neither happy nor sad. Devon raised his head to look at her, his face full of shock. You, who are you? Henny. She casually cast a magic array, water rose floating in the air, like a mirror reflecting her face. Mysterious patterns like mud entangled from her neck, winding to her forehead, sparsely covered with exquisite runes. Those patterns and runes swayed unstably as if they had life. In this appearance, even Henny could barely recognize herself. No wonder this disgusting fat pig couldn't recognize her. Heh, hee hee. Professor Devon is really forgetful of important people, it's normal not to remember a nobody like me. Do you want to see more clearly? Henny completely took off her black ink hood, looking Devon in the eye, countless scenes flashed in her eyes. Professor Devon was stunned there, the memories in his brain suddenly became clear. Burning books, malicious humiliation, the girl's cry that gradually became hoarse as she kept holding back. And the ugly him leaves triumphantly. It's you. Victor's damn teaching assistant. You, Victor, do you all want to torture me to death before you're satisfied? Henny didn't care about what Devon said, because his attitude had already made her believe that Professor Devon had been at odds with Victor for a long time. It can only be said that she thought of people too simply. Now, Devon's life was in her hands. She could take revenge at any time. But Henny didn't feel as happy as if she had avenged a great grudge. After all, she accomplished everything by borrowing power. There was no resistance during the implementation of the plan, everything went surprisingly smoothly. Controlling the entire academy, and forcibly restraining Devon Reiser in the academy. It was like a story progressing smoothly. This suddenly made Henny realize how fragile mages were. Knights could still cope with crises relying on their strong physical functions, but once mages lost their magic, they were useless. There were so many third-tier mages in the academy, not one of them could stop her from sealing the academy. However, I still have to thank you, Professor Devon, you made me understand that staying weak will only lead to continuous bullying. Henny didn't move, both hands hidden under her robe, not reaching out. But the black ink suddenly moved fiercely along her shadow, climbing onto Devon. He was instantly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. This thing gave him a very bad feeling. What on earth is this thing? Devon could only force a smile again, hurriedly saying. Miss Henny, perhaps we can reconcile. As long as you let me go. No need to explain, Professor Devon. Henny interrupted him, her fluorescent yellow eyes covered with an astonishing layer of black, even the eyeballs couldn't be seen, like an emotionless knife wielder. After resolving the grudge between us, I will turn myself in. The black tentacles instantly became extremely excited, not caring about violently hitting each other to the point of breaking, quickly recovering again, swaying towards Professor Devon in an overwhelming manner. Devon widened his eyes, his heart almost jumping to his throat. My life is over. Henny. The tentacles stopped in an instant, uniformly stopping in front of Devon, almost only a hair's breadth away. Devon was breathing heavily, the feeling of death descending upon him made it almost impossible for him to breathe. A familiar voice sounded, Henny couldn't help but turn to look. Erica stood panting opposite her. Her unfamiliar appearance startled Erica. How did you become like this? This is a side effect of magic, don't worry about it. Henny didn't care about her current appearance at all, even though she knew she must look very ugly now. But Erica was a bit confused. Henny, you can use magic now? Henny didn't reply to her, turning her head away. Seeing Devon Riser tied up by countless black ink tentacles, Erica was instantly shocked. Devon Riser. Why is he here? Wasn't Professor Victor said to have tied him up? Hearing Erica mention Victor's name, Henny was stunned, turning back in disbelief, slowly walking to Erica's side. The patterns on her face slowly receded, the excited emotions even revealing her original true appearance. Erica, what did you say? Who tied up Devon? Professor Victor. Henny stepped back a few steps, not daring to believe. The professor is still alive? Erica, ? This time it was Erica's turn to be stunned, she opened her mouth, asking confusedly. Who told you Victor was dead? Her gaze involuntarily locked onto the trembling Professor Devon. I didn't expect such things to happen before and after. Then you know. Erica looked at Henny's unfamiliar appearance, having a guess in her heart. She knew that demons would take advantage when a person was most empty, attaching to people, constantly absorbing people's negative emotions as nourishment for their growth. She suddenly understood what the dirty thing Kevla mentioned was. Erica slowly walked to Henny's side, patted her shoulder, saying gently. It's okay, Henny. Let's go find Professor Victor, he must have a way to drive these things off your body. Henny stepped back, smiling bitterly and shaking her head. It's too late, Erica. A smile returned to her face, seemingly having recovered her mood after knowing about Victor's news. But correspondingly, there was also more of a death wish on her face. I borrowed too much power, a barrier that can cover the entire academy, even a saint mage like the principal would need a lot of time to prepare. Do you think the demon will let me go? It can't wait to swallow me into its stomach now. Listening to Henny's narration, Erica's heart trembled. So, you knew early on that it was a demon that approached you, right? Henny nodded. After I take my revenge, I will turn myself in. Someone like me who no one cares about, dying in prison, won't affect anyone. She smiled as if relieved, the surrounding tentacles once again swaying in an almost frenzied manner. Devon Riser was scared and trembling all over. If he had known such consequences would occur, he wouldn't have dared to bully this little teaching assistant back then. Now it was too late for regrets. Erica was silent for a while, then looked fiercely at the immobilized Devon Riser. How do you want to take revenge? Kill him? I support you. Henny looked at Erica puzzledly, chuckling. Erica, how could you think that way? He burned 10 years of accumulated knowledge, ruined my dream. Correspondingly, I will only make all his knowledge disappear. For a professor, shouldn't this be the most painful punishment? Erica. Devon Riser. The tentacles also stopped, no one knew why. Perhaps even the demon was rendered speechless by her words. Erica fearlessly approached Henny again, grabbing her shoulders with both hands, saying solemnly. Devin Reiser publicly humiliated you, right? Yes. Henny nodded. He burned your life's work, made students deliberately harass you, play pranks on you, ruined your reputation, and finally drove you out of the academy. That's correct. Erica started shaking Henny's shoulders, continuously. Wake up, Henny. You traded your life with a demon, and you only want to make this fat pig's knowledge disappear? That's enough? If it's just that, you might as well directly beat him into an idiot. Devin. You look obviously like a villain now. Since you're a villain, do your job properly. Isn't it good to kill him? But. Henny started to lower her head and think. To simply take away a person's life like this, how am I any different from a demon then? Devin frantically nodded his only movable pig head on the side. Erica grabbed the ink on the ground and smeared it on his face. To her, Devin Reiser's face was more disgusting than these tentacles. Help. Erica held her head, sighing heavily, feeling depressed. Henny's worldview was completely different from hers. As a noble, and one of the most top-tier families, Erica had understood the dark side of society early on. But Henny was different. She hadn't experienced the intrigues and deceptions among nobles. Life and death were still a distant concept to her. And casually defining others' life and death was equally impossible in Henny's eyes. Perhaps she thought too simply, since she lost her job, she would make Devin Reiser lose all his knowledge. This way, he would receive an equal punishment. Henny was still too naive. Naive to the extreme. Forget it. If you don't kill, I'll kill for you. After he's dead, come back with me to the professor's side, he must have a way to keep you alive. With that said, terrifying flames instantly condensed in Erica's hand. Second-tier magic, flame bullet. Before Henny could reach out to stop her, that dense fireball flew towards Professor Devin's face. Just as it was about to touch Devin. Bayou. 3 silver flying blades suddenly shot out, dispersing the flames, blocking the magic, and falling to the ground with a clang. Erica stood there stunned, looking at her dispersed magic, suddenly turning her head. A beautiful woman with purple hair, smiling at the two of them. Shaking a few silver flying knives in her hand, she waved at them. 2 cute little girls. Do you want to tell my sister what game you're playing? Kevla, Miss Kevla. Erica stood frozen in place, completely taken aback that the newcomer was none other than Gwen's sister. Seeing this purple-haired beauty, Henny was equally confused. Erica, who is this? This is, the sister of Gwen, the Knight Commander of the Royal Knights. Seeing Henny still looking bewildered, seemingly trying to piece together the relationships, Erica waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, it's too complicated to explain right now. Hearing the two of them discussing her, Kevla narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. Well then, Erica, can you tell big sister what you're doing here? Also, it's not good for children to play with fire. She was, of course, referring to Erica's magic from earlier. Devin Reiser let out a sudden sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he thought he was about to meet his end. Fortunately, this woman who appeared out of nowhere had saved him just in time. With the immediate threat to his life gone, Devin reverted to his initial arrogant demeanor. Hey! You there! I don't care who you are. Save me quickly. I can give you anything you want. Before he could finish speaking, several sharp blades instantly pierced the ground around Devin Reiser, missing his head by mere inches. I didn't give you permission to speak, so keep your mouth shut. She warned him without even glancing his way. Terrified, Devin promptly closed his mouth, not daring to utter another word. The world fell silent, and Kevla turned her gaze to Henny, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. So, young lady, don't you think you owe us an explanation? Henny felt a bit scared, sensing the intense hostility from the other party. She instinctively took half a step back. Seeing this, Erica quickly stepped between them to explain. It was Devin Reiser who first humiliated Henny, and he did many terrible things. Such a menace absolutely cannot be allowed to remain at the academy. However, she had barely gotten halfway through when Kevla cut her off. Enough, Erica, you don't need to say more. Actually, I don't care about the life or death of that fat pig. Hearing these words, Devin Reiser's nerves tensed up again. From the sound of it, he might still be facing death. But at the moment, no one seemed to care about him. Kevla looked at Erica, the usual smile gone from her face. He should be dealt with by others, not you, Erica. Your father's position is not stable, especially after last time. If you make a mistake this time, Victor won't be there to help you again. Hearing Kevla's words, Erica felt a bit panicked. She didn't want to cause trouble for her father, nor did she want to rely on Victor for everything. So, she hurriedly tried to explain. We could easily frame his death on a demon. The moment she mentioned demons, Kevla's expression changed. It became incredibly cold and sharp. It seems you do know something after all. Erica's body froze, every hair on her body standing on end. She sensed danger. Even during the volcano incident, when death seemed imminent, she hadn't felt this way. It was the pressure emanating from Kevlar. She was terrifying. As if she had shed her usual disguise, the real Kevla was like a fearsome hunter. Does Kevla want to kill me? No, that's not it. This tangible killing intent wasn't directed at her. As if passing her by, the murderous aura was locked onto the person behind her. Erica whirled around, her gaze fixed intently on Henny behind her. Henny! Almost simultaneously, Henny seemed to lose all reason. The tentacles around her began to writhe wildly, as if reacting to this incredible killing intent. So it is a demon vessel after all. Kevla's expression gradually turned manic. As early as yesterday, she had caught a scent on Erica. It was a filthy odor that only demons emitted. Very special, and hard to discern. But as an experienced demon hunter, Kevla had killed countless demons and their hosts. She was bathed in demon blood, and under this tangible killing intent, demon vessels would react and lose their reason. Now, Henny's state has confirmed everything. At this point, Erica also realized why Kevla had appeared here. So, when you asked me yesterday where I'd been, it was because of this demon, wasn't it? She opened her mouth, wanting to get an answer from Kevla. However, Kevla no longer had the energy to answer her. Her killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave, utterly frenzied. Her purple hair even began to emit a faint glow. Kevla licked her lips, an excited expression one might have when facing prey. But she didn't forget to warn Erica. Erica, stay away from her. She didn't need to say more, anyone could see that Henny's current state was abnormal. The ink shadows on the ground seemed to respond to a command, quickly gathering to envelop Henny. Soon, a completely black ink shadow had wrapped around her, though Henny's face was still vaguely visible. Suddenly, the several silver daggers on the ground linked together, forming ripples that controlled her in the very center. An intricate silver magic array instantly appeared before them. Long ago, Kevla had been chasing this demon, pursuing it from all over the world to the capital. And now, she has finally caught it. She absolutely wouldn't let it escape again. Henny cried out in pain, and ripples appeared in the surrounding magic array as magic began to spontaneously generate around her. The instinct for survival made her automatically start to resist. Erica hadn't expected things to unfold so suddenly. She anxiously watched the standoff between the two, stomping her foot. Professor Victor! Come help quickly! The next second, Kevla and Henny clashed. Countless tentacles, like whips carrying sharp thorns, sliced through the air with lethal intent. Tearing through layers of air, they stabbed towards Kevla. Kevla's rapidly moving silver dual blades fended off the onslaught, but two fists were no match for countless tentacles. Two tentacles pierced through the gaps in her defense. Ugh! Kevla felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Looking down, she saw that those two tentacles had torn open a bloody gash in her body. The two tentacles were still trying to invade her body, attempting to completely disembowel her. Kevla seized Henny's moment of sluggishness, retreating backward and flipping her dual blades to sever the two tentacles. The injured tentacles turned into two puddles of liquid on the ground. Kevla hastily took out a vial of red potion and took a sip, briefly replenishing her strength, then quickly wrapped a bandage around her wound. Kevla! Erica called out in concern, but in the current situation, she was powerless to intervene. Kevla charged upward once again, and the dark tentacles on Henny's body came at her once more. She stepped on one tentacle and flipped into the air, the tentacle predictably folding back to pursue her. A cold light flashed in Kevla's eyes, and in an instant, her form flickered madly like a meteor. In a flash of white light, she appeared behind Henny. The silver dagger seemed to possess a special power, easily slicing through the black membrane covering Henny's body. 2 wounds were left, with thin streams of blood flowing from Henny's back. Henny cried out in pain, the sensation seeming to restore her consciousness. The next second, she felt her vision go dark as she completely passed out. "Henny!" Erica cried out in alarm, Henny's fainting making her feel incredibly uneasy. However, Kevla had already done a backflip, moving away from Henny and landing steadily on the ground. Such poor combat skills, trying to use the same trick twice. Kevla twirled the dagger in her hand. She had deliberately left an opening to make herself appear injured, in order to catch the moment of attack. She had indeed fallen for it. Kevla tore off the bloody bandage on her body, revealing her waist. The powerful recovery ability of demon hunters had already completely healed her wound. Not even a scar remained. Suddenly, the surrounding tentacles began to move unconsciously, as if going completely berserk. Kevla held her dagger in front of her, her expression extremely serious. Something's not right. Any demon vessel, after being attacked by her special daggers, would forcibly separate from its host's body. Kevla's seemingly harmful attack on Henny was actually meant to help her break free from the demon's control. But now, not only had the demon's true form not left its host, but instead, the power has become even more violent? She couldn't understand. The next second, an even thicker layer of ink attached itself to Henny's body. A resonant sound, as if from the abyss, emanated from Henny's body. "Guh. You're really impressive, Demon Hunter." Hearing this title, Erica was suddenly stunned. Miss Kevla is a demon hunter. Demon hunters, also known as demon slayers, were the absolute nemesis of demons. No wonder Kevla had asked her those questions. As early as when she first met her, she might have already smelled Henny's demonic scent on her. Seeing that the other party had identified her identity, Kevla wasn't surprised. Only an uncontrollable ferocity flashed in her purple pupils. The bloodline of demon hunters made it difficult for her to control her emotions when facing such filthy creatures. That was the instinct to hunt demons. If she could maintain clarity before, now, when the demon's true form appeared, she began to lose her reason. Henny's body stood up mechanically like a marionette, and the ink shadow behind her began to expand continuously. In an instant, the gushing ink completely engulfed Henny. Erica watched everything unfolding before her, frozen in disbelief. A dark and massive body began to gradually rise from within the ink. Henny's small shadow obviously couldn't easily reveal the demon's true form. So, it extended a circular mouth, devouring the boundaries of the shadow. In an instant, the shadow expanded to an exaggerated size. What emerged was a head with 2 horns, eyeless and noseless, only a giant head with a 100-meter-long tongue. It spewed a jet of ink towards the sky, completely covering the already gloomy sky with endless darkness. The body seemed to squeeze out of the black clouds, as blob after blob of liquid-like flesh began to rise from the black shadow, forming into a small mountain. The frantically expanding body forced Erica and Kevla to retreat dozens of meters. The two of them stared at the enormous monster before them. Kevla became even more excited, her body trembling like a wild beast. Erica looked at the sky-blocking giant hand and the frenzied Kevla, her mind momentarily blank. This was clearly not something they could defeat. The demon's bloated body suddenly tore open a vertical slit in front, abruptly opening. Thousands of sharp teeth, and a foul-smelling mucus mixed with the corpses of various creatures. Those were all the demon's trophies. Kevla could no longer contain herself. Demon hunters do not fear any demon. This also leads to demon hunters having only 2 possible outcomes in life. One is to never see a demon in their lifetime, the other is to be killed by a powerful demon while hunting. Fearlessly, she transformed into an arrow of white light, instantly bursting forth. However, she had underestimated the demon. The moment she stepped onto the demon's body, a powerful dark giant hand grabbed Kevla by the throat. Seeing her pained expression, the demon laughed. Its laughter was piercingly shrill, like the terror plunging into an abyss, piercing Kevla's eardrums. "You had fun hitting me earlier, little one. Now, it's my turn to hit back." The sky over the capital fell into darkness, like an inverted abyss. What's happening? The crowd watched as the ever-spreading ink gradually covered the sky, devouring their hope. Some mages in the academy tried to release sparks from their hands to illuminate the surroundings, but no matter how hard they tried, not even a single spark appeared. "This is bad. Magic disruption." A mage suddenly cried out. An even more terrifying, intense negative feeling surged towards the mages. Those mages who could stand before now stumbled one by one. They fell in succession, and Gwen's heart gradually filled with unease. Her intuition told her that perhaps it wasn't just the academy facing a crisis. The entire capital might be plunging into danger. Look. What's that? Several students pointed at the mountain behind the academy, crying out in alarm. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. The gradually transparent barrier now allowed them to see the outside world. But the scene that met their eyes was unforgettable. The demon's form began to expand rapidly, devouring everything it touched. The mountain behind the academy, unable to withstand the intense pressure, began to collapse gradually. However, the rocks didn't fall. Instead, they were entwined by the demon's tongues and sent into its bottomless mouth. Even the sky was bitten off in chunks, shattering like glass, revealing nothingness with a whooshing sound. Is that a demon? The demon that saved Professor Devon? Panicked voices spread throughout the academy. Even the outside world witnessed this chaotic disaster. The royal family finally took this catastrophe seriously for the first time. The army was mobilized, and a large number of mages rode in carriages, racing towards the academy to provide support. In an instant, screams, the sound of carriages, and the cracking of the mountain filled the entire capital. Kevla was thrown like a kite with its string cut, breaking several thick giant trees before falling silent. The demon looked at the fallen demon hunter and its own continuously growing body, cackling. Thanks to you, little girl. Although it's still not quite enough, I can't be too greedy. The little girl the demon referred to was, of course, Henny. It had never imagined that an ordinary person it randomly found would have such a rich reserve of magical knowledge. This was an enormous gift for the demon. Under its manipulation, Henny borrowed vast power from it. And in the human academy, she set up a magic absorption array that even it couldn't have imagined. A complex array composed of countless different formations, even a fourth-tier mage would need a lot of time to analyze it. Henny used this array to absorb enough magic power to fulfill her desired revenge. However, all of this ended up benefiting the demon. As long as the array didn't dissipate, those mages would continue to serve as its magic source, allowing it to grow stronger continuously. At this moment, the demon didn't even want to eat Henny anymore. The knowledge in Henny's mind made the demon crave knowledge for the first time. Demons generally don't easily kill their dealmakers, especially excellent ones like Henny. At this time, its body occasionally emitted faint light. That was the countless mages in the academy, continuously having their magic absorbed, constantly providing it with magical replenishment. The magic power within it was constantly replenishing. It was more than 10 times what it had given to Henny. In a sense, Henny had already repaid all her debts, and it no longer needed to taste her. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed, and Kevla emerged unscathed, holding her silver blades in reverse grip, charging towards the demon. Demon hunters gain bonuses when facing demons, but correspondingly lose some of their rationality. But when dealing with demons, fighting on instinct is clearly more advantageous. The giant mouth on the demon's body was instantly torn open, and countless black tentacles gushed out from between the sharp teeth. It impatiently swung out a palm, swatting Kevla hundreds of meters away. However, she remained unyielding, charging back again and again, each time managing to inflict some damage with the special metal weapons in her hands. Although the damage wasn't high, it was extremely insulting. The demon gradually began to get irritated. Even though the opponent was so weak, she was like a fly buzzing around its face, impossible to swat away. At this moment, a faint glow of magic suddenly lit up. A purple array gradually formed between Erica's hands, every line and every rune perfectly inscribed. She clasped her hands together, and the space around the demon instantly tore apart. Cloud-like formations appeared out of thin air, like stars, from which dozens of purple chains burst forth, piercing into the demon's body. Second-tier magic, Nebula Lock. It worked. Erica was both surprised and delighted. Fortunately, she had learned this magic from Victor before. She never expected that her first use of it would be against such a formidable enemy as a demon. The demon immediately felt its internal magic power being somewhat obstructed, and couldn't help but turn its attention to those chains breaking its magic channels. Annoying mage. It violently broke free, and the surrounding mountain shook with its movement, dropping massive boulders one after another. Before long, the chains shattered instantly. But being able to restrain it for a while was already enough. In this brief time, Erica had drawn several small arrays. These arrays, without exception, were all adding magical enhancements to Kevla. Speed, attack, resistance, tenacity, add them all. Erica rapidly formed arrays, chanting continuously. She had thoroughly studied these spells, and Victor had even given her many suggestions for improvement. Erica used these small enhancements with complete ease. With enough buffs added, Kevla's movements became even swifter. She seized the moment when the demon was breaking the chains. In the blink of an eye, a white light flashed, passing through countless tentacles and sharp teeth, chopping down hard on the demon's neck. The demon threw back its head in extreme pain. The special silver blade inflicted no ordinary wound, it felt its internal magic power continuously flowing out. It began to struggle frantically, countless tentacles starting to fall from its body. Professor Devon, lying on the ground, looked up at the terrifying scene before him. He couldn't help but tremble all over, wriggling his body and using all his strength to roll away, barely avoiding being hit by these falling tentacles. The demon became irritated. The sharp teeth on its body gradually retracted, and countless tentacles also calmed down. Only the head with a giant mouth began to fiercely devour its own enormous body, blood and stench gushing out all at once. The foul smell corroded half of the surrounding forest. Erica also felt a piercing pain on her skin. She hurriedly lay down on the ground, avoiding the evil chi floating in the air. The more it devoured, the more exaggerated the demon's head swelled. When it had completely swallowed its body, the head, dripping with mucus and blood, seemed about to burst open at any moment. In the end, all that was left was an unstable, swaying head, spewing out ink that covered the sky. Drop by drop, it fell to the ground, raising countless tentacles, like towering pillars reaching to the sky. With one strike, 100-meter-high ink tidal wave engulfed everything. Erica was swept away by the ink, crashing heavily against the remnant rocks. One of her arms was pierced by a sharp stone, pain spreading throughout her body. Kevla was submerged under the ink, struggling constantly, but sinking deeper and deeper. The demon opened its terrifying giant mouth, its tentacles wrapping around Kevla, about to send her into its mouth. Suddenly, Kevla smiled strangely. She flicked her fingers, and the silver blades under the ink thrust upwards towards the sky, directly hitting the demon's enormous head. The demon cried out in pain. Kevla seized this opportunity to break free from the demon's restraint, flipping over several silver daggers following her movement and stabbing into the demon's head. The demon winced in pain, and Kevla took advantage of the moment to escape its grasp. Die, demon! The daggers stuck in the demon's head lit up with a searing white light one by one, a series of metallic hums resonating through the sky. The daggers exploded on the demon's body one after another like bombs. Layer upon layer of visible ripples spread outward. The demon held in agony, its head exploding with a boom, turning into a cloud of extremely dense black mist. The intense energy pulverized the remaining trees and the surroundings, dust obscuring the sky. Kevla's body went limp, falling back to the ground, gasping heavily. We won. Suddenly, a voice seemingly from the abyss came from the sky, making Kevla shudder. Had enough fun? She looked up, and the endless black mist regathered, forming a dirty, disgusting head. It opened one eye, like a light bulb, staring at her, filled with greed and madness. Kevla stared at the scene before her, her eyes full of disbelief. The 100-meter-long tongue on the head shot out from the ink on the ground, sweeping across and sending her and Erica flying hundreds of meters away. This terrifying strike made both of their bodies feel loose, experiencing extreme pain. The demon's tongue slowly approached the two. But suddenly, a terrible feeling of weakness came from within, making the demon freeze momentarily. The magic power inside its body was draining. No, what's happening? This isn't right. The demon concentrated, trying to absorb magic from the academy. But no matter how much it absorbed, not a bit of magic power entered its body. There was only a continuous loss of magic power. It turned its head, looking back towards the academy. At some point, the black barrier above the academy had begun to dissipate, becoming transparent. Someone had broken the array. But this shouldn't be possible. Even if it was broken, there shouldn't be such a severe magical backlash. The demon's limited brain wasn't enough to consider more. It lowered its head, its gaze sweeping over Erica and Kevlar. It no longer had time to savor these two humans. In its fury, it vented everything on the two of them. It violently lashed out with its tongue, the enormous, terrifying force completely flinging the two away until they disappeared into the sky, completely out of sight. Having instantly dealt with these troublesome insects, it dragged its body, step by step, slowly walking towards the academy. It wanted to use the entire academy as a base, to summon a demon gate here, letting its offspring completely occupy this place. To transform this place into an empire belonging solely to it. Suddenly, it lowered its head, sensing a life force from below. It was Professor Devon, trying to curl up his body, trembling in fear. So, the demon grinned, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. So you're not dead yet, you fool. Are you that little girl's enemy? The demon didn't know what exactly was going on in Henny's head, but for now, it could spare this guy's life, leaving him for Henny to deal with. Consider it a thank you gift to Henny for the infinite knowledge she provided. So, its tongue wrapped around the trembling Devon, and like a missile, it leaped towards the academy. Meanwhile, all the mages within the barrier looked relieved. Yes. Right there. Under Vega's guidance, Victor inserted the final magic rune. Soon, the array began to dissipate. Countless mages felt their magic power flowing back, extremely excited and unable to contain themselves. Victor also felt somewhat emotional. Henny, she was truly kind. After breaking this array, he noticed a reversal array left by Henny. Once someone successfully broke the array, there would be a magic reflux effect. The absorbed magic power would start flowing back at the same speed, returning from the caster's body. Henny seemed to have anticipated that the demon would use her knowledge to gain more power. So, she had left a vulnerability in the array in advance. If the demon truly became uncontrollable as she had thought, breaking the array would become the mage's only chance to turn the tables. This was the last piece Henny had left on the board, the final killing move of someone with knowledge, but no magical talent. While everyone was rejoicing at the gradual return of their magic power, they were complimenting and thanking Victor. But they didn't notice a black shadow suddenly gathering from all directions. The academy's stone slabs began to crack, and numerous buildings were also devoured, teetering on the brink of collapse. Several mage towers also began to sway unsteadily under the demon's convergence, exploding with a boom. The towering teaching building, as fragile as mud, collapsed with a thunderous crash. In just a dozen seconds, the academy underwent a drastic change. The once glorious academy instantly became dilapidated. Countless people couldn't help but look up at the giant-like figure. Demon. It seemed to bring endless terror, a dark cloud over everyone's heads. It extended its long tongue and tossed Professor Devon onto the ground, like discarding an innocent dead dog. At this point, countless people fell into complete terror. This horrifying aura, along with the terrifying presence that had just disappeared on the mountaintop. Everything indicated one thing. The demon had come to the academy. The greedy demon drooled filthily, seeming ready to swallow everything in the academy. At this moment, a huge cyan magic array once again rose from the ground, bathing everyone in its light. Third-tier magic, Realm of Mana. Effect, greatly restores mana and significantly increases magic damage within the area. Victor's calm voice sounded nearby. Well then, it's time for a team fight. The moment the barrier dissipated, everyone present saw the incredibly ugly demon. Panicked screams, broken sobs, and desperate wails, countless negative emotions instantly swept through the academy. A few reckless reporters, for the sake of their careers, were still continuously recording everything around them with magic stones. Duke Levi received news from the mage at his side. He waved his hand, and a mage stepped forward to hand him a magic stone. The transparent magic stone was still flickering, barely able to contain the energy of the images within. It seemed as if it might explode at any moment. He took it, smiling as he placed it on the table, and said to Lady Cassandra, "Madam, I won't say anything unnecessary. Please see for yourself." As he finished speaking, the magic stone emitted a faint glow, and an image projected from it. The most eye-catching was the enormous demon that blotted out the sky, and beneath it was the imprisoned Professor Devon. It was hard not to suspect that Professor Devon had some collusion with the demon, given that he could survive being so close to it. He looked as if he was seeking final refuge under the demon, while around the demon were fully armed knights and mages. Including that figure in a trench coat. Victor Kravina. Lady Cassandra opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Duke Levi spoke first. "Lady Cassandra, this is a live broadcast. If you're interested, you can enter the city now and go to any news agency. I estimate this image has already spread throughout the capital. Lady Cassandra bit her lip hard and said to Levi. What do you mean? Now you're willing to let me into the city? Of course. Levi stood up and bowed to her. The capital is in danger. As a duke, I should go to provide support. Having said this, he nodded to Lady Cassandra, preparing to turn and leave, but was stopped by her. Her eyes seemed to flash with several shades of consideration. Devon, is there really no way to save him? Duke Levi smiled on the surface, but inwardly he sighed. She was hesitating. When Lady Cassandra began to hesitate, it meant that she had started to consider whether the Reiser family really needed to pay too high a price for someone like Devon. Sacrificing a piece to save the king, cutting off the tail to survive. Moreover, Devon Reiser wasn't considered an important figure in the Reiser family. Rather, he was a useless parasite. Otherwise, Lady Cassandra wouldn't have specially sent him to the academy in the capital to guide him. So, Levi explained the pros and cons to Cassandra. Lady Cassandra, please think carefully. Your son colluding with a demon is no small matter. I think His Majesty's close relationship with the Reiser family is not enough to erase the crime of conspiring with a demon to rebel. Madam, please consider carefully. Having said this, he turned around and waved to Cassandra. The mage beside him waved his magic orb, and a constellation rose in the sky, gradually enveloping the mage team and Duke Levi in blue light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The knights put away their weapons, donned their helmets, mounted their horses, and gradually left amidst the clamor of hoofbeats. Cassandra collapsed onto the sofa, covering her forehead, tears streaming down her face, seemingly making some kind of decision. The demon slowly opened one eye. Its eye was on its forehead, which was also its only way to observe its surroundings. A huge blue magic array gradually rose from beneath its feet, and this unpleasant smell made it very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a yellow lightning bolt shot out, hitting the demon with a bang, but to little effect. A mage's attempt had failed, but this angered the demon. It became enraged, stretched out its tongue, and swallowed that mage into its stomach. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing mixed with bones breaking lasted for a while, then with a gulp, the demon swallowed. The mages had never seen such a cruel scene, and many were frightened into screaming. Even those self-proclaimed righteous knights almost couldn't hold on to their weapons and shields. Many people cried out in terror, constantly asking questions. What on earth is this thing? No one could answer them. The people present knew it was a demon, but when a real demon appeared before them, they didn't dare to admit it. Because it didn't match their imagination of a demon at all, it was more like a world-ending evil god. A third-tier mage stepped forward and shouted. Everyone, don't panic. Stand on the magic array. Our power is gradually recovering. With so many people here, we must be able to defeat this evil demon. As the voice subsided, the mages showed no reaction, their morale and actions seemingly unchanged from before. Seeing the mages in this state, the demon burst into laughter. Cowardly humans. You think you're worthy of defeating me? Suddenly, a figure leaped towards the sky like a streak of light. Everyone noticed that figure. In contrast to the demon, she appeared incredibly small, yet she sparked a glimmer of courage in countless people. Is that Knight Commander Gwen? Some people recognized her and exclaimed. The silver sword in Gwen's hand seemed to trigger some kind of power, bursting with white light, as dazzling as a mountain-cleaving blade. She swung her sword down, fiercely cutting a shockingly long white gash on the demon's body. The demon was in great pain, its body trembled, and its gaze turned to Gwen. Good, very good. It spoke as if recognizing something, viciously saying. Just a moment ago, I dealt with someone very similar to you. It seems you're just as irritating as her. Gwen, who had just landed back on the ground, suddenly changed expression. She instinctively thought the demon was talking about Kevlar, and rage consumed her entire body. But in the next second, the demon's astonishing palm was already swinging towards her. Gwen didn't dodge, as if she had lost all reason. The long sword in her hand once again transformed into a tens of meters long blade of white holy light, slashing towards the demon. Bang! The demon's giant hand swung, swatting Gwen down like a mosquito. Gwen was smashed into the ground, completely unable to resist, and fell unconscious. Knight Commander Gwen. Many knights became worried, and even Victor, who was maintaining the array, frowned. The demon's laughter came again. It looks like you're much weaker than her. Not even as good as a fly. But Gwen's action had bought time for the mages. Not everyone would be stunned by the demon's solo performance. Hum 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 hum. Countless magic arrays gradually rose from the air, arrays of various colors were constantly forming, and a commanding voice rang out. Just like we learned in the academy. Everyone. Fire. At the command, magic arrows of various elements flew towards the demon. It was like a fireworks display, crackling all around. But the demon merely extended its tentacles and blocked these spells. There wasn't even a scratch on its tentacles. The mages, seeing it unharmed, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The demon's thick skin was just too tough. The first round of collective fire had no effect, causing many mages to lose heart, but in the next second, a clearly more professional voice sounded from above. Attention everyone! First round of fire. Everyone turned to look. It was Duke Levi. He had brought his mage corps to provide support. The mages were distributed on all sides, completely surrounding the demon, the crystal balls in their hands emitting an astonishing magical glow. Boom boom boom. More powerful spells burst out from the crystals like elemental cannonballs, and this time, the demon was clearly struggling to fend them off. Quickly change formation, second round of fire. Almost without pause, the second batch of mages replaced the first, and the prepared spells were fired in unison. The demon didn't even have a chance to retaliate. It's Duke Levi. Duke Levi has come with his mage corps. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Soon, more and more mages came to support from various parts of the capital. Countless formations were continuously constructed in the sky, growing in number and power. The continuous magical attacks left the demon no time to escape. For a moment, everyone felt victory was within reach. However, this seemed to only exhaust all of the demon's patience. The demon began to grow impatient. Thump. Thump. A sound like a powerful heartbeat resonated, as if a giant drum reaching to the heavens had been struck. The demon opened its giant mouth, as if to swallow everyone present. With a storm-like suction force, it swallowed the knights and mages who were close to it into its mouth. They screamed and wailed in terror, but were utterly unable to resist, not even able to escape. The demon's giant mouth was like a meat grinder, cruelly dropping chunks of bloody flesh onto the ground from its mouth, like a starving ghost wastefully eating its food whole. Fear once again spread over everyone's heads. It's over. Our attacks had no effect at all. Too terrifying, is this what a demon is? Help! Where's the headmaster? Save us! Who else can possibly deal with it? Many mages and students gradually fell into a spiral of helplessness, those with poor mental states even curling up on the ground and crying. Suddenly, several third-tier mages paused, looked at each other in confusion, and began to shout. Where's Victor? Where did Professor Victor go? The third-tier mages were all very clear about what kind of existence Victor was. The direct participation of a fourth-tier mage could possibly turn the tide of battle. But Victor seemed to have suddenly disappeared, leaving many people in utter despair. However, at this moment. What's that? Is that Professor Victor? As several students pointed to the sky and began to exclaim, everyone looked up. At some point, Victor had appeared in the sky. The trench coat behind him began to flutter constantly, flashing with an astonishing red light. Fire, burning up half the sky. It burned away the filthy ink in the sky, and suddenly a burst of rosy clouds broke through. It was as if Victor had set the sky on fire and draped it over his shoulders. The temperature throughout the entire city began to rise rapidly, becoming extremely hot. The people present looked and looked, suddenly stunned, their eyes widening as they exclaimed. Holy shit! What is that? This time, everyone saw clearly, a huge red meteor was falling from the sky. The target, aimed directly at the demon's giant mouth. The rapidly falling meteor burned away the air, and even the towering academy spires were incinerated into sand by the powerful heat wave. The flames produced by intense friction gradually enveloped the entire mass of rock, like a fiery sun plummeting down. Fourth-tier magic, falling sun. The sky was scorched with a hole, light pouring down from it. Victor floated in the sky, looking down at the demon like a god. The magical power of a fourth-tier mage could reach the level of a natural disaster, which was the origin of the title, Saint Mage. In fact, this was also another name for fourth-tier mages, describing their profound and powerful magical attainment. Disaster Mage. Duke Levi, on the ground, looked up, the falling sun reflected in his eyes, as he murmured. He suddenly widened his eyes, the shock on his face instantly turning to determination. Everyone. Form defensive arrays. At his command, the mage corps and knights immediately established an orderly human wall. The mages and wizards chanted, and a golden city wall gradually appeared, surrounding the students and mages within. The knights crossed their swords and shields, a white light gradually appearing on the silver blades. With a flash of strong light, several white magic shields instantly appeared, blocking in front of the knights. The falling meteor's destructive force was world-ending. In an instant, flames spontaneously erupted on the surrounding rubble, the intense aura once again thoroughly shattering everything. The combined barrier created by the mages and knights instantly wavered. Everyone present felt the scorching heat transmit from their feet to their brains. The sky was utterly destroyed, deathly silent. Smell, sound, at this moment, seemed to be instantly stripped away by death. People could barely be aware that they were still alive under this world-destroying magic only by the light of the blazing sun. The meteor frantically smashed into the demon, its skin instantly bursting open, the sizzling flesh as painful and unbearable as if it were in molten lava. Ah! The powerful magic made no distinction between friend and foe. The buildings near the academy were also swept by the intense heat wave, the townhouses vanishing into ash in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Fourth-tier magic is so terrifying. Victor! Aren't you the real demon? These were the unanimous thoughts of everyone present, but they didn't dare to shout them out. Just opening their mouths would let the heat wave rush in, making them feel as if their bodies were being incinerated. As the intense radiance dissipated, the barrier in front of the crowd gradually broke and dispersed. For a moment, dust filled the air. How is it? Has the demon been eliminated? Under such powerful magic, the demon probably couldn't survive. Did we win? Joy gradually appeared on everyone's faces, the feeling of surviving a catastrophe making them incredibly excited. However, as the layers of smoke cleared, a massive black figure appeared before the people. He. You are all just worms. What is that thing? The people who heard the demon's voice were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how the demon could still survive under that scale of magic. How can such a terrifying thing still not be dead? Once again falling from the peak to the valley, people wept uncontrollably. The feeling of despair no longer needed to spread, it naturally grew in the hearts of those present. It wasn't the first time demons had appeared in people's sight, there had been many incidents of demons hurting people before. But most demons were just disgusting worms that bewitched humans and stole their power. In many people's eyes, demons were more powerful beasts. But such a terrifying demon before their eyes. Can anyone really defeat it? Duke Levi's expression was grave. Perhaps the only way to defeat this demon was to prepare war magic in advance. Victor's fourth-tier magic just now, although as powerful as a natural disaster, was still not as terrifying as war magic in comparison. Moreover, this demon's power was gradually dissipating. No one knew when it would be weakened to the point where even they could defeat it, but for the outcome it was still good. If they could hold this demon off for a long time, and prepare magic arrays in advance when it was weak, then... While Duke Levi was still thinking, a figure caught his eye. It was Victor. He stood alone among the ruins, facing that astonishing demon. His deep black cloak fluttered in the dusty wind, occasionally flashing with red patterns. What did he want to do? So it didn't die after all. A dangerous light flashed in Victor's eyes. In his gaze, a clearly visible red health bar floated above the head of this filthy demon. To the right of the health bar, the demon's level was displayed, LV45. Its level wasn't high, but as a boss unit, it was extremely powerful. The demon's health had already dropped below half and was continuing to decrease, albeit minutely. This indicated that the demon before them wasn't as unscathed as others thought. It had managed to hold on until now, entirely relying on the magical energy it had absorbed from countless mages at the academy earlier. But it's far from its peak. Yem, as the mid-game boss of the first chapter in the game, faced player raids, and Yem's defeat was more due to a necessary plot development. Demons also have high and low, strong and weak. Demons without intelligence and emotions are the lowest level. But Yam had a resounding name. Primal Demon. It was one of the top existences among demons. Its name was Greed. Its strength was very high, far exceeding the attributes of players at that time. So, when players teamed up to raid Yam, who had occupied the imperial capital, many NPCs would appear to help the players. For example, Gwen, a year and a half later. Victor looked back. The injured and unconscious Gwen had already been protected by his magic in advance. A year and a half later, Gwen first appeared in the battle to assist players, slaying Yam with astonishing strength. This knight had an intense hatred for demons. She wanted to kill all the demons in the world. The reason was also very simple. Gwen's elder sister, whom players had never seen, Kevla Delin, died at the hands of the demon of greed. If nothing went wrong, the demon Kevla came to the capital to seek Yam. The final outcome, naturally, goes without saying. The demon once again spewed ink from its mouth, gradually enveloping the entire academy. In an instant, tentacles began to extend from under the ink, frantically dancing. This time compared to before, unrecognizable organs began to form on the tentacles, emitting a sound that stimulated people's inner greed. Seeing the demon release such powerful force again, many mages couldn't help but tremble, collapsing to the ground and begging for mercy. Victor was drawn to the demon's commotion. He faced Yam, standing motionless in the storm. Allowing the demonic sound to enter his ears, Victor's heart remained as calm as a lake. He softly uttered, "Vega. I understand." Vega was so excited it could hardly contain itself, its feathers all standing on end, its eyes brimming with blue light. Magical power, like a gushing spring, poured into Victor's body all at once, making him instantly feel incredibly powerful within. Moreover, compared to last time, it was even more violent. Is it because Vega has recovered some power? Victor quickly realized the source, but didn't dwell on it. From his body, countless shimmering red crystals flew out. These were the drop crystals that Gwen had collected for him from the magical beasts earlier. Now, they came in handy. One by one, the crystals embedded themselves in the ground, and an exquisite red array appeared in the sky above. The red crystals gradually began to crack, floating in the air, reflecting intense red light. The crystals in the corners burst forth with red chains, forming crystals between the chains that gradually enveloped the demon. These dropped magical items could enhance the power of Victor's magic, not only simply increasing the magic's power but also imbuing it with many attribute effects. Soon, Victor's hands were gradually enveloped by runes, and magical power also continuously emerged from between those runes, transmitting to those crystal chains. 1,000 demons' magic exhausts all. The prison of 10,000 years maddens gods and confuses minds. As Victor chanted each sentence, those chains released a blood-red light. In an instant, countless souls burst forth from within, floating in the sky. Misery, resentment, anger, emotions flashed out from the array in an instant. Under the sky, blood-red light exploded. Correspondingly, with each chant, Victor's magic storage would rapidly decrease by a large amount. What does Victor want to do? The mages present looked up at the blood-red souls flying constantly in the sky, their hearts filled with fear. They suddenly realized that the feeling of greed within their bodies had completely dissipated. A red thread appeared on their bodies, connected to the chains. At this moment, all the mages had a bad feeling. He wants to use all of us as part of the array. Damn you, Victor. This was what all the mages present thought, without exception. The demon also gradually went mad, its final giant mouth even swallowing its own head whole, instantly exploding and turning into a sky full of black raindrops, corroding everything present. Rubble dissipated, the air turned acidic. Even the gloom in the sky was corroded by half, partly clear and partly dark, incredibly strange. Victor pinched his fingers together, muttering, "Evil binding array, intensify manifold." He waved both hands, and the chains instantly became restless, the link striking against the red crystals, echoing with a crisp sound. The demon's magical sound was gradually suppressed, completely sealed within the chains, and powerful magical energy burst forth from within. White magical energy instantly devoured everything around, enveloping the sky, completely engulfing the entire academy like a nuclear explosion. The demon, within the white light, widened its eyes in disbelief, shouting finally, "You can't kill me. Victor." I'll remember you. Because demons exist within carriers, even if it revealed its true form, the actual fatal damage would only be transferred to the carrier. But suddenly, under the vast whiteness, it was as if a bridge connected Victor and the demon. In this strange space, both parties could only see each other. The demon couldn't understand. At this moment, the outside world seemed frozen, as if time had stopped. Victor connected to the demon's spiritual world. He stood before the demon, his voice as calm as water, slowly ringing out. You know, Yem, I'm quite good at dealing with demons. The demon was instantly stunned. At this moment, it felt as if countless shackles controlled its spirit. When someone utters a demon's true name, the dominance of the deal transfers from the demon to the person who uttered its true name. So, Yem had to agree to Victor's deal. Well, you've had enough fun. It's time to go back to work, Henny. As soon as he finished speaking, Yem felt the power deep within itself, continuously draining away. It began to panic, shouting loudly. No. No. Little girl, don't leave me. I can help you get revenge. I can give you more power, I can do more. Don't, go. Its pleas had no effect. The huge body was peeled away layer by layer, as if shedding skin and flesh, gradually revealing Henny inside. Tears seemed to flow in her fluorescent yellow eyes, as if she had lost all strength and collapsed out of Yem's body. It was as if she was falling from a great height. But the next second, she fell into a solid embrace. Henny wanted to hug the other person tightly, even if just for this brief moment of clarity. Zing! White light burst forth, seeming to tear apart the entire space, the surrounding violent force about to destroy everything around. It devoured Yem, devoured everything within range. The surrounding sound seemed to fall completely silent. Only one voice remained, clearly falling into Victor's ears. Professor. I missed you. A dazzling white light shot skyward, its grandeur rippling through the air, illuminating the heavens. Under this violent force, the academy was utterly demolished, even the last quartz slab reduced to dust. Throughout the capital, people sensed something amiss, instinctively looking towards the distant academy. An astonishing pillar of light pierced through the clouds like divine radiance. This nuclear-like blast left the mages present utterly shocked. Despite Victor's preemptive sealing of the academy with crystals, the leaked energy still instantly devastated the entire institution. Fortunately, the affected area was contained, otherwise, the group at the academy would have perished. Had the barrier been breached, the damage would have likely destroyed half the capital's districts. However, some individuals too close to the spell suffered significant injuries from the blast. As the light faded, a terrifying, deep crater appeared on the ground. The pit was tens of meters deep, with an extraordinarily wide circumference. The surrounding buildings were unrecognizable, an entire academy had vanished from the capital in an instant. The demon, too, had disappeared. The numerous mages, their bodies weak, trembled as they gazed at the scene before them. What the hell? Where's the school? Did the school just get blown up? They were bewildered, yet the overwhelming weakness in their bodies served as a stark reminder that everything they witnessed was real. In the end, Victor had drained the magical power from all the surrounding mages to unleash this spell powerful enough to threaten the capital. A human form war magic. In their minds, Victor gained yet another title. Victor stood in the deep crater, cradling the unconscious Henny in his arms. Henny wore a hood, concealing her appearance from view. Many noticed Victor in the crater, all wearing confused expressions. Victor was holding another woman in his arms. Everyone's attention was focused on Victor, no one noticed the ugly toad hopping about in the pit. Covered in ink, it struggled to crawl, step by step, towards a charred body. It was Devon Reiser. Remarkably, Devon Reiser had survived that terrifying spell. In its final moments before injury, Yem had swallowed Devon Reiser. All the damage had been inflicted upon the demon instead. Yem knew that if it wanted to continue existing, Devon Reiser couldn't die. The toad crawled onto Devon's body, transforming into a black ink that entwined around Devon Reiser. Devon Reiser stood up like a reanimated corpse. His bones crackled throughout his body, the loose joints now restored. With bloodshot eyes, he stared intently at the students before him, foul-smelling saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. As if he had lost all reason, he emitted threatening grunts, tilting his head like a wild beast. Isn't that Professor Reiser? He's not dead. Yes. It's Professor Reiser. Wait, something's off about Professor Reiser. One person, noticing Devon's strange behavior, couldn't help but voice their confusion. Soon, others began to notice Devon's odd state. Devon Reiser was indeed suspicious. Look at him. Has he been possessed by the demon? As the title of professor was stripped from people's lips, Devon naturally became the villain possessed by the demon after being used. The truth behind all the conspiracies seemed to surface. Devon Reiser was that filthy demon. The mages slowly raised their arms, ready to unleash their remaining magic upon Devon Reiser. However, to everyone's surprise, Devon Reiser merely twisted his head viciously and left a threatening message for Victor. I will remember all of you. Suddenly, a wave of black ink appeared beneath his feet, swallowing Devon Reiser into darkness, before he vanished. The mages shuddered upon hearing Devon's words, feeling as if a long iron spear had pierced their hearts at the thought of being remembered by a demon. Their gazes all turned to Victor, for it was he who had defeated the demon. If they were to nip this in the bud, it seemed only Victor could do it. But at this moment, no one dared to command Victor. Duke Levi jumped over the rubble and approached Victor, glancing down at Henny in his arms. This is my teaching assistant. Devon Reiser stole her knowledge to create the barrier array earlier. Duke Levi's eyes couldn't help but show surprise. Although he hadn't been inside the array, he had certainly heard about it. More than half of the third-tier mages in the capital had come to assist, but no one could comprehend the intricacy of that array, let alone break it. It was Victor who led a few mages to break it from within. Your assistant is an unparalleled genius. Victor turned his head away, ignoring Duke Levi's words of praise. After this battle with the demon, Duke Levi's hostility towards Victor had diminished significantly. Regardless, he had once again acted to protect the capital. During the first volcanic eruption, no one knew what Victor had done, and most mages even became suspicious of him. But this time, the capital's mages had witnessed it with their own eyes. They admired Victor immensely, and no one would ever doubt his abilities as a fourth-tier mage again. Victor was terrifyingly powerful. And he was still so young. Duke Levi sighed. If it weren't for Erica, perhaps he could have managed a better relationship with Victor. Thinking of this, the Duke shook his head. He didn't want to consider it further, his daughter was his final bottom line. So he said to Victor, after this incident, Devon Reiser's crimes will be established directly, even if he is His Majesty's nephew. Duke Levi implied that Victor need not worry about being charged with harming royal kin. Even if it resulted in the destruction of the entire academy, he was still undoubtedly a hero. If this demon hadn't been stopped, the losses would have been far greater than just one academy. However, His Majesty won't touch the Reiser family. Victor wasn't surprised at all. The Reiser family was the royal family's money-making machine, and the emperor's own sister was the matriarch of the Reiser household. As long as they were willing to sacrifice Devon Reiser, the Reiser family wouldn't suffer any losses. At most, they'd be accused of poor supervision. Victor understood clearly that Duke Levi was warning him. No matter what, he had already made enemies with the Reiser family. Duke, I've made enough enemies. Enemies don't weigh one down. Victor turned to leave, carrying Henny. Seeing Victor about to depart, Duke Levi reached out to stop him. By the way, Victor. The demon didn't die but escaped. Will it? He was somewhat worried the demon might return, but Victor reassured him. It won't die. It's a part of this world. Duke Levi was slightly taken aback. He seemed to think of something but didn't voice it. It's quite similar to a calamity, isn't it? Calamities are part of the world's elements, so they don't die either. Duke Levi's face darkened as he said flatly. Calamity? I don't understand what you're talking about. His reaction satisfied Victor, as if confirming something. Victor looked at Duke Levi with a slight smile, the meaning gradually reaching the Duke's ears. I can only tell you that this demon is completely different from the ordinary demons you've encountered. It is the embodiment of greed. As long as there are intelligent beings in the world, as long as greed exists within them, that thing won't die. Even if you destroy one, another will quickly revive and reappear. Duke Levi felt goosebumps rising all over his body as he listened. You should be grateful now that it's not dead, but merely crippled. Leaving these words behind, Victor teleported away from the crater, carrying Henny. Duke Levi felt somewhat dazed. As he watched Victor's disappearing figure, he suddenly became puzzled. Where had that crow on Victor's shoulder gone? Outside the forest, Devon Riser was running nonstop. He had already fled the capital and was getting further and further away in the outskirts. He had to keep running because he didn't want to disappear. Greed indeed wouldn't vanish, but after Yem's death, only a new Yem would appear to replace it. Correspondingly, memories, power, and everything else would no longer belong to the current him. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That mage, what's his background? How did he know my name? How is it possible? Possessing Devon Riser's body, Yem's speech and behavior seemed to have completely transformed into Devon Riser's. If it weren't for survival, how could it have possessed such a useless body? And now it was beginning to feel grateful that it hadn't devoured this fat pig. This fat pig also possessed enough greed, and this greed could serve as nourishment, allowing it to barely move. Suddenly, Devon Riser stood still. An intense chill crept from his feet to his head, freezing him in place. The forest was silent, only the rustling of leaves could be heard. A black feather fell in front of him, and Devon Riser looked ahead abruptly. A small black crow appeared before his eyes. It had only one eye, located on its forehead. Devon Riser was stunned. Somehow, he began to tremble all over, feeling afraid. He himself was a demon. He was the source of spreading fear, so why was he afraid of a crow? Why was he afraid of such a small crow? Hello there, where do you think you're going? The crow's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Devon Riser's body shook violently. Who are you? Me? Suddenly, the crow laughed maliciously. Its shrill laughter echoed throughout the dense forest. It was as if darkness was about to completely engulf Devon. Devon Riser blinked. Almost in the interval of that blink, the crow's talons became enormous and sharp, its feathers more glossy and hard. Wisps of black smoke gradually erupted from its body. In the demon's eyes, its body was like a huge shadow covering the sky, looking down at Devon from above. Its voice was no longer shrill, but deep and rhythmic. A resonant sound like that from an abyss arose, shaking the trees until all their leaves fell, scattering birds in all directions. Only its arrogant voice remained, echoing through the dense forest. I am God.